This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Members, I have received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members do still have to make sure that their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called, but they can do this by rising in their places, as well as notifying the Business Office or the Speaker's table directly. I remind members to please be concise in asking their questions, as this is not a debate per se, and long introductions should not be engaged in. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement on the 23rd meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in Environment Sectoral Format, which was held in Armagh and by video conference on Wednesday, 21st of October 2020. The statement has been agreed with Junior Minister Kearney. Declan Kearney, MLA, Junior Minister of the Executive Office, and I represented the Northern Ireland Executive at the meeting. I chaired the meeting. The Irish Government was represented by Eamon Ryan, TD, Minister for the Environment, Climate and Communications, and Dara O'Brien, TD, Minister for Housing, Local Government and Heritage. The Council noted the work being carried out to prepare for the end of the transition period and the need for continued cooperation on environmental matters, including those of a cross-border nature. Ministers agreed to continue to cooperate on environmental issues in coming months. They recognise that it is in the common interests of both jurisdictions to work together to minimise disruption to trade and economic activity on the island. Ministers welcomed the continuing cooperation on and drawdown for the main sources of EU funding in the environment sector, Interreg 5A, Life and Horizon 2020, including successful delivery of Northern Ireland and Ireland partnership projects and ongoing collaboration through joint meetings, training and information events. We noted that under Interreg 5A Environment Objective, 9 cross-border projects have been awarded funding totalling €89 million in the 2014 to 2020 programme period, and collaboration is ongoing to maximise drawdown of the available EU monies and continue to implement the programmes as agreed. Ministers noted the commitment to funding Interreg 5A after the UK withdraws from the EU, allowing the projects to be continued until their conclusion in 2023, and that under Horizon 2020, Societal Challenge 5, 2 North-South collaborations on low-temperature anaerobic digestion treatment of low-strength wastewaters and photoirradiation and absorption-based novel innovations for waste treatment were successful and contributed to the drawdown figures, with €2.5 million being shared by 5 organisations in Northern Ireland and €0.55 million shared between 2 organisations in Northern Ireland. The Council noted that benefits for joint environmental priorities from a small number of LIFE projects have been achieved through ongoing collaboration between government departments, agencies and partnerships operating in both jurisdictions. Ministers also noted that the potential to build on the success of Interreg projects through access to the new Peace Plus programme 2021 to 2027 and its environmental policy objective of achieving a greener, low-carbon Europe. Ministers noted the ongoing collaboration between officials in both jurisdictions and submission of joint position papers focusing on a range of holistic, clean air, water catchment and nature-based solutions to address future pressures from climate change, support sustainable economic recovery and protect the environment to inform emerging Peace Plus themes. The NSMC noted that the work programme will be kept under review at future NSMC environment sectors meetings, having regard to particular matters arising from the outcome of the UK referendum on EU membership. Ministers agreed that within the work programme, consideration should be given to opportunities for cooperation on wider environmental issues such as sustainable development, encouraging cooperation and knowledge sharing in relation to the environmental impact of agricultural activities and related issues, cooperation and exchange information on marine bathing shellfish waters, cooperation and collaboration on water and urban wastewater services areas, including implementation of EU measures, the promotion of a circular economy, a joint programme of enforcement and collaboration on tackling environmental crime, and cooperating with a view to maximising drawdown of EU funding. We also agreed the proposed updated work programme The NSMC noted that both Environment Ministers are continuing to work together and target resources into joint enforcement action against those involved in illegal waste activity, including the continued exchange of intelligence and information on problem areas, with the continuation of coordinated joint inspections. Ministers noted the efforts of both administrations to increase the quantity and quality of recycling, including the publication on the 4th of September 2020 of Ireland's National Waste Policy 2020 to 2025, a Waste Action Plan for the Circular Economy, and the publication of the new Northern Ireland Waste Prevention Programme, Stopping Waste in its Tracks, and the associated actions and successes. We also noted the ongoing work in Northern Ireland to tackle plastic pollution and the success of the extended producer responsibility schemes in Ireland, and the opportunities for both administrations to share examples of good practice in this area. The NSMC welcomed the work being undertaken in both jurisdictions to further a clean air strategy, and the collaboration between officials working together to identify cross-border research opportunities and to develop proposals. Ministers noted the publication of the second cycle River Basin Management Plan for Ireland in 2018, and welcomed the ongoing preparation of the third cycle River Basin Management Plan in both Ireland and Northern Ireland. We noted that the public consultation on significant water management issues closed in Northern Ireland on the 22nd of June 2020 and Ireland on the 7th of August 2020. We acknowledge the continuing support for the Rivers Trusts in cross-border areas, and welcomed the level of beach awards in both jurisdictions for 2020 and the continued coordination on the Clean Coast and Coast Care schemes. Ministers acknowledged the engagement of both administrations in the work of the Advisory Group for Ireland's Marine Protected Areas, the final report of which is expected shortly, and noted the continuing engagement between the Department for Infrastructure, Department of Housing, Local Government and Heritage, Irish Water and Northern Ireland Water on exploring opportunities for cooperation, including applications to access the funding under the EU's new Peace Plus programme. Finally, the Council agreed to hold the next Environment meeting in early 2021. Ministers agreed to joint communique. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call William Irwin.
Mr. Speaker, and can I ask the Minister what steps the Minister has taken to ensure that the Republic of Ireland moves to repatriate illegal waste from the Republic of Ireland, which has been dumped in Northern Ireland?
Previously, whenever I was Minister back in 2009, in fact, Eamon Ryan was the Minister then as well for the environment at that stage. An agreement was drawn up whereby the repatriation of waste on 20 sites, which was illegally tipped in Northern Ireland, emanating from the Republic of Ireland, that would be repatriated. As my understanding, only around half of the sites have been cleared, and that leaves around 100,000 cubic tonnes of waste still illegally tipped in Northern Ireland in sites that have not been secured. And consequently, I have raised this issue again as to why it hasn't happened. The reason given is that they have capacity issues in taking the waste. However, that is not something which I find acceptable, and I will continue to work to ensure that this piece of work that has been let go by the by, in spite of an agreement having been made, is something that will be uptaken again, and that we will ensure that the waste sites, that the material on those sites are removed and taken back to the Republic of Ireland.
Maurice McHugh.
Minister, I note just your commitment to cooperation on environmental matters, and I'm sure that you're aware in the recent news just of the major bog slippage that we had on the Tyrone-Donegal border at the Meanbog wind farm. And that has impacted on the Mournbeg River, which is a major tributary to the Derg River, a renowned fish and salmon watercourse. Minister, what work will you do in order to ensure that we have that cooperation with the authorities on both sides of the border to minimise the impact of that bog slippage on both fauna, floral and the fish stocks of the Mournbeg River?
Well, of course, the Lux Agency, which is a cross-border body, has been engaging, as has NIEA, in investigations since this slippage has occurred. Quite astonishing. I watched a video of it, and it was quite astonishing to see the amount of material just moving slowly but inexorably. And I know that Donegal County Council have organised a meeting today. My officials will be in attendance at that meeting, as this is something which has a material impact on both sides of the border. And it is quite clear that the rivers have been affected by large amounts of peaty soils coming into the rivers. At this stage, the oxygen levels within the rivers are still high, which is good. However, fish gills can become contaminated with high levels of peat and consequently die from that source. So there has been small levels of fish kill identified at this stage, but that does not mean that is going to be the case. It is not particularly easy to identify just at this stage, given the amount of peat and so forth that's in the water, given the high levels of water at this point as well. But all of those things will be investigated in due course, and we will continue to work with the authorities in the Republic of Ireland on this matter.
I call Patsy McGlone.
And thank the Minister for his answers so far. In relation to the statement, I know heavy emphasis has been placed on the exchange and cooperation of information on marine bathing waters, rivers and the lakes. Could the Minister advise, please, just what cooperation has happened on the specific issue of the strain of COVID that has been identified in Denmark in mink? And as we know, these mink inhabit certainly our waterways and rivers, and if there has been collaboration between both departments, what that is.
Well, we suspect that the problem with wild mink is less of an issue because they haven't come into contact with humans. In general, the problem is with farm mink. Now, there are 3 mink farms in the Irish Republic. There hasn't been any here since 2002. The keeping of mink was banned for fur, but that practice has continued in Ireland, and consequently there are 3 farms of farm mink, which I believe are going to be run down over the course of the next year. So it is a matter for health authorities in the Republic of Ireland to keep a close eye on that circumstance. I believe that there's some 17 million mink in Denmark, and originally it had been planned to have an immediate slaughter of them all. I don't think that is now the case. However, it is an issue of significant concern because a lot of effort and money has been expended on developing vaccines. We know that one is virtually ready to go. We know that another one is going to be coming very shortly after that. But it would be of significant concern if a different mutation of COVID happened through the mink, and consequently those vaccines then were not fit for purpose as a result of that. So it is something that I believe that any country that has mink farms needs to be acting very responsibly about at this moment in time. My preference would be that the mink farms would cease to be in existence.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Minister, thank you very much for your statement and answers so far. Minister, can you tell me what cooperation there's been with regarding cross-border fly tipping, particularly from homes around the border areas, because much of the waste from homes is dumped in Northern Ireland because there's an expense to have this waste collected from the homes in the Republic?
The member puts her finger on a problem which is more of a problem emanating from the Republic of Ireland than it is from here, because obviously within our rating system, one of the benefits that people have is that their waste is collected. So therefore, the issue of fly tipping, it arises, but not to the same extent. And it is a matter for local authorities in the first instance to deal with fly tipping. But as certainly issues around waste in general, we will press very hard and do have a level of cross-border cooperation but press that as much information as possible flows to each side so that people involved in the illegal tipping of waste are caught and prosecuted for their activities.
I call John Blair.
Speaker, can I also thank the Minister for the statement and the detail in that, including that which is reassuring, such as the cooperation envisaged on marine waters, as well as the joint programme of enforcement and collaboration on environmental crime. Can I ask in that regard how the proposed Office of Environmental Protection, with only one Northern Ireland representative, can play a part in intergovernmental arrangements already making progress here?
Well, the Office of Environmental Protection will be delivering on the same standards as currently exist under the EU and which are currently monitored by the European Commission. Therefore, the standards that exist in the Republic of Ireland will be the same standards that exist in the United Kingdom until the United Kingdom takes legislation which may produce different standards. Those may be higher standards or they may be lower standards, but that is a matter to be debated by the UK Parliament or indeed by this Assembly should we wish to change standards. But at this moment in time, the standards will be the same, and the Office of Environmental Protection will have that role to ensure that the standards that have been set are standards that are implemented right across the United Kingdom after it leaves the European Union.
I call Harvey.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your answers thus far. We're back to waste again, and it's just wondering what commitments have been made to ensure greater enforcement measures have been put in place to stop illegal waste practices. Thank you.
Well, clearly there's a series of rules relating to waste and in terms of the tipping of waste and illegal management of waste. And really, it is a matter for the courts in terms of how they actually use the fine process that is available. There is substantial opportunities to fine individuals who are involved in the illegal management of waste. We all know that there is substantial money to be made in the illegal management of waste. Our department has a polluter pays principle, so those people caught in dealing with illegal management of waste, we will be ensuring that they pay for all of the costs associated with properly disposing of it. So there's a series of measures there, but I would accept that those measures may be made stronger because people are still involved in this sector. So whether it's enforcement of it or whether it is actually the fines that are imposed, we need to ensure that what is done is enough to put people off engaging in this activity.
Can I, just given the recent discovery of 2 birds, a swan in Derry and a falcon in Limerick with bird flu, can I ask the Minister what are the contingency plans within the department here in the north in the event of an outbreak of bird flu, and then subsequently what's the level of cooperation across the island to monitor the situation?
Yeah, it's very concerning, and there's been a couple of outbreaks in England. Obviously, the one in Limerick and the mute swan that was picked up in Lochbeg. And that's a matter of significant concern to us, because the poultry industry in Northern Ireland is worth around £900 million. It employs directly 5,500 people. So it is an industry which is hugely important to us. I should say that every keeper of birds are supposed to register with DAERA, so that even if that's only 2 or 3 chickens scratching about in your back garden, they're supposed to be registered. DAERA have a website set up which identifies how you best manage your biosecurity arrangements. DAERA has been escalating through the veterinary section its response, and we are not at the point yet where birds should be closed up, but nonetheless we are pressing and impressing upon people the need to take all of the biosecurity steps that they should, and have been indicating very clearly what those biosecurity measures are. So fundamentally, the most important thing that a chicken farm or any keeper of poultry at this minute can do is to manage their biosecurity particularly well. And if we believe that then we need to move to that next stage of closing up the free-range birds, then that's a step that we'll recommend in the not-too-distant future if that's required.
I call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his statement and his answers so far. The Minister made reference to the implications of the withdrawal from the EU and preparations for the end of the transition period. But what are the implications for Northern Ireland if there are no preparations ready to hit the ground running come the end of the transition period?
Well, I can assure the member that there has been a lot of preparation. It's a little difficult to prepare sometimes for something and you don't know what you're preparing for, and therefore the conclusion of the negotiation is something which is absolutely critical. I believe that may take place this week. I believe that's the aim, but there's still outstanding issues, particularly in state aid and on fisheries, which are the two issues which seem to be preventing a trade deal at this stage. For Northern Ireland, there are particular issues of concern which arise through the implementation of the protocol. Firstly, seeds that are imported to Northern Ireland from Scotland. In fact, seeds that are imported to all of Ireland, mainly from Scotland, around 90% of seed used. That is currently a problem around the importation as a result of the protocol. There's another group called PMR, and that relates to minced beef, to processed meats, and accounts for up to 30,000 tonnes of meats imported every year into Northern Ireland. As things stand, that would stop immediately on the 1st of January, so that isn't even a matter of having an export health certificate. You just don't import it, full stop. So if one takes, for example, your lasagnas in Iceland, and in fact many of the products you would get along our supermarket shelves or on our shop shelves would become empty. And that is purely a matter for the European Union in terms of how they respond. I would add further, there is the issue of the importation of both red meat, which is around £250 million per year, and indeed a considerable amount of chicken, white meat, which is imported to Northern Ireland, processed in Northern Ireland, and in the main goes back to GB. There are issues around that, and these are all issues which we really need to be sorted this week, and we need to get solutions to this. It is not about damaging the single market or reducing the quality of things within the single market. It needs to be stressed, but it is hugely detrimental to Northern Ireland, both at a consumer level and at a business level, if we cannot get these issues resolved, and will have serious implications for Northern Ireland. The Executive is aware of it, and the Executive have mandated myself to write on its behalf to the European Union on this issue to see that and to impress the need of getting these matters resolved to everybody's satisfaction.
I call the Chairperson to the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Declan McAleer.
Thank you, Ceann Comhairle. Minister, in paragraph 9 of your statement, you made reference to the importance of clean air. I wonder, could you update us? Has there been any progress made on developing a clean air strategy discussion document for here, and indeed on a cross-border basis? Thank you.
I thank the member for the issue, and we did discuss the issue of clean air and where cooperation could take place. The discussion document that we're working on clean air is one that we will certainly be intending to bring to the Assembly this year, and therefore have it go out to the public so that we can have that consultation process taking place on clean air. Very important matter, particularly for those who are living within cities.
I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his statement. The Minister's statement refers to greater cross-border work on increasing water quality. In this regard, such collaboration will absolutely be essential in investigating and mitigating against the environmental damage caused by the peat landslide that the Minister referenced at Mean Bog, which has caused contamination of the Mournbeg River and local waterways. I visited yesterday, Minister, with Councillor Stephen Edwards, and there is a clear amount of anxiety amongst my constituents in Cleator, Ahiarn, Castleaird and Ardstraw. Can the Minister outline what actions his department has taken to reassure the public in that area that his department is doing everything possible to mitigate against contamination of these waterways, and whether he knows the root cause of the slippage problem? Thank you, Minister.
I thank the member for the question. On the 13th of November, around 1:30, NIA were informed of a landslide at a peat bog adjacent to the Mournbeg River in Donegal. NIA contacted Northern Ireland Water and the Lochs Agency regarding the event, and in response, Northern Ireland Water have shut down their intake of raw water from the River Derg as a precaution. As the incident occurred on the southern side of the border, the investigation and the initial response to the event is the responsibility of the Lochs Agency, and they have been on site investigating the matter. NIA tasked a water quality inspector to assess the impact on the Mournbeg and Derg rivers on Saturday morning. The initial assessment showed that the oxygen levels have not been suppressed, but that the high levels of suspended solids was affecting aquatic life, including a fish farm business. Lochs Agency were working with the owners to mitigate the impact, including the deployment of aerators.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his statement. I would be grateful if the Minister could provide some further detail on the LIFE projects referenced in paragraph 7.
In terms of the LIFE projects that we mentioned, there's a number of them have taken place. I'm just checking here. Yeah. Those have been achieved through working with both government departments, agencies and partnerships operating in both jurisdictions. And those LIFE projects have environmental priorities. There's a small number of them, and I'll write to the member detailing them or giving him the detail of the projects so they can get fully updated on it. Thank you.
I call Caoimhe Archibald.
And I thank the Minister for his statement and responses to questions so far. The Minister will be well aware that ammonia emissions are a particular issue here, not just in the north but across the island. There will be a debate on the issue later this afternoon, and there's been work going on to inform an ammonia strategy. So I was just wanting to ask the Minister when we can expect publication of the draft strategy.
Again, that is at the latter stages of preparation and will be produced before the end of this year. Ammonia is an area of significant concern for us. We know that most of ammonia is produced on farms, and therefore there's a course of actions that need to be taken to reduce the levels of ammonia as we continue to increase our agricultural output. It is important that we support industry to increase its output, but that is done in a way which is less harmful to the environment. And one of the things that we want to do is to ensure that over the course of the next number of years, the ammonia outputs on farms is reduced, and there are ways and means of doing that. And one of those means is through low emission spreading equipment. We've just recently launched a grant which will support a number of things, but as priorities or people will get additional points in terms of that grant for such equipment, for the covering of tanks, for better separation of slurry and slurry scraping. And so there's a series of measures there that we're already working on, which will help to reduce, if I get more funding, there is the opportunity of making a much more significant reduction in ammonia, so that is an area of work that we will continue to impress upon.
I call Sheerin.
Thanks the Minister for his statement and for the questions he's answered thus far. Minister, could you provide an update on the joint programme of cross-border collaboration and enforcement in regards to tackling environmental crime?
Well, at our meeting, the Ministers agreed that continued cooperation in 5 key areas of mutual benefit to both sides and future development would be potential, and that involved environmental research and reporting, environmental protection and sustainable development, water and waste management, wastewater management, waste management in a cross-border context, and EU funding. And so we're encouraging in all of those things sustainable development, encouraging cooperation sharing, cooperation exchange information on marine issues, cooperation and collaboration on water and wastewater service areas, and the promotion of a circular economy, and a joint programme of enforcement and collaboration on tackling environmental crime and cooperation with a view to maximising drawdown of EU funding. So environmental crime is very much a key area within those areas of cooperation.
Call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, thank you for your statement. It contains an update on EU funding, including existing Interreg funding and also Horizon funding looking forward. What it doesn't mention, Minister, and it would be good to get your thoughts on it, is the European Green Deal, which is an enormous multi-year plan of investment by the European Union in the transition to lower carbon economy. Given, for example, large parts of Northern Ireland's energy generation sector will remain in the EU transmissions scheme, given some of the potential benefits from the protocol, notwithstanding the issues he described earlier, can he ask his officials to look and work with theirs on the other side of the officials on the other side of the border at potential benefits from for Northern Ireland projects from what could be a £20 billion plus just transition fund in terms of green transition? This is somewhere where we might be able to benefit. Can I ask the Minister to really look at the European Green Deal and figure out how Northern Ireland could benefit from it?
Well, obviously some funding continues to go on in spite of the fact that the UK has left the European Union, and certainly funding will go on to 2023 as set out in the statement. With consideration of the ETS scheme, that is one where we are paying into very heavily, close to £60 million a year, and around £60 million per year. And as two new schemes, as a new scheme will be set up for UK under that, but only around 18% of our payments will go to the UK scheme. The other 82% will go to the EU. I should say that over the course of the years, we have never drawn down any monies back from the ETS scheme. As a result of them having a 3 project rule per country, and we haven't, given that the UK is quite a large country, it hasn't benefited Northern Ireland. So we're asking the question, will Northern Ireland have its own status as a country in this instance, because Northern Ireland remains part of this ETS scheme outside of the UK, in which case that would allow us 3 schemes per year, or 3 schemes to bid for, and that would be hugely progressive if that was the case. However, we haven't had the benefit in terms of the emission trading scheme thus far that I'd like to have seen, and I think that Northern Ireland has many wonderful opportunities in terms of hydrogen, in terms of how we manage our carbon, how we can better capture it and so forth. And I think that it would be good if the European Union would identify that Northern Ireland could access the status of its own country and consequently be able to draw money from the scheme.
I call Seán Lynch.
Can call you. I thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, what assurances can you offer to the many organisations who have contacted myself and other MLAs regarding the replacement of lost EU funding as we come to the end of the transition period?
Well, there's been a rollover of funding through to by the UK government, and therefore that funding that is currently in place for the environmental sector continues to be in place as we go forward.
I call Clare Bailey.
Thank you to the Minister for the statements and for bringing them forward in a timely manner. That was much appreciated as well. Thank you. I know members have made give you questions on enforcement, but I want to go further. Minister, has there been a level of discussion around how we deal with transboundary environmental breaches under existing EU directives post-transition? And I know that, for example, ammonia was brought up already, but it's certainly not the only issue. So when we know ammonia, that we're not meeting our EU directive targets under that, but that's not the farmer's fault, that's certainly not the chicken's fault, that's the result of policies. So how are we going to meet those targets post-transition across the island?
There's a whole series of issues in and around environment. So, UK government has set out its policy of being carbon neutral by 2050, and that sets significant challenges, and you'll not achieve carbon neutrality without significant investment, and that's just a reality. So people need to put their money where their mouths are when it comes to the environment, and that's one of the things that I will be raising at an executive level as to how all of our departments pull together to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and what investment is required to achieve that. So, for example, agriculture, energy and transport account for just over around 70% of the emissions. So consequently, we need to have significant investments in those areas. Energy has demonstrated that there has been significant reductions in its carbon. So we are looking at over 40%, about 45% of our energy coming from renewable sources now. However, some of that energy isn't appropriately captured, so we need to ensure that we have the capacity to capture all of the energy that is produced. Transportation, COVID has demonstrated that people do not need to travel as much. Those of us who were on the roads this morning will have noticed that there is considerable reduction in the number of vehicles on the roads. If you drive past our government car parks, you'll notice a considerable reduction of vehicles in the car parks. So there is opportunities to do more working from home, and there is the opportunities of using the electric car system plus more fuel-efficient cars. The only caveat I have about the electric cars is how they're used at end of life and the other materials that are used in the production of those vehicles to ensure that there isn't another kind of environmental damage done as a consequence of that. But there is those opportunities in transport. Agriculture is a huge issue, particularly for Northern Ireland, which is producing more than 10% of the food that the entire United Kingdom produces. And how do we actually manage that in a way which reduces the amount of emissions? So we did speak about ammonia. I want to look at issues around nitrogen and about phosphates and how we can actually better manage the materials and nutrients that are excreted so that can be used for something other than just straightforward slurry, which is being applied to land. That will involve investment. And there's just a whole series of things. Now, in terms of this, I'm very happy to cooperate with people in similar areas to ourselves, be that in other parts of the United Kingdom or be that in the Republic of Ireland, because ultimately all of us have very similar problems and therefore our responses are going to be similar. So the research that can be conducted that will allow us to take the appropriate steps in terms of our environmental management is research that I am happy to support and work with and cooperate, whether that be with colleagues in the Republic of Ireland, Scotland, England or Wales. I'm very happy to cooperate with other colleagues in identifying solutions that we can all apply in delivering a better environmental outcome.
I call Jim Allister.
Could I take the Minister back to the Interreg 5A programme? Now that we've left the EU, would the Minister remind the House of the funding formula for Interreg 5A? And would he also remind the House about the match funding aspect with an indication of what that's going to cost the public purse here in Northern Ireland?
I don't have the figures to hand in terms of the match funding that is required under ADJOURNMENT 5A. I do know that we have been able to fund around £89 million worth, or euros worth of projects over the course of the last 6 years, and that we will be able to continue to access EU money. I know that significant amounts of money have been spent directly and into Northern Ireland. Some have been based on cross-border projects, but it has been something where we have been able to be net receivers of income as opposed to givers, and that is something which I regard as being positive, but that we will continue to work to secure as much of this funding as possible for the environmental benefit that will be arrived and achieved as a consequence of it.
I call Gerry Carroll.
In relation to environmental protection, when I asked the ministers discuss measures about keeping fossil fuels in the ground, my party colleague Bree Smith TD previously brought a proposal to do such a thing in the south, but it was guillotined by previous governments. So was any discussion had about legislation and policies and proposals to ensure fossil fuels are kept in the ground? Thank you.
No such discussion took place, and of course keeping fossil fuels in the ground is something which may be appropriate whenever you have fully identified alternatives to fossil fuels. But sometimes I wonder where people are objecting to extracting fossil fuels closer to home whenever you're importing fossil fuels from regions which are deeply unstable, regions which use the money that they gain from fossil fuels to engage in wars, whether it be cyber wars or wars which involve traditional weapons. So not utilising fossil fuels closer to home is not necessarily something which is good for the environment, but can be very good for people who don't care about the environment and for people who don't care about human rights. And that's something that's of concern to all of us.
And that concludes questions on this statement. Could I ask members just to take a ease for a moment or two, please?
Order members. The Speaker has received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make another statement. Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a statement in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act regarding the 13th meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in the Aquaculture and Marine sector, which was held on Wednesday, the 21st of October. Due to the current COVID restrictions, this meeting was conducted via video conference. The Executive was represented by Minister Nicola Mallon as accompanying Minister and I. The Irish Government was represented by Mr Eamon Ryan, TD, Minister for the Environment, Climate and Communications, who chaired the meeting. The statement has been agreed with Minister Mallon, and I am making it on behalf of both of us. Ministers welcomed the report on the activities of the Lochs Agency, including the ongoing conservation and protection efforts, and noticed in particular the Lochs Agency response to COVID-19. The Lochs Agency strategic direction for new decade, 2020 to 2030, the collaborative work and delivery of a number of conservation, angling and marine tourism projects, and the success of Foyle and Carlingford Ambassador Programme. The Council also welcomed the Lochs Agency continued investment in its scientific fisheries monitoring programme, The Council agreed that the Lochs Agency, the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs and the Department of Environment, Climate and Communications will continue to work together to consider the impact of the UK withdrawal from the EU. Ministers agreed this matter will be kept under review at future NSMC meetings in the sector. The Council approved the Lochs Agency business plans and budget grants for 2017-18, 2018-19 and 2020, and the Lochs Agency corporate plans 2017 to 2019 and 2020 to 2022, which have been completed in accordance with agreed guidance issued by the Department of Finance and Department of Public Expenditure and Reform, and which have been agreed by sponsor departments and finance ministers. These plans could not be formally approved in the absence, previously in the absence of the NSMC. The Council noted the Lochs Agency's annual reports and accounts for the years 2016, 2017 and 2018, which have been laid before the Northern Land Assembly and both houses of the Oireachtas. The Council approved the continuation for a period of 1 year with effect from the 21st of October 2020 of the framework designed to support the Lochs Agency in dealing with emergencies such as a serious pollution incident. Ministers agreed to review the operation of this procedure, including its possible renewal, based on a report from the Lochs Agency and the sponsor departments before 20th of October 2021. The Council noted the Lochs Agency, with the support of the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs and the Department of Environment, Climate and Communications, is undertaking a competitive recruitment process for the post of Chief Executive of the agency. In this regard, the Council noted that the sponsor departments are shortly to seek approval from their finance departments for the recruitment process and the terms and conditions of the post. The Council also noted the recruitment process will be managed by the Southern Public Appointment Service, as agreed with the sponsor departments. Finally, the Council agreed to hold its next Aquaculture and Marine meeting in 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call the Chairperson of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee, Declan McAleer, to ask the question.
I'll ask Concordia and thank the Minister for his statement. The Minister made reference to Lough Foyle in his statement and indeed many references to the Lochs Agency. The Minister will also be aware that the ongoing dispute over the ownership of Lough Foyle is impeding the full remit of the Lochs Agency's work. Does he have any update on how best to deal with this particular dispute? Thank you.
Well, in terms of Lough Foyle, there's issues arising in Lough Foyle which causes problems. So the long-running jurisdictional issue on Lough Foyle is a reserved matter, and it's not within the competence of my department or indeed the Assembly, and can only be resolved by the agreement of the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office in London and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in the Republic of Ireland. And the lack of resolution of the jurisdictional issue has, however, created practical difficulties, as the member indicates, in creating a system for licensing of aquaculture in Lough Foyle, and consequently there is a significant unregulated aquaculture activity. So currently the Lochs Agency has no authority to intervene in this expansion. I have raised my concerns about the unregulated activity with the Northern Ireland Secretary of State and asked for an update on progress made by both governments to resolve the current difficulties. The Minister of State for Northern Ireland has advised me that the UK Government recognises the need to take action to address this illegal activity, and that it remains committed to working closely with the Irish Government over improvements to the management of the lochs. The UK Government is optimistic that progress can be made by both governments on a management agreement in Lough Foyle, which would enable authorities to exercise criminal and regulatory jurisdiction of the bed of the loch. So I very much support the efforts of both governments to progress an agreement which will enable a licensing regime within Lough Foyle until such times as the jurisdictional issue will be resolved.
I call Harvey.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. And this question is probably in relation to the past one to us. What steps are being taken to ensure illegal oyster treaties are stopped in Lough Foyle, given the impact this unregulated practice will have on the environment? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And the Lochs Agency estimates that there are some 70,000 oyster trestles, which are particularly on the Donegal side of the loch. This unregulated oyster farming is inextricably linked to the jurisdictional issue, which we've just dealt with, a reserved matter which is not within our competence. The unregulated activity, however, creates a number of hazards and risks, including the potential threat to the introduction of non-native species and a threat to the environment generally. Currently, the Lochs Agency hasn't got the authority to intervene. In our own jurisdiction, a lot of the trestles had been set up on land which was owned by the Crown Estate, and we were able to have a large proportion of those trestles removed. Unfortunately, the individuals have moved to the Donegal side and set up the trestles, and there is a considerable issue at that side of the loch on this. There's a clear understanding that the area within Northern Ireland that we have been able to take some degree of enforcement action, and the robust approach prevented the spread of illegal aquaculture development on the Northern Ireland side, and we would encourage very strongly that the authorities in the Republic of Ireland would find a means of taking actions against those individuals who are setting up the illegal trestles.
I call Colin McGrath.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement before us today, and it's very welcome. In towns like Dundrum in South Down, we see native crayfish stocks which are among the finest in Ireland, but now they are becoming depleted. Could I ask the Minister how the North-South Council intends to re-establish a cross-border technical aquaculture advisory service for the whole of the North and not just the cross-border lochs?
Well, the issue that the member raises is an issue which is directly for herself within NIEA, and therefore it's a matter that we would be happy to deal with. If the member wants to write to me, we will certainly correspond with them on how best we can conserve the various species which are in Dundrum Bay, which is a very important and a very sensitive environmental area indeed. Thank you.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Thank you. Minister, how big a problem is there with the illegal fishing, such as poaching, for the Lochs Agency, particularly in the Foyle area, and how many people have been prosecuted for the illegal fishing in this area?
Well, salmon poaching is one of the big issues, and illegal fishing activity and water pollution remains of concern, and the Lochs Agency has seized a significant quantity of illegal fishing material. Seizures by Lochs Agency staff show a fall compared to 2019 figures. So in 2019 there was 303 seizures of items such as boats, nets, rods and fish, compared with 165 seizures to date in 2020. So the breakdown is as follows. Boats and cars, seizures in 2019 2 and 2027. Nets in 2019 31, 2020 30. Other 8 in 2019, 4 in 2020. Rods 47 in 2019, 54 in 2020. Fish 215 in 2019 and 70 in 2020. So that gives us a total of 300 seizures in 2019 and 165 thus far in 2020 to the 16th of October. The agency has instigated a significant number of prosecution cases stemming from these enforcement actions. The agency has also collaborated with the police services in Northern Ireland and in Garda Síochána and other enforcement agencies to secure convictions.
I call John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, and can I thank the Minister for the statement. We are, Deputy Speaker, more than ever in a time when we need workable solutions to complex jurisdictional issues. I note there are frameworks in place to deal with emergencies. We've been reminded in recent days of the importance of that. But can I, on a different theme, ask if there's also a refreshed or renewed effort to help promote the tourism product on this island, which might, for example, examine interchangeable or transferable angling licences to assist in the post-COVID recovery?
Well, I think we all recognise that angling has traditionally been something which has been a huge tourist draw to this jurisdiction, and that's something which we warmly welcome. So our cooperation with tourist authorities in the promotion of that is something which we will continue to engage in. Our cooperation with others in terms of licensing is something that we are happy to engage in to ensure that visitors who come to Ireland, be it Ireland North or South, that they would have as good enough.
William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And in paragraph 4, the Council agreed that the Lochs Agency, the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and the Department of Environment, Climate and Communications will continue to consider the impact of the UK withdrawal from the EU. Can I ask the Minister, has the aquaculture and marine sector any particular concerns in relation to leaving the EU?
Aquaculture less so than perhaps the sea fishing sector, but most of that material won't have issues around the import of goods from GB, and consequently whatever opportunities there is of selling their product, they will be able to sell it both in GB and indeed the single market. So those issues would be of less concern in terms of the aquaculture section than they would be in, for example, the deep sea fishing, where there are still issues outstanding, where fish caught perhaps in UK waters outside of the Northern Ireland zone would then be regarded as imports to the European Union single market, and consequently have to go through a whole series of hoops as a consequence of that. So those issues are still to be resolved in the negotiations that are being carried out. So one hopes that we will get a resolution to that to everyone's satisfaction.
I call Philip McGuigan.
Can I ask the Minister for an update on the readiness of the North's ports for the end of the Brexit transition period, and what will happen should they not be fully ready come that date?
I'm not sure how it's related to this, but temporary facilities will be available from the 15th of December and be in place. So that's the actions that have been taken. The more permanent facilities won't be available probably until the middle part of next year, but the procurement procedures have been started. The companies have been awarded the contracts, and CLUDs are now available for 3 of the 4 sites. So work will probably be commencing on those in the not too distant future, but there will be temporary measures put in place to ensure that food enters Northern Ireland, irrespective of the protocol.
I call Sinead Ennis.
Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for his statement, and can I ask the Minister what assurances can he give that Lochs Agency will continue to receive EU funding post-Brexit?
Well, Lochs Agency will continue to apply for funding from whatever sources, and in terms of that, the key sources will be ourselves and indeed the Irish Government. In terms of particular projects, there will be opportunities to apply for EU funding, and it is likely that we will continue to do that in terms of the funding that is drawn down. The Lochs Agency has been involved in a series of projects. So, for example, Interreg 5A, there was a sea monitor project which delivered €4.6 million, and that is into a unique marine research project studying the seas around the island of Ireland and Western Scotland, using innovative tracking technology to better understand and protect vulnerable marine life. It also is a project partner in other EU projects called SWELL, which is a €35 million project, and Catchment Care, which is a €13.7 million project. The agency is projected to bring in around £700,000 in Interreg funding in 2020, out of its total budget of €5.475 million. And we've been reassured by the assurance from the 2 governments and the European Union to continued funding of Interreg 5A, allowing the projects to reach their conclusion in 2023, and the development of a new Peace Plus programme from 2021 to 2027. And these will focus on a range of nature-based solutions and other initiatives to support environmental protection, sustainable economic activity and climate action.
Call Patsy McGlone.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers. In relation to the expansions at the points of entry, Minister, can you advise, has there been any consultation with the Lochs Agency around any potential for impact, be it environmental or other?
I'm not sure if there has. There may well have been. There shouldn't be an impact because the goods that are being brought in will be goods that have been brought in for many years. The impact is on the end user, the consumer, with potential additional cost, and that is something that we need to remove, and it is something that the European Union needs to take account of. So, insisting on export health certificates, for example, for food, which is going to end up on shelves in shops in Northern Ireland, those goods will do no violence whatsoever to the single market. So why does the European Union want to produce additional costs and additional bureaucracy and onerous burden on those businesses, which will inevitably be passed to consumers in Northern Ireland, some of the consumers with the lowest disposable income in the UK, as a consequence? So it is important that we all continue to drive the message home to the European Union that in these negotiations they need not to introduce things which will going to create additional burdens to consumers and businesses in Northern Ireland, particularly those things which will have no impact, zero impact on the credibility of the single market.
Call Mike Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, and I thank the Minister for his statement. With regard to paragraphs 7 and 8 and the decision to extend the Loch Agency's framework for emergencies by 1 year only to allow for a review, does the review suggest that there are concerns that the current framework is not fit for purpose?
Thank the member for the question. I would suggest that rather than saying that it's not fit for purpose, is that we always need to be continually reviewing how we engage in things, and where we can improve on the good practice that currently exists, then we should carry out such improvements. So, you know, the agency has responded very quickly, for example, to the issue around Mournbeg, which is critically important that they do, and we need to get as good an outcome as possible in the circumstances where we have this major pollution incident in that area. And I'd have to say that the agency would appear thus far to have responded very well, but that in terms of all of these things, it's always good to review what you have been doing, the practice that you've been involved in, and if you can improve it, certainly we always need to look at how we can improve.
I call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement and his answers so far. Could I ask the Minister, has there been any Loch Agency response to salmon farming? Have any discussions taken place to investigate possible pollution and disease through this activity and the impact it may have on wild salmon during their migration to Northern Ireland rivers?
Salmon farming is certainly an issue of concern for many jurisdictions. It is something which is not as significant activity here as it would be in some other jurisdictions. So consequently, those concerns wouldn't have come to the fore to the same extent. But certainly, salmon itself, the wild salmon, is a wonderful resource to have. It is a resource that has been diminishing in Northern Ireland over a period of time. We have never quite got to the bottom of the reason for it. So some of our high-quality salmon rivers don't have as many salmon as they would previously have had. And therefore it is important that we continue to identify how best we can ensure that that salmon stock is maintained, and ultimately we turn the tide and it increases in years to come. Salmon is something which draws tourists from far and wide, where you have quality salmon fishing, and therefore our focus needs to be on that particular source as opposed to salmon farms, which have a much more limited financial return and environmentally are much more challenging for us.
I call Liz Kimmins.
Good pre-class Can Corlin, and I thank the Minister for his statement. Can I ask what work is being done to ensure that fishermen from north and south will have access to all the island's waters post-Brexit?
Well, clearly that's a matter for both jurisdictions in terms of its fishing rights and licensing. Currently, licences are very cheap here in Northern Ireland. I think around £20. So people who want to engage in fishing can engage in that sport for a relatively modest cost, and that's something which we want to encourage people to get out into the countryside. It is an activity where most of the fish are actually returned to the waters once again by most of our anglers, and they do it just for the enjoyment of getting out into a river area, out into the open air, and engaging in that activity that they enjoy.
I call Cathal Boylan.
Could I welcome the Minister's statement? Just, Minister, in paragraph 3 it mentions the Loch Agency's response to COVID-19. Can you detail the nature of that response and its impact?
Yeah, the agency is engaged in ongoing efforts, particularly with regard to providing a safe environment for its employees, but also stakeholders and members of the public, while continuing to deliver a valuable public service in difficult times. Fishery protection staff, who play an important role in protecting our shared natural resources, returned to full operational duties since the 18th of May, and a full range of statutory scientific surveys have recommenced. The Loch Agency's goal is to offer a hybrid model of working which facilitates a blend of home and office working with ongoing monitoring and adherence to public health guidance. Riverwatch Visitor Centre remains closed. The delivery of capital projects has recommenced where possible, with all projects being kept under constant review.
I call Matthew Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could I ask the Minister, first of all, whether the Lochs Agency has had an increase in funding to deal with the consequences of Brexit, and if so, can he give us the quantum? Secondly, could I ask him if conversations were had around the fate of our eel fisheries, particularly in Loch Ness, who obviously would see their main market decimated if there was not a comprehensive deal with the EU? Were Loch Ness eel fisheries mentioned, and what are the latest conversations he's had with that sector?
Loch Ness eel fishery wasn't mentioned in this context because obviously it isn't part of the agency's remit. That is solely within this jurisdiction, and it rests with all of the other arguments that I've been placing with the European Union, with the UK government negotiators for the well-being of our people who are selling product, both to GB and the European Union. I don't believe that there has been additional funding awarded to the Lochs Agency for Brexit issues.
I call Clare Bailey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I want to focus again on issues of transboundary environmental breaches of existing environmental laws, and to be specific with regard to the aquaculture and marine breaches. I mean, we know, for example, in the Northern Ireland stats that 78% of our shellfish water bodies now fail water quality standards for E. coli, for example, and also that there has been a decline in freshwater birds by up to 42%. Minister, are these statistics collated island-wide, so as we can know the full extent across this island to come up with strategies to deal with that transboundary going into the future?
Yes, thank the member for the question. At the meeting, the agency reported on the number of pollution incidents over the past 5 years. There's been a total of 210 incidents dealt with in 2020 to date, compared with a total of 252 in 2019, so that gives the member a feel for the number of incidents. I'm concerned about the number of serious pollution incidents in our rivers. I believe that the Lochs Agency has a responsibility to work closely with the local community, both here and in the Republic of Ireland, to reduce pollution and the inevitable fish kills in the Foyle and Carlingford catchment areas.
Allister.
Thank you. Minister, correct me if I'm wrong, but is it the case that the Lochs Agency has been without a chair for over 2.5 years, without a chief executive for over 3.5 years, yet I see no reference to any of that in the statement? And more than that, is there a problem in the agency with absentee board members? I refer to the fact that the minutes of the Loch Agency suggest that Mr Ian McCrae, formerly of this parish, who receives something like £6,000 a year to be a member of the Loch Agency, hasn't bothered to attend a single board meeting since October 2018. What action has been taken to deal with absentee board members?
Well, I thank the member for the question, and maybe he wasn't listening whenever the statement was being made. It's not like him. But the Council noted that sponsored departments are to seek approval from the finance departments for the recruitment process in terms and conditions of the post of Chief Executive of the agency, and that a recruitment process is being taken for a Chief Executive. Clearly there have been issues with the fact that there was no NSMC cover for the appointment of either Chair or Chief Executive, but that has been brought underway immediately.
And that concludes questions to the Minister on the statement. Could I ask members to take their ease for a few moments? Order members, the next item of business is the second stage of the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill. And I call the Minister of Justice to move the motion.
Move, Mr. Speaker.
The second stage of the bill has been moved, and in accordance with conventions, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limit on this debate. And I now call on the Minister to open the debate on the bill. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be back here in the Chamber this week. after taking advice from the Chief Medical Officer on the required period of self-isolation after my negative test for COVID-19. And I would just like to put on record my thanks to those members of the House who were in contact with their good wishes over the last week. The bill which I am seeking to move today is designed to help tackle some of the key challenges faced by our criminal justice system. The measures contained within the bill will help tackle delay in the most serious cases which are heard in the Crown Court and will improve the experience of victims and witnesses on their journey through the criminal justice system. The bill, whilst relatively short, deals with a complex area of criminal law, and some aspects are very technical in nature. The clauses have been developed in consultation with the relevant criminal justice organisations to ensure they provide a sound footing on which to implement the necessary reforms. It is important to say at the outset that the principles of committal reform are not new. Powers to directly commit or transfer an accused person from the Magistrates' Court to the Crown Court in certain circumstances are included in the Justice Act Northern Ireland 2015, that I'll be referring to as the 2015 Act from here on. And reforms to the committal process were considered in detail during its passage through the Assembly. There have also been a number of external reports and reviews recommending committal reform, and I want to touch on some of those shortly. But, Mr. Speaker, before getting into the detail of the bill, I want to briefly explain what we mean by committal. Committal proceedings were originally used to collect and record evidence, ensuring that an accused is not sent for trial on indictment in the Crown Court unless there is sufficient legal evidence to justify doing so. However, as committal proceedings have developed, they have become a means for the defence to test the prosecution case pre-trial, often at the cost of adding additional stress to victims and witnesses. Indeed, in his recent review of serious sexual offences, Sir John Gillan said about the committal process that the paucity of cases where any material benefit is achieved for the defendant is completely outweighed by the disproportionate costs and stressful nature of such hearings. More importantly is the fact that precisely the same issues of liability can be dealt with by the Crown Court at an equally early stage. I can see no justification, therefore, for continuing with the present system, which is wasteful of time, costs and resources, where the vast majority of cases will be transferred anyway to the Crown Court. I will, yes.
The Minister, I'm sure, is aware that she has supplied figures in answer to an Assembly question, which indicates that 95.5% in the last 3 years for which figures are available, of all cases, went on committal without the calling of evidence, without a PI, without any delay in that respect. So why does she tell us that this is causing excessive delays and that the defence are testing the prosecution case? Perish the thought. Why does she tell us that these are causing delays? And why does she tell us it's costing money when, if at a preliminary investigation a matter doesn't proceed to trial, it then saves the costs of what would have been the resulting trial?
Well, I thank the member for his question, and I'm happy to deal with the issues he raises as best I can. First of all, in terms of the time it takes for either a preliminary inquiry or a mixed committal, so where there's oral evidence given, on average it takes 6 hearings in the court and 7 for the second. So on a mixed committal, it will be 7 hearings, as opposed to 2 for a direct committal or a written evidence case. So the number of hearings at the court is much greater than the number of cases that it applies to, because it multiplies up on that basis. Furthermore, the Audit Office, and I mean, I wouldn't wish to suggest that Mr Allister wouldn't want to be acutely aware of what happens when it comes to the Audit Office, but the Audit Office have said that committal reform is an urgent necessity in terms of cutting down delay in the justice system. But as I have set out even in the brief point of my speech to date, it is not just about delay. It is about the additional stress that it places on vulnerable victims and witnesses in cases both where those witnesses may be re-traumatised by the experience, for example in cases of rape and other serious sexual assault, or where they may be subject to a degree of intimidation due to it being linked to paramilitary cases. And that has been demonstrated in the number of cases. And I mean, the member makes a good point. If indeed this is so important in terms of testing the evidence at an early stage. Firstly, the evidence can still be tested at an early stage, and if the member allows me to proceed with my speech, he will be reassured of that in due course. But more than that, this is also being used by people who do not want to test the evidence at an early stage. Around a third of people who requested either a preliminary inquiry or a mixed committal hearing on the day of the hearing reverted to written-only evidence. So for those victims included in that cadre of people, they had to spend time stressed and anxious, expecting to have to give evidence, be brought to court and then be told at the last possible minute that they would not be called upon to give evidence. And I think that that goes further than simply wishing to test the case. I think that is about trying to test the mettle of those who are victims and witnesses in such cases. And it isn't, frankly, an appropriate way for defence barristers to behave. It is not, therefore, simply about the evidence. However, if I can move on, Mr. Speaker, committal hearings can proceed in three ways, and I've already alluded to that in response to the member's question. By a preliminary inquiry, called a PE, where written evidence only is provided; by a preliminary investigation, called a PI, where oral evidence is called from victims and witnesses; and finally by a mixed committal, where both oral and written evidence is considered. However, despite the fact that the process is intended to be a screen to ensure only suitable cases proceed to the Crown Court, the vast majority of cases ultimately end up being committed for trial. 2019 figures suggest that of the 1,765 defendants that went through the committal process, only 75 did not proceed to the Crown Court. This means only 4% of cases did not proceed to Crown Court for trial. Given the time to complete a Crown Court case is lengthy, a median of 565 days during last year, it is important that we take all possible steps to reduce delay. I mentioned that there have been a range of external reviews that have called for reform of the committal process, and I think it is important, Mr. Speaker, to highlight just some of those. As part of the Fresh Start Agreement, the Executive committed to implement further measures to speed up the justice system and support victims to give evidence. The 2016 Fresh Start panel report made two recommendations in relation to committal. Firstly, it called upon my department to bring forward legislation to further reform committal proceedings to remove the need for oral evidence before trial. Secondly, it recommended that we should use the measures already available to abolish committal proceedings in respect of those offences most frequently linked to paramilitary groups, including terrorist offences and offences which tend to be committed by organised crime groups. Both of these recommendations were subsequently accepted by the Executive in its 2016 Action Plan. In its 2018 report on speeding up justice, the Audit Office noted that when the criminal justice system does not perform effectively, it can have a significant impact on the lives of victims, defendants, witnesses and their families. Participating in a trial can place an enormous burden upon a person. Numerous stakeholders described to us how involvement in a serious criminal case can effectively put a person's life on hold until its completion. It is critical for these people that cases do not take an excessive amount of time to progress through the justice system and do not have their progress punctuated by administrative delays and adjournments at court. Alongside the human cost of these delays, there is also a waste of public money resulting from inefficiencies. That report recommended that my department should establish an action plan and timetable for the eradication of the committal process. And in the 2018 Without Witness report, the Chief Inspector of Criminal Justice recommended that, once direct transfer to the Crown Court is established for murder and manslaughter cases, the DOJ should ensure that rape, serious sexual offences and child abuse offences be added to the list of specified offences under the 2015 Act. That report concluded that the criminal justice processes in Northern Ireland for handling sexual violence and abuse take too long, are too expensive, and conclude with all too often a failure to deliver an acceptable outcome for victims. The report highlighted the following statistics in relation to cases in which the defendant was charged with only sexual offences. In 2017, 125 out of 127 cases were transferred to the Crown Court from the Magistrates' Court. That's 98%. In 2016, the comparable figures were 170 out of 171 cases, or 99%. And in 2015, it was 164 out of 171, or 96%. The report stated that these figures demonstrate there are limited risks involved in abolishing the committal proceedings in these types of cases, as the vast majority will be transferred anyway. Direct committal would also reduce the anxiety for victims and should reduce delays in case progression. Then, in 2019, in Sir John Gillen's report into law and procedures in serious sexual offences, to which I have already referred, he recommended that my department should make provision for the direct transfer of serious sexual offences to the Crown Court, bypassing the committal process. Looking at all committal proceedings in general, we can see that the vast majority of all cases that proceed through the committal process ultimately end up being committed for trial to the Crown Court. And finally, Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of this year, the New Decade New Approach deal stated that the Executive will deliver committal reform to help speed up the criminal justice system, benefiting victims and witnesses. So it is clear that further reform of the committal process is needed, and supported by all executive parties and by a range of justice partners in terms of taking this forward. As I have said, the principles and policies around reforming the committal process are not new, and as an Assembly we have already legislated for some reform. So why the need for this short, tightly focused bill? It is designed in the main to do three things. Firstly, the bill seeks to get more cases more quickly to the Crown Court. The 2015 Act only provided for murder and manslaughter cases to be directly committed to the Crown Court in certain circumstances. But this bill proposes to expand that list so that all offences that, as an adult, are triable only on indictment will be directly committed. This definition is necessary to ensure that we capture in legislation an appropriate set of offences, and it ensures that the system works for both adults and youth. The group of offences will include serious sexual offences like rape, helping to deliver the Gillen recommendations, and offences that are often but not exclusively linked to paramilitary activity and organised crime, such as firearms, explosives, GBH with intent, and of course murder. This change will contribute to the delivery of commitments arising from the Fresh Start Agreement. The bill also includes provisions to add small numbers of additional offences by way of an order made by draft affirmative resolution procedure, should that need arise in the future. It is also important to note that my department's long-term aim is to completely eradicate the traditional committal process, with all offences being directly committed to the Crown Court. That will take time and further legislation, but it is the right direction of travel and something that external scrutiny bodies say we need to do. The second key objective of the bill relates to the area of oral evidence. The proposals to directly commit more cases will remove committal hearings and with that the option of oral evidence at that stage. But for cases that are not yet directly committed and until direct committal is operational, there will continue to be committal hearings. I have already outlined that oral evidence can be provided at that stage through a preliminary investigation or via mixed committal. Through the Justice Bill 2015, my department previously sought to abolish the option to hear oral evidence from victims and witnesses at a committal hearing. The experience of giving sometimes traumatic oral evidence, particularly under cross-examination, at both the committal hearing and then again at the Crown Court trial, can have a significant impact on victims and witnesses. However, this did not receive sufficient support at that time during the passage of the bill, and instead an amendment was made that ensured oral evidence could only be called if a judge was satisfied that the interests of justice required it. However, as I referred to, in 2016, the three-person panel appointed by the Executive to report on a strategy for disbanding paramilitary groups recommended that the Department of Justice should bring forward draft legislation to further reform committal proceedings, to remove the need for oral evidence before trial. This was accepted by the Executive in its action plan, published in July 2016, and this bill gives effect to that commitment. There will no doubt be those who say that oral evidence at the committal hearing is an important part of the criminal justice process and should be retained, and Mr Allister is one such member and has made that clear today already. To that I say three things. Firstly, it is not just me or my department saying that we should remove oral evidence. We are delivering previously agreed executive commitments flowing from the Fresh Start Agreement. Secondly, and I believe most importantly, I want to do this for victims who will face a committal hearing until the committal process is fully eradicated. I have heard all too often of the impact on vulnerable victims who have to give traumatic evidence not just once but twice as part of our criminal justice process. Last year, cases involving 109 out of 1,765 defendants proceeded with oral evidence at committal stage, either through a PI or mixed committal. On one hand, that's only 6%, so Mr Allister was correct. But this isn't just about numbers and statistics. It is about people. Direct committal of the additional offences I have outlined will remove the need for oral evidence in many of those cases, but for the remainder, I want to ensure that victims and witnesses do not have to go through this process. And we also know, as I alluded to earlier, that in cases for a further 53 defendants, a preliminary investigation or mixed committal proceeding had been planned, only to be changed at a late stage, often on the day, to proceed with written evidence through a preliminary inquiry. As Sir John Gillan noted in his report, committal proceedings are often listed as mixed committal, which then turns into a conventional preliminary inquiry hearing on the morning of the matter, after the complainant has suffered the stress and worry of a court appearance, only to be told they are not required. This is quite unnecessary, and that practice should be strongly deprecated, given the additional stress and delay this process is causing. Besides the obvious impact on victims and witnesses, the preparation and process for these committal hearings can add both delay and burden to an already stretched system. We know, for example, that the number of hearings for a preliminary investigation or mixed committal hearing can average 3 to 4 times greater than those required for a preliminary inquiry, using only written evidence. Thirdly, the final key objective of the bill is to make improvements to the smooth operation of the direct committal process. The 2015 Act provided for a new process in cases directly committed to the Crown Court. Called application to dismiss, this allows the defence to apply to the Crown Court for some or all of the charges to be dismissed on the basis that the evidence is insufficient for the accused to be properly convicted. The 2015 Act allows oral evidence in this process, but to ensure consistency with the objective of victims and witnesses not giving evidence before trial, the bill includes a provision to remove oral evidence in the application to dismiss process. The bill also seeks to introduce a new power for the Director of Public Prosecutions to discontinue proceedings between the case being committed to the Crown Court and the presentation of an indictment setting out the charges for which the accused is to be prosecuted. This is seen as necessary for the operational outworkings of direct committal and is similar to powers that exist in England and Wales. It means that where there is a material change in circumstances of the case, such as new evidence, which leads the prosecution to conclude that the test for prosecution is not met, then immediate action can be taken to discontinue the case without adding additional delays. Following extensive engagement with relevant criminal justice organisations, the bill will also seek to repeal Section 10 of the 2015 Act. This provides that a magistrate's court will directly commit an accused to the Crown Court if they indicate, prior to a traditional committal hearing, an intention to plead guilty. I recognise, Mr Speaker, the benefits to victims and witnesses and indeed defendants of this approach. A number of significant operational complexities and risks, though, have been identified by justice partners, including risk of false release or false imprisonment. It is also an interim measure. Once direct committal is fully rolled out, it would become obsolete. And although it is not possible to quantify with any certainty, it would potentially apply to a relatively small number of cases. On balance, therefore, my department considers that focusing efforts on a more expansive rollout provides a better and less complex basis on which to implement the changes required and speed up the justice system. However, I recognise the benefits to victims, witnesses and defendants of fast-tracking cases where the accused wishes to plead guilty. Therefore, the bill also includes powers where an individual is charged with committing a relevant offence and expresses an indication to plead guilty to allow the Magistrates' Court to order the necessary reports in preparation for the Crown Court. And, Mr Speaker, that answers the third part of Mr Allister's question in relation to the potential transfer of duties onto the more expensive tier of the court system. And finally, the bill will ensure that related offences can be transferred to the Crown Court. No, I won't. I've given the member quite a bit of attention thus far. Transferred to the Crown Court together with relevant offences. I recognise that much of that is quite technical, but it is important so that the reformed processes can operate as effectively as possible. So, in summary, the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill seeks to firstly expand use of direct committal to a wider range of offences, bringing more offences more quickly to the Crown Court. Secondly, it will remove the need for oral evidence pre-trial. And finally, it will smooth the operational outworkings of direct committal. I want to pay tribute to everyone who has helped us in the department to reach this stage, including our criminal justice partners, who I know will continue to work together with us to implement these reforms. I look forward to your support in taking the bill through this Assembly and in keeping it focused on its current provisions, with any material policy amendments being dealt with through a future legislative vehicle. This is another piece of significant legislation from my department. It is a relatively short bill with only 6 clauses, but the changes it proposes will deliver much-needed reform of the criminal justice process, reducing delay and, in my view, the most important thing, improving the experience of victims and witnesses. I commend the bill to the House.
I now call the Chair of the Justice Committee, Paul Gibbon.
Deputy Speaker, and can I too welcome the Minister back in her place and are thankful for the speedy recovery that she's made. Can I also thank, I know she didn't, but her executive colleague Edwin Poots, who kindly offered to take this through today, and indeed the domestic abuse last week. I know the Minister has been able to do it today, but I think it's worth putting on record that there was a willingness to do that, and that's good to see that executive ministers supporting each other in that way. I will indeed, yeah.
I thank the member for giving way, and I will just, I don't normally discuss executive correspondence in the chamber, but I have thanked Minister Poots for that kind offer, and it was very generous of him to make it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Minister. As chairman of the committee, I'm pleased to be able to speak in this second stage debate today on the Criminal Justice Bill on behalf of the committee. A primary objective of the bill, as the Minister has said, is to improve the operation of the criminal justice system by reforming committal proceedings, the procedure that determines whether there is sufficient evidence available to justify putting a person on trial in the Crown Court. In oral evidence to the committee on the 5th of November, Department of Justice officials outlined that the bill will do 3 key things. It will remove the need for victims and witnesses to have to give oral evidence pre-Crown Court trial. It will seek to get more cases to the Crown Court quicker by expanding the range of offences to which direct committal will apply, and it will make some technical amendments to smooth the committal process. In the longer term, the Department aims to abolish the committal process completely. Deputy Speaker, there have been many calls for reform or indeed the eradication of the committal process over recent years. In addition to the length of time it takes for cases to progress through the criminal justice system, one of the key concerns with the process is the impact that it has on victims and witnesses who may be required to give oral evidence at the committal stage as well as at the trial itself. The experience of giving oral evidence can be traumatic, particularly under cross-examination, and has a significant impact. To have to do so twice for the same case does not need to be addressed to improve the experiences of victims and witnesses. Delay in the criminal justice system and the time it takes to progress cases through the system has been a recurring issue and concern for the committee since the devolution of policing and justice back in 2010. The committee was recently advised that reducing delay is one of the biggest challenges facing the justice system and is a priority for the Department, its criminal justice partners and the Criminal Justice Board. Reforming the committal process is a key part of the plan to reduce avoidable delay. In its report on speeding up justice, published in 2018, the Northern Ireland Audit Office suggested that the committal process added minimal value to the progression of cases, whilst imposing demands on victims and witnesses. The report stated that the committal process could effectively amount to, and I quote, a preliminary trial with victims and witnesses required to provide testimony, which they will have to deliver again at trial in the Crown Court. This is, at the least, stressful to participants and may deter them from attending for trial. In its consideration of the implementation plan for the recommendations in the Gillen Review of the Law and Procedures in Serious Sexual Offences in Northern Ireland, the committee learned that the time taken for sexual offence cases was 698 days in the 2019-20 year, compared to 470 in the year 2015-16. And I'm sure all members will agree that this is much too long, and the impact that delays of this magnitude may have on a victim cannot be overstated. A key recommendation from the Gillen Review is that steps should be taken to combat excessive delay in the judicial system, and a specific recommendation in this regard was that provision should be made for the direct transfer of serious sexual offences to the Crown Court. The Criminal Justice Inspection for Northern Ireland also pointed out in its report on the handling of sexual violence and abuse cases by the criminal justice system that in each year, from 2015 to 2017, at least 96% of cases where the defendant's offences are exclusively sexual offences were transferred to the Crown Court from the Magistrates' Court for preliminary inquiries and preliminary investigations. And in Seán view, this demonstrates that there are limited risks in abolishing the committal proceedings in these type of cases, as in the vast majority of cases that they will be transferred. Direct committal will also reduce the anxiety for victims in such cases and should reduce delays in case progression. The Minister again outlined that the Fresh Start panel on the disbandment of paramilitary groups in Northern Ireland recommended that the Department of Justice should bring forward legislation to further reform committal proceedings to remove the need for oral evidence before trial. And indeed, the New Decade New Approach document noted that the Executive would deliver on committal reform. The Committee for Justice considered committal reform as part of its committee stage scrutiny of the 2014 Justice Bill. For those of us on the committee at the time, we will remember it fondly and the debate that took place in the Assembly. But the provisions of that bill, as introduced, aim to abolish the use of preliminary investigations and the use of oral evidence at preliminary inquiries, provide for the direct committal to the Crown Court of certain indictable cases where the defendant intends to plead guilty at arraignment, and provide for the direct committal to the Crown Court of certain specified offences. As members will know, at the time there was a divergence of views in the evidence that the committee received on these proposals. The Public Prosecution Service and Victim Support NI were supportive of the changes. However, the Law Society believed the proposals to be flawed. Having previously undertaken an inquiry looking at the experiences of victims and witnesses of the criminal justice system, the committee was fully aware of the trauma caused to victims by having to give evidence twice. It also believed that measures needed to be taken to address avoidable delay in the system. The committee was therefore supportive of the bill's provisions. However, as members are aware, an amendment to the bill retained the use of oral evidence where the court deemed it to be in the interests of justice. When discussing the principles of this bill and its provisions with departmental officials on the 5th of November, committee members did raise a number of issues, including the likely volume of cases to which direct committal will apply under this legislation, the likely time reduction for such cases to be completed, the likely costs associated with the changes, any legal aid implications and operational complexities, and risks associated with the Section 10 process provided for by the Justice Act of 2015 and the reasons for its repeal in this bill. Officials were also asked to address the argument sometimes put forward that having an oral hearing is useful in sorting out issues and there is only so much that can be conveyed through written papers, therefore it being better to have the opportunity to question in person. Officials responded indicating that while there are arguments both for and against direct committal, and while the numbers of cases that go through a preliminary investigation or mixed committal are small, it is nonetheless a traumatic experience for those who are required to give oral evidence pre-trial, and the recommendations from a number of external organisations and sources indicate that direct committal should be implemented in full. Officials also advised the committee that it is difficult to specify how much time might be saved in progressing cases. While there will be no committal hearing at the Magistrates' Court, which can at times be lengthy, the proceedings in the Crown Court are likely to take slightly longer. In addition, it is difficult to predict cost savings, as it is more likely that there will be a change in the balance of costs between Magistrates' Courts and the Crown Court. There is, however, no expectation for the new procedures being that the new procedures will cost any more overall. The implications for legal aid are still being considered. The committee was also informed that there will be a phased approach to the rollout of direct committal. The initial tranche will be for those cases which are triable only on indictment, which account for 30% of cases annually, and eventually the intention of the Department is that direct committal will apply to all cases that go to the Crown Court. In relation to the repeal of Section 10 of the Justice Act 2015, officials indicated that currently, if a defendant indicates an intention to plead guilty, regardless of the offence type, it would go straight to the Crown Court. However, if they change their mind, they will be returned to the Magistrate Courts. This is a complex matter, and it poses a number of operational difficulties and IT difficulties that produce risks, including the risk that the incorrect application of bail could result in the person being either wrongly released or indeed imprisoned. Given Section 10 only applies to a small number of cases and will become redundant when the traditional committal hearing is removed, the Department has therefore decided to repeal it and include powers in the bill to enable the Magistrates' Court to do a lot of the preparatory work for such cases for the Crown Court. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee will wish to explore all of these issues and others that no doubt will arise during the committee stage of the bill, assuming that it passes second stage today. But on behalf of the committee, we are content to support the principles of the bill. Briefly, Deputy Speaker, we look forward to dealing with this at the committee stage. Members have already indicated some of the points that were rehearsed back in 2014. So I will give a commitment that all of these issues will be given the detailed level of scrutiny that the Justice Committee has shown itself to be very adept at carrying out. So we'll look at all of these issues. I say to the Minister and to the Department, as we get into the committee stage, it's vital that the Department engages with the committee during the period in which we are having committee stage. I said it on the domestic abuse bill, I say it again, when a department introduces a bill, it then becomes an assembly bill, and it is this assembly that takes the final decisions. So therefore, when members bring forward amendments, as I'm sure some members will do, if they bring forward other issues that could be deemed within the scope of this bill, it's vital that the department engages at that stage and doesn't leave it to the 11th hour should members want to bring forward amendments. And I would encourage, if there are members wanting to bring forward amendments, do it early to allow the committee to carry out its scrutiny work. Obviously, you retain the right to do that once the committee has reported, but it makes it a lot easier for members of that committee to have a considered position if during the scrutiny stage that evidence is brought to the committee, and that goes to the department and it goes to other members as well. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I now call Linda Dillon, and I may need to interrupt because we are approaching question time starting at 2 o'clock.
I'll get Seán Lynch, and I can assure you you'll not have to interrupt because I will be finished before question time. Thank you, and I want to thank the Minister for bringing this bill forward. Whilst, of course, as the Chair has already outlined, it will be scrutinised in much greater detail as it progresses through the legislative process. And I have to say this has been a steep learning curve for me. I've just been through the domestic abuse bill, which is my first ever piece of legislation, and we have a number of pieces of legislation coming through the committee. So I think that's a positive thing. I think it's a good thing. That's what this House is for. We're here to make legislation and to try to make the best law we possibly can. So committal proceedings are held to determine whether, in the case of more serious offences, there is sufficient evidence to require a defendant to stand trial. This can include the taking of oral evidence, as has already been alluded to, from victims and witnesses, which means they have to give further oral evidence again at a trial. So there is a huge risk there in terms of re-traumatisation, and we have spoken on many occasions in this House already around the need to support victims and look after victims and have a victim-centred approach in everything we do. So we should be doing whatever we can to try and reduce that trauma to victims, and I'm hopeful that this Committal bill will go some way to dealing with that. The proposals to streamline... Yes.
I understand entirely the sentiment that the member is expressing, but this debate hasn't lasted very long, but already every member who has spoken has fallen into the trap of, before you get anywhere near conviction, we're talking not about alleged victims, we're talking about victims. At the stage of committal, the stage until the jury says guilty, there is nothing but an alleged victim. So I don't think we should allow that to cloud our judgment in the manner in which it seems to be clouding judgments.
Thank you, and I accept what you're saying, and that's absolutely why we will scrutinise this as a committee, and we will speak to everybody during that process. It won't just be alleged victims, it will also be those from a background such as your own, Mr Allister, and I appreciate that you may have a different and more detailed understanding. Yeah.
I thank the member for giving way. Would she agree with me that part of the process of speeding up justice is also for those who are alleged perpetrators, for those who are defendants in a case, who are not guilty but have that hanging over their head for a more protracted period of time if justice isn't swift?
Absolutely, and I would also say for perpetrators, it's not only over their heads that it hangs, it's over the heads of their families. And even where they are guilty of something, their family has done nothing wrong, and I think a protracted process does not help anyone in relation to these issues.
Could I ask the member to ensure she's speaking to the microphone so that her comments
Apologies, yes. So the two main purposes, obviously, of the bill are something that we as a party would support. So in terms of the intent and the principles of the bill, at this stage, obviously, without going through the scrutiny process, we won't be taking a final position. But at this stage, around removing the option of calling on alleged victims and witnesses for oral evidence in advance of a trial, and then secondly, the issue around speeding up the time for progressing to Crown Court cases. It's vitally important that the wider justice system supports victims of crime through every stage of their journey through the system. And this bill is one piece of the puzzle in terms of how we can do this by removing the need to give oral evidence more than once. This, along with shortening the time taken for that journey to be progressed, are major cogs in the process of how we can properly support victims in the process. The Department do, however, have a responsibility to ensure that victims are put at the front and centre of this bill, and any other measures which are designed to improve the system for them. And I would like to think that in developing this bill, the Minister and her department have engaged with victims and victims' organisations who represent the victims, and that she has got their support. As a member of the committee, I'm sure I can safely speak for other members when I say the best interests of victims and alleged victims will be our priority in terms of scrutinising this legislation. I would certainly be keen to engage with all, and that includes those from the legal background and the bar, which obviously had some issues in terms of previous bills that have come before the House. I would also be keen to hear some figures from the Minister in terms of the expected outcomes of this bill. For example, we know that there is a major backlog in cases and that the time taken to deal with serious criminal cases is already far too high. But we need to hear additional in relation to the figures, and I accept it's not all about figures, it's very much about people. But we do still need, we are a public body that uses public finances, and we also have a real focus on shortening the length of time for cases going through court. So we do need to see some of the figures around this. This issue was, of course, raised in 2015 as part of the Justice Bill, and the 2015 Act provided for more fundamental reforms to the committal process by allowing direct committal of an accused person from the Magistrates' Court to the Crown Court in certain circumstances without the need for the traditional committal hearing. It was considered throughout the course of the 2015 Bill whether to abolish the option to hear oral evidence from victims and witnesses at the traditional committal hearing in the Magistrates' Court. However, this did not receive sufficient support at that time. Since 2015, however, there have been a range of developments which has led us to where we are today, and some of those have already been outlined. So we had the Fresh Start panel report, we've had the NI Audit Office report in 2018 in Speeding Up Justice, the Gillen Review, a number of SIGENI reports and then NDNA. Therefore, although the issue was not resolved in 2015, it has become apparent and clear that the case for further reform of committal proceedings is strong, and therefore my party at this stage welcome the Department moving on this issue. These changes are regarded as key to improving the speed of justice system and delivering on the Executive's priorities outlined in NDNA.
I therefore suggest the House takes its ease for a few moments until then. This debate will continue after there's a further ministerial statement later on, and again a number of urgent questions to follow. But when we resume at that stage, the next speaker scheduled to speak is Seán Bradley. So I ask members just to take their ease.
Okay, members, it's time for questions to the Executive Office, and I call her Leah Flynn to ask the first question.
Caoimhe, I've got question number 1.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 1, 7 and 11 together. The Executive's response to and recovery from COVID-19 continues to be focused on the health and well-being of our citizens, our economic well-being and the revitalising of the economy and our societal and community well-being. The Executive is also placing a particular emphasis on people and families, as we know how important this is to everyone. This means that any decisions on the Executive's next steps will be informed by the impact they will have on us as individuals, families and the wider communities within which we all live. In addition to the financial support mechanisms provided by the United Kingdom Government, the Executive has put in place a range of targeted local schemes aimed at supporting individuals, families, communities and businesses at this difficult time. Going forward, we are committed to ensuring that support packages meet the need of those who are in need of help. Looking into 2021, the Executive has approved a recovery framework which is aimed at progressing a cohesive approach across the whole of Government that will deliver an economic, health and societal recovery which has the citizen at its centre. This work will also complement the longer-term programme for government which is currently being developed and which we are aiming to have in place by April 2021. As our recent statement will advise, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on all of the member administrations was central to the discussion at the British Irish Council Summit on the 6th of November. BIC members shared information on the measures which they have taken, both to contain the virus and to mitigate its impact on health and on their economies. We also recognise the important continuing communication as we all work towards economic recovery while living with and managing the continuing threat posed by the virus.
I call Orlia Flynn supplementary.
Thank the Minister for her answer. Can the First Minister give a commitment that the promotion of positive mental health and the provision of support services for individuals and families who are struggling at the moment, that will be central to any COVID-19 recovery package?
I very much want to thank the member for her question. She will have heard the Chief Medical Officer just this morning talk about the fact that mental health was a continuing pressure for us in the Executive. We are very concerned at the impact that this is having immediately and also in the medium to long term. So we will very much have to put in resources as well as a determination from the Executive to deal with this very real issue. Over the weekend, I was contacted by a family friend of someone who, at 41 years of age, felt that she had lost all purpose in her life because she'd lost her job and she'd attempted to take her own life on 3 occasions. I think that's a very sobering thing to hear, Mr. Speaker, and it's something that we all in this House should be very concerned about. So the answer is absolutely. We will be putting in place mechanisms to deal with what I think I said last week. I was afraid that we were going to face a mental health tsunami. That is a fear that I hold. I know it's something that's shared right across the Executive, and it's something that we will have to deal with.
And I call Clare Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I maybe follow up? COVID didn't create the mental health crisis that we've got, it's adding to it. So could I ask, is there a long-term strategy or acceptance that we really need to deal with our mental health problems in Northern Ireland, not just now, but in the longer term?
Well, I thank the member for that question and observation, because it's something that we identified upon coming back into the Executive as one of our priorities to deal with. It's why we set up the subcommittee of the Executive, which all ministers attend and can attend, to deal with resilience, well-being and mental health provision. We recognised that before COVID-19 hit, and we know now that that has exacerbated the difficulties that we have. And when we meet with groups from across Northern Ireland, albeit virtually at present, we are always reminded of this simmering undercurrent of mental health issues that exist right across Northern Ireland. So absolutely, it's something we recognise was there before COVID, but COVID has exacerbated the mental health crisis, and we very much need to deal with it.
I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the First Minister will be acutely aware of the devastating impact COVID-19 has had on our care homes across Northern Ireland. On the 12th of October, there were 46 care homes with COVID-19 outbreaks, yet on the 12th of November, that number had risen extraordinarily to 143, all at a time when hospitality and close contact services were closed. While we know that testing is one of the best answers to combat the spread, could the First Minister outline what conversations she had with other counterparts across the British Irish Council about ways in which we can ramp up our test and trace capabilities?
I thank the member for that question. Indeed, it is a cause of deep concern to us that the numbers of outbreaks in our care homes continue to rise, despite the very sterling work of our care home staff, and I want to make that very clear. But there is a need for us to have a more robust testing system. The member may be aware that in Liverpool at present there is a pilot ongoing where there's mass testing taking place, and we've had some very good feedback from that testing regime, and it certainly encourages me that we can do something similar right across Northern Ireland. We have a population of 1.8 million, I think it's something that shouldn't be beyond us, and certainly from the Executive Office we believe that test, trace and isolate and the capacity to do that in a meaningful way will very much be part of us trying to deal with the transmission of the virus.
Colin McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, Nicola Mallon on the 3rd of November got the powers to be able to deliver a scheme for the taxi sector, and that scheme opened on the 13th of November, 10 days later. Can the First Minister, as the lead of the Executive, explain why after 4.5 weeks many in the business sector are still waiting on a scheme being opened that they can apply to get much needed finance to give them some form of an income?
Well, can I say to the member, whilst I do welcome the fact that the taxi scheme is now open, it took a considerable amount of time to get there. I say to the members who have been waiting on this funding that we're disappointed that it took such an amount of time to get there, but we're pleased that it has got there now. In terms of the schemes that were put in place to deal with the 4-week what was to be the 4-week intervention, that had to be dealt with from scratch. As I understand it, from the time when the Economy Minister was asked to put it in place, 9 days later the scheme was up and ready and working, albeit just 1 day less than the member is speaking about, and the money is now going out in different tranches. In terms of the LPS scheme, which deals with most of the money that goes out into the community, I understand that it is moving now as well. But of course we would always like to just switch on the button and put the money out immediately. But I'm sure members of this House would be asking us questions about due process and public accountability for money if we didn't do things properly. And of course they're very much entitled to do so, Mr. Speaker. We will do what we can as quickly as we can, but we also have to acknowledge that this is public money that we're dealing with.
Nicole Kelly-Armstrong.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, First Minister. First Minister, I'm delighted to hear that the BIC has been talking together, but I was wondering if there's any coordinated approach to the Christmas holidays and the levels of their restrictions there may be. When we think about young people's mental health and families' mental health, getting our young people back from universities from across the UK would be vital at Christmas time.
Very much thank the member for her question. This was something that we did discuss with other devolved administrations and Michael Gove last Wednesday, because we recognise it is a huge issue, not just for young people but for families right across the United Kingdom and indeed from the Republic of Ireland as well. We will want to make sure that people can come together at Christmas time. So that is an ongoing discussion. I think it would be wise if we had the same restrictions and messaging and communications around that issue so that there's no room for misunderstanding about how people can travel home for Christmas. And I know, for example, already some students who finish their course at the beginning of December will be tested and then they will be allowed to go home and maybe have to self-isolate for a period of time. But those conversations are continuing and I think very much we want to see a coordinated approach right across the United Kingdom.
Allister.
First Minister, today the Health Minister publicly said that he could unilaterally bring in restrictions. Do you agree that he could, and what would be the consequences?
Well, I think it depends on whether you read the 1967 Act on its own or whether you read it in the alongside the Northern Ireland Act, which very clearly says that controversial, cross-cutting and financially significant issues will have to come to the Executive. So whilst he could technically make that decision, I think he would be open to judicial review, let us just say that.
Okay, before we move on to the next question, I'd just like to advise members that it took a number of additional supplementaries there on the basis that we had 3 questions grouped, so that wouldn't be the norm. Paula Bradshaw.
Please. Our officials continue with preparatory work to legislate for the core elements of the rights, language and identity proposals contained in New Decade New Approach. This includes arrangements to progress the Northern Ireland Act 1998 Amendment No. 1 Bill, which provides for the establishment of the Office of Identity and Cultural Expression. We will progress the legislation during 2020-2021 and establish the Office of Identity and Cultural Expression as quickly as possible thereafter. And of course, we will keep the Assembly updated on progress.
Paula Bradshaw, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, First Minister, for your answer. Are you confident that the associated legislation will be on the statute book by the end of the Assembly term? Thank you.
Yes, I am confident. It's part of the New Decade New Approach agreement. Therefore, it's important that the basis on which we came back is followed through upon, not just in respect of this issue, but on a range of issues where our own government, the Irish government, and a range of other people have made commitments. So it's important that we follow through on those commitments.
Paula Bradshaw, supplementary. Sorry. Need to keep up. Doug Beattie.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you will know that I spent 3 torturous years on the Flags Identity, Culture and Traditions Commission and produced a report which is now with the Executive Office. Can I ask, is that report likely to be made public, or is it acting purely as a reference document for the new Identity Office?
So thank you to the member for his question, and can I say I feel your pain in relation to that issue. The report was submitted to us on the 17th of July. It was my 50th birthday present, and I really want to say thank you for it. And in concluding its work, the Commission was very much aware of the content of New Decade New Approach, which I've just referred to. Junior ministers have met with the joint chairs of the Commission, that took place on the 20th of October, to discuss the report and its recommendations. And we're currently considering the content of the report and the appropriate next steps, including a decision on the full publication of the report.
Can the Minister outline her understanding of the relationship between the Office of Identity and Cultural Expression and the offices of the Irish Language Commissioner and the Commissioner to enhance the Ulster Scots and Ulster British identity? Thank you.
So the bills provide for 3 separate appointments: the Director into the office and then 2 Commissioners to lead the 3 bodies, and the office and the Commissioners therefore are independent of each other. But the office may provide support services both to the Irish Language Commissioner and indeed to the Ulster British Commissioner, and I think that it's important to recognise that they should all work together, because if we're serious about representing the plurality of cultures and identity here in Northern Ireland, then there shouldn't be any difficulty with 3 bodies working together.
Patsy McGlone.
Thanks very much indeed, First Minister, for outlining that and your commitment to have the legislation in place within this Assembly term. Will that legislation, as of itself, define the roles of the Commissioners and their function, the office that they have, their functions?
Yeah, well, in terms of the Commissioners, they will be defined in the various pieces of legislation to amend the Northern Ireland Act. As you know, that's the way we're taking this forward, that the Northern Ireland Act will be amended so that these bodies and Commissioners can be set up. So that will be clear in the legislation what the roles are of the 2 Commissioners and indeed of the Office of Identity and Cultural Expression.
Moving on, I call Seán Bradley.
Question 3.
This is a key time for victims and survivors, with preparations for the Victims Payment Scheme progressing, concerns around legacy issues and looking ahead towards the next victim strategy. It is important that we consider all matters fully and move forward in the right way, and we've decided to appoint a new Commissioner for Victims and Survivors. We have instructed our officials to begin the work required to commence the appointment process, and alongside this we have asked officials to consider a terms of reference for a review of the Office of the Commissioner.
Seán Bradley, supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you to the First Minister for that update. Can I also ask the First Minister if she could give an update on the Victims Forum and what appointments have been made to that, if any, and the conclusion stage of that, any anticipated date she has?
Well, the Victims Commission continues in legal existence even without the Commissioner, so that will continue in the interim, and they will work with the Forum. They will interact with the Forum. There hasn't been any fresh appointments made to the Forum, as I understand it, during the time when we didn't have devolution here. That being the case, it may be time also to look at the Forum to see if it is representative of the different strands of victims right across Northern Ireland, and it's something that we will be looking at alongside the review of the Commissioner's Office.
Call Gordon Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the First Minister for her answers today. We all appreciate the urgent need for the appointment of a Victims and Survivors Commissioner. Can the First Minister give us an assurance that the needs of victims will continue to be met until a Commissioner has been appointed?
Yes, thank the member for his question. Indeed, the body corporate of the Commission for Victims and Survivors continues, and the Chief Executive Officer will now be responsible for the day-to-day business of the Commission. And I think it's important to say that they still exist as a reference point for victims. If there are issues, then they should bring them forward to the Commission. And also, of course, the Victims and Survivors Service will also continue to deliver services to victims and survivors throughout Northern Ireland during this time. Unfortunately, it will probably take up to about 6 months to have the new Commissioner in place, just because of the public appointments process, Mr. Speaker. But in the interim, we will certainly want to work with the Commission and the Victims and Survivors Service to make sure that the voice of victims is heard.
I call Gemma Dolan.
And I think the Minister might have just answered this, but can I just clarify, can you outline a timescale for any new appointment of a Commissioner?
Yes, so as I was indicating, this appointment, like so many appointments, is regulated by the Commissioner for Public Appointments, and as such, the process must comply with the Code of Practice for Ministerial Public Appointments, and it's carried out this way to make sure that there is transparency and support for the process, and it may take up to 6 months to complete. And that makes sure that everyone can have confidence in the appointment process, and it will be open and it will be transparent.
Moving on, I call David Hilditch.
Junior Minister Lyons will answer this question.
Mr Speaker, the Castlemara and Northlands wards in Carrickfergus and the Antiville and Kilwater wards in Larne form one of the 8 areas of focus for the Communities in Transition project. 4 projects are currently in delivery in this area under a number of key themes: capacity building, community safety, health and well-being, and arts and culture. Furthermore, a regional project on restorative practice is being delivered in all 8 areas. Whilst COVID-19 had the potential to disrupt delivery, good progress has been made across all projects thanks to the commitment, creativity and enthusiasm shown by delivery partners and officials.
David Hilditch, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Junior Minister, for his answers there. With the COVID, I know these groups have gone well beyond their role, and I thank and congratulate them for that work during the COVID period, which continues on. Can the Junior Minister provide further detail on the work that is being done and the number of people that are being impacted upon in those 4 projects that are being delivered in the Carrickfergus and Larne areas, please?
Yes, Mr Speaker, so I outlined the 4 areas. First of all, community capacity building, and Intercom Ireland is the delivery partner for this project. 12 groups have been recruited, action plans completed and training needs identified, and a range of social action proposals are currently under consideration. Profile has been raised for the project, given the additional requests from individuals requesting to be involved from the community. In terms of arts and culture, Intercom Ireland is also delivering this project, and 33 participants have been recruited, and a handbook has been developed to inform training and development modules on arts and culture skills. Planning is also underway for events in both areas at Christmas. In terms of health and well-being, this project is being delivered by Extern NI, development interventions and specialised support, with a number of referrals for mental health support have already been received. And then in terms of community safety, the delivery partner for this project is Intercom Ireland, and volunteers have been recruited and a community engagement forum established. The Community Safety Forum is in the process of becoming a constituted group, with a community safety survey currently out to residents. And also confirm to the member that all of these projects are taking place in each of the 4 areas that I have listed already. And additionally, a tender competition to deliver a pilot programme on raising aspirations for compulsory school-age children and young people in the area was published on the 30th of October. And as the member will be aware, raising aspiration is really important as we seek to move forward and get our young people to move forward.
Roy Beggs.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to indicate my support for such a programme which empowers the local community to represent their interests and enables them to deal with issues. But does the Minister accept that a separated prison regime helps to perpetuate societal issues around paramilitaries and only serves to give them a warped credibility when in prison and when they leave prison, where they continue to try to exert influence?
Well, I thank the member for his question, Mr. Speaker, and the entire point of the Communities in Transition programme is to try to break that coercive control and move our communities forward. That's very much what this programme is focused on. We can actually see the results that have been delivered already and continue to be delivered. I'm glad that there has been political engagement over the last number of weeks. We had a very useful meeting on the 10th of November with political representatives in the area to see and to hear about the things that have been taking place to end that coercive control and to limit the influence and reach of paramilitary activity. Of course, one programme by itself is not going to tackle this problem, which can be very much deep-rooted in our society. That's why it's incumbent upon all of us to work together in all of the ways in which we can and to speak with one voice against paramilitary activity and the coercive control that they can have within our communities.
Call Philip McGuigan.
Seán Lynch, can I ask the Minister to give an overview on Phase 2 preparations on the delivery of Community and Transitions project?
Mr. Speaker, the Tackling Paramilitary Activity, Criminality and Organised Crime programme is currently due to expire in March 2021. The Executive has discussed and agreed in principle to a further phase of the programme to be delivered over a 3-year period up until March 2024. The Communities in Transition project will be a significant part of the community-facing element in this next phase and subject to confirmation of budget and an ongoing government-wide budgeting exercise. It's hoped that the Communities in Transition project will have an indicative budget of £12 million. The interventions supported through the CIT project have been shaped and informed by communities in response to the very specific issues that manifest themselves in each locality, and the range of interventions continues to deliver much-needed community responses at a time when positive community leadership has never been needed before. Now, we recognise the commitment and innovation that has been shown across the CIT areas at this time and assure our community delivery partners of continued support for their good work. These projects must be given time to be embedded at a community level, but we're already seeing the impact of these interventions, and we must ensure that the necessary time is given to bring about the sustainable change and positive legacy that our communities want to see.
Moving on, I call John O'Dowd.
Question 5.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will answer question 5 and 12 together. Over recent weeks, the UK and EU have intensified their negotiations with the aim of securing an agreement. Discussions on the future relationship have continued since then. For an agreement to be in place for the end of the transition period, we understand that it must be negotiated by mid-November in order for the EU to complete internal processes. We welcome the commitment of both sides to continue discussions. However, we recognise that these talks could still result in a non-negotiated outcome. We are therefore continuing our operational readiness planning to include this possibility. A key challenge for departments in this planning process is the urgent clarity which is needed to implement both the protocol and any agreed deal with the European Union. Our officials have undertaken bilateral meetings with officials from other departments in order to scrutinise readiness issues and identify possible mitigations, including where interventions would be required from the UK Government and assurances around continuity agreements or bilateral agreements. An executive action plan to address high-priority readiness issues is in the final stages of development.
John O'Dowd, supplementary.
The Minister will be aware that before COVID had its devastating economic impact, that we were in recession. And one of the reasons we were in recession was because of the uncertainty around Brexit and the uncertainty faced by our businesses and our employees. Would the Minister agree with me that the worst-case outcome is that we have no deal at the end of these talks, and that would have a further devastating impact upon our economy?
I thank the member for his question. Actually, before COVID hit, the Northern Ireland economy was performing well, and we were pleased to see that happening. But of course, we do need to see an overall agreement reached. We very much encourage the negotiators to find that way forward. We know that there are still some very significant sticking points, particularly around fisheries governance and the level playing field issue. We hope that solutions can be found to those issues in the coming days, because if not, then we will have a hugely significant task ahead of us running up to the end of the year. And the Executive has agreed that there needs to be flexibility shown by others so that we do not reap the harvest of the protocol, which could cause severe difficulties to us, particularly with foodstuff coming from Great Britain into Northern Ireland. So we do ask for flexibility, but we also hope that the negotiations reach a good outcome.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's an almost overwhelming amount of detail for this Assembly and for our economy to process before the end of this year. It's frankly bewildering and scary. So can I ask the First Minister for an urgent update on the volume of primary and secondary legislation that this Assembly will be required to pass before the end of this year, to give us a semblance of preparation? Because at the minute we haven't had really any update from the Executive Office about what this Assembly will have to achieve in the next few weeks, and frankly it isn't good enough.
Well, I don't agree with the member that he hasn't had any idea as to what is expected of the Assembly and Executive. We have been very clear that there will be a number of statutory instruments that will have to be brought forward, and that the different committees are working their way through those statutory instruments. Nobody is pretending for a second that if there isn't a negotiated outcome that this is going to be a very difficult period ahead. Of course it is. But it is very important that we all work together to make sure that we get through this period of time of great uncertainty, so that we can go into next year in a much more positive frame of mind.
Very briefly, Steve Egan.
Thank you very much indeed. May I thank the First Minister for our answers so far. Minister, yourself and the Deputy First Minister wrote on the 5th of November to the European Commission and received for the Europeans a prompt reply, but not a very forthcoming reply. Could the First Minister update us on any further steps the Executive Office is taking to ensure that we do have security of our food supply?
I thank the member for his question, which I think he raised with me in my statement about the British Irish Council last week as well. We felt there was a need to write to the Vice President of the Commission, Mr. Sechkovich, if I get his name right, in connection with the issue around goods coming from Great Britain to Northern Ireland, particularly concerned about the fact that the Joint Committee has not reached agreement on goods at risk. We are now faced with another challenge around pre-prepared meat products, which the European Union is saying there is a difficulty around. The member might recall the famous issue around lasagnas from Great Britain into Northern Ireland. Frankly, it is a nonsense, because as far as I am concerned, the lasagna comes over in a supermarket truck, which goes to a destination in Northern Ireland and is sold in sterling to a consumer. So what is the difficulty? So I hope that there is enough flexibility shown by the European Union to find a solution to this problem. I also hope that they are not using this as a way to get their own way in the main negotiations.
And that ends the period for a list of questions, and we move on to topical questions, and I call Meg Nesbitt.
Speaker, thank you. Could I ask the First Minister, does she support the Women's Policy Group's document, COVID-19, a Feminist Recovery Plan?
I'm very disappointed to tell the member that I haven't read the document, but if he would like to share it with me, he's clearly read it in great detail. I'd be only too happy to come back to him about it.
Meg Nesbitt, supplementary.
I recommend the document to the First Minister, but also I recommend the response from the Civil Service, and would she address the criticisms of the Women's Policy Group to that response, particularly the denial of the fact that there is a gender pay gap and the lack of reference to women, given that 82% of part-time workers are female and therefore most affected by COVID-19.
Well, thank you for raising that issue, and that is an issue of great concern to me, and I believe to other members of the Executive as well, because we know that women are disproportionately hit by the COVID-19 restrictions, the fact that many of them are in part-time, low-paid jobs. The lady I was referring to in my first answer, who was seeking to take her own life because she felt there was no purpose left to her life, I think is something that we should be very, very concerned about. So absolutely happy to follow up with the member on that issue.
Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the First Minister for her answers so far. First Minister, can I ask you, what is your assessment of the likelihood of a deal emerging between the Government and the EU?
Well, can I say to the member, and I hope he took from my comments to Mr O'Dowd, that I very much want to see a deal happening between the United Kingdom and the European Union, not just because it would be better for us here in Northern Ireland, but I think better for all of the countries involved and all of the institutions involved if we reach an agreement.
Robin Newton, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for her reply. Unfortunately, I wasn't in the chamber when Mr O'Dowd asked his question, so I apologise for that. But could I specifically ask you, Minister, First Minister, what particular part of the text from an emerging agreement would you be studying in particular reference to the Northern Ireland's position?
So thank the member for that. Of course, if there is a free trade agreement, that will make the operation of the protocol, which of course, as he knows, we are opposed to, easier on the people of Northern Ireland, and we would have to deal with some of these issues that we've been talking about in terms of goods at risk coming in from Great Britain into Northern Ireland, which of course is a complete anathema given that we are part of the same country. But however, hopefully if there is an overall agreement, then we won't have to deal with those thorny issues.
Paula Bradley.
First Minister, we all know that during the first part, when we first went into lockdown, local government played a great role in that. Can I just ask you, what role do you believe that they can play further in the battle against COVID?
I thank the member for her question, and I'm pleased to say to the member that there has been very proactive and meaningful engagement with local government, principally through Solus and the two junior ministers. I'm very pleased to see the way in which there's been engagement and the fact that they want to play a role in dealing with COVID-19 and helping us to get COVID-secure businesses and helping with community champions and ambassadors and assurance schemes to de-risk some of the issues that are out there. So very pleased to say that local government is working very proactively.
Paula Bradley, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the First Minister for her answer so far. First Minister, surely to help with that battle against COVID, we need tougher enforcement to deter those breaking the rules. Can you give us some views on that?
Yes, tougher enforcement probably and more resource, and I think it's common cause across the executive that if we need to put further resource into dealing with this issue, then we will try and do that, Mr Speaker. But in terms of enforcement, of course, that is an issue for a number of agencies. Again, the junior ministers have been leading on this issue of enforcement and compliance. It is important that we see people called out who are simply going about rule breaking and not listening to the messages around why it's important to be COVID secure. So we will want to continuously look at that issue, Mr Speaker. It's a very important one.
Paul Given.
Speaker, I pay tribute to our frontline health workers that are doing an incredible job under very difficult circumstances. First Minister, you may have not had an opportunity to hear the Talkback programme this afternoon, but Professor Gabriel Scally, an eminent public physician of world renown, was very critical of the Department of Health's surge plans and also overall public health leadership. Has the First Minister a response to the criticism that was relayed by the Professor?
Well, I haven't heard Professor Scally's comments today. I'm sure he's not surprised by that. But it is important that we have plans in place to deal with the issues in front of us. And can I join him in paying tribute to our health and social care staff, all those people who have put themselves in harm's way for the community. And whilst there was a huge outpouring of support during the first wave, and I think a lot of our staff got through on adrenaline and recognising that there was huge support there. In this wave, I understand a lot of them are tired, a lot of them have worked long, hard hours And I want to say to them their work has not gone unnoticed, and we deeply appreciate it from this House and from the Executive.
Paul Gibbon, supplementary.
Thank you, First Minister, for that response. In respect of the support that is needed in the Department of Health, are there additional measures that the Executive Office can provide to the Minister so that effective decision-making in terms of the running of the internal Department of Health can be taken so that those frontline staff get the support that they need to provide the people of Northern Ireland with the best possible support?
Well, certainly we continuously speak with the Health Department from the Executive Office and indeed across the Executive, and if there are specific issues that have arisen in relation to surge planning, in testing, in the rollout of the vaccination, we will be very much wanting to assist the Health Minister to deal with those issues, because we recognise that this is an issue for all of us. And I think it's important to say that, because we want to tackle this together. And whatever about what happened last week, we all recognise that there's a need to step up and to deal with all of the issues in front of us, because we are in a very difficult situation at present.
Allister.
Thank you. Mr Speaker, New Decade, New Approach made this boast. This agreement marks a new approach to government in Northern Ireland. How's that going, First Minister?
Well, given that we only came back on the 11th of January, much to the delight of the member, that we then faced into a global pandemic, I think, given that we're in a five-party coalition, we are dealing with the issues in front of us, and as leaders in our community of all five parties, we want to see resolutions happen. Sometimes it doesn't look too pretty. We accept that that is the case, but it doesn't take away the fact that we want to find solutions and we want to find a way forward, because we recognise that the people of Northern Ireland have put their trust in us.
Allister, supplementary.
First Minister, wasn't last week's omni-shambles confirmation that even on what should be a unifying issue of public health, mandatory coalition, if it can't work on that, will never work, and that it's a cruel deception to the people of Northern Ireland, who deserve better, to pretend that it will?
No, I don't accept that. He'll not be surprised at that. As I've said, it was a very difficult week. It was a torturous week. But I think it is right that we try and take decisions which are balanced and proportionate, which take into account the enormous pressure that our healthcare staff are under, that our hospitals are under, but also recognises that people need to be able to earn a living, otherwise they fall into poverty and thereby fall into health outcomes that are very bad as well. So look, I make no apology for trying to get to a balanced and proportionate place, and I think that's where the people of Northern Ireland want us to get to too.
Tom Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, over the weekend and indeed again today, we've heard much criticism from parties around this chamber about the so-called abuse of the cross-community vote. As First Minister, can I ask you to respond to these criticisms?
Well, given our history here in Northern Ireland, there's a number of protections built in to the operating of the Assembly and the Executive, and there's also an obligation in the Ministerial Code to try and seek consensus rather than simply drive through controversial matters by a simple majority. And that protection is written into the Northern Ireland Act to ensure that sufficient consensus is achieved, and that safeguard can be triggered by any three members of any parties when they're opposed to a course of action on any topic. So the determining factor subsequently then becomes the fairly blunt tools, and I accept that, of either parallel consent or weighted majority. But it is lawful that is used, and any impression created that the sufficient consensus requirement only applies to so-called unionist or nationalist issues is entirely bogus, and frankly is at odds with the Northern Ireland Act, and I think people might like to revisit the Northern Ireland Act and have a look at it.
Tom Buchanan, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for her response. Can I ask her, was a change in this voting mechanism an issue in the 3 years of negotiations to restore the Executive?
Not that I'm aware of. The only suggestion I recall was from one of the smaller parties to actually reduce the threshold for such protections from 3 ministers to 2 ministers. But we all know that there are those who want to apportion blame and the use of vetoes and all the rest of it. But the truth is, of course, Mr. Speaker, we should never have got to that point. And I hope that in our discussions in the coming days, which again will be difficult, which again will be controversial, that we can get to a position without the need of invoking any of that.
Call Palm Cameron.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm very conscious of the lack of clapping on a Thursday evening, of gifts being left at our hospitals, the lack of marquees serving hot food and drink for our healthcare workers, particularly those on COVID wards and in ICU wards in the second wave of the pandemic. Can I ask the First Minister what her assessment is of the efforts of our health and care staff?
I want to thank the member for her question. She has absolutely put her finger on the matter. I know the member has family in positions in ICU, and I know therefore she will be fully aware of the difficulties that our nursing staff are currently facing. So I do want to say again that we absolutely support all of those who put themselves in harm's way. We know how restrictive all of this is, not just to when they're working, but actually to their home life as well. And we very much appreciate everything that they are doing.
Cameron, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for her answer. And it's important that we show and demonstrate our support for the incredible work that our healthcare workers are doing in these most challenging of times. Could I ask the First Minister if she believes the Executive can find a balanced and a proportionate way forward over the winter months in dealing with COVID-19?
Well, I think we have found a balanced and proportionate way forward. We need to continue to find that balanced and proportionate way forward. I do think that when we have the testing regime to a higher level of capacity, whereby we can test our staff in healthcare settings and social care settings and care homes on a more frequent basis, that will help. And it will also give them a sense of worth, that we are concerned about their well-being and make sure that we want to know what is happening in those settings. So I think the testing regime is very much part of what we need to do. And as I said to an earlier answer, or to an earlier question, it is important that we take the learnings from the Liverpool experience and use it here in Northern Ireland so that we can be more focused on using testing as a mechanism of cutting the transmission of the virus.
William Irwin.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the First Minister, in light of the concern amongst the business community over recent COVID-19 closures and the impact of this, what assurances can be given that the plan for reopening will be made crystal clear to these businesses and that they will get sufficient time to know what's happening?
So, Mr. Speaker, we really regret the fact that our businesses were left in the position they were left in last week. A lot of them have been really challenged in terms of stocking up, in terms of the amount of money they have spent in dealing with COVID-19 restrictions. We want to try and be as clear as we possibly can with them moving forward, and so we will continue to engage with the retail sector, with the hospitality sector, and indeed with our faith sectors as we do, to try and get as many messages out and also to hear from them as to what they can do to help us in this terrible time.
Time is almost up. William Irwin, supplementary.
Can I thank the First Minister for her response, and just to impress upon her the urgency and the situation that many of these businesses find themselves in. They're at wit's end corner, and I know she's aware of that, and it's important that they get clarity.
Thank the member for that.
Members' time is up, and could members just take your ease for a moment or two, please?
Okay, if members would take their places, please. Agus an Bogamish, could you question the infrastructure? I now call Clare Bailey to ask the first question. Ms. Bailey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question 1.
Agus Éireann said an infrastructure. I call the Minister for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I have recently approved the award of a £16.5 million contract to build a new test centre and enforcement depot at Hydebank in Belfast, which are scheduled to open in autumn 2022. The new test centre will include facilities to safely deliver fully compliant emissions testing, and its design will be used as a template for further proposed test centres, subject to further consideration and funding. The DVA currently conducts fully compliant diesel emissions tests on all heavy goods vehicles, buses and vans over 3,500 and partial diesel emissions test for cars and light good vehicles. The partial test includes a visual inspection of the vehicle's emissions and a check of the engine malfunction indicator lamp, which indicates a defect in the vehicle emission control systems. Reintroducing full emissions testings will require the modernisation of the test centre network to create safe, sustainable environments for DVA staff and customers. This is a longer-term programme of work which will require substantial capital investment and is something I will be examining further in the coming weeks and months in order to ensure we can safely deliver a fully compliant diesel emissions test for cars and light good vehicles.
Clare Bailey for a supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, this has been going on for years and years, and we keep hearing that there are plans to deal with it. Could you give us today a time frame where we know that diesel, private and light goods vehicles will be checked just as every other vehicle in Northern Ireland is?
I agree with the member that this has been going on a very long time. I have inherited the current network of vehicle test centres, which is over 40 years old and cannot support the introduction of a fully compliant diesel emissions test without significant capital investment. The DVA introduced a diesel emissions test for cars, light and heavy goods vehicles and buses in 2006 in compliance with the Roadworthiness Directive. However, for health and safety reasons related to the build-up of fumes in the test halls and in consultation with the Health and Safety Executive for Northern Ireland, the emission test for cars and light goods vehicles was suspended in June 2006. But I can assure the member that upon taking up this post, it was an issue that I wanted to address, which is why I have allocated the capital funding, and we are looking to autumn 22 when we will see the new depot at Hydebank, which will include this facility, and I would be keen to see this rolled out across further depots in the coming years.
Call Gordon Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers. Can the Minister give us an update on how she sees moving forward an increase in the MOT of vehicles, the actual increase in capacity, and what has been done to try and accommodate the public inside the building in a safe and hygienic manner? Because at present I understand they're left outside in the rain, which is totally unacceptable for our public.
I thank the member for his question. This is an issue that we have been aware of, the issue of customers having to wait outside the test centres. We are conducting a number of risk assessments and we're providing local arrangements at each of the MOT centres to facilitate customers. We are asking them and will be providing masks, but we're also asking them to be very mindful of social distancing and also in terms of hand gel and so forth to help with that. So we are trying to address that. The current capacity for vehicle testing at our MOT centres is approximately 30% in comparison with levels prior to the pandemic and the lift issues. To meet increasing demand, the DVA is in the process of recruiting additional examiners and will also use overtime to provide additional capacity and cover for vehicle tests if, due to a variety of unforeseen reasons such as sick absence or the requirement to self-isolate, examiners are unable to attend work. I am very conscious of the disruption that is being caused to people trying to access public-facing services, but the COVID-19 restrictions mean that the DVA has had to adapt its services to ensure that they can be provided safely, and we would ask customers for their patience at this difficult time. Vehicle testing capacity will increase as restrictions ease and risk assessments are continually updated. until such times as normal service delivery can resume.
Call Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Just last week, the Westminster Government decided to bring forward the ban on new fossil fuel vehicles to 2030. And that will have considerable reduction in emissions going forward. So what consideration has been given to the creation of a hydrogen hub in Northern Ireland? Because the emission from a hydrogen vehicle is water, and that is much preferable to what is being used at present.
I thank the member for his question. He is right. The UK Government announced in early February that they are bringing forward their plans to ban the sales of diesel and petrol vehicles in the UK from 2040 to at least 2035, and the ban will also include hybrid vehicles for the first time. My department are liaising with the Office for Low Emission Vehicles to consider what we need to do to meet this challenge, and the member will be also aware of the actions that we're taking to increase the uptake of electric vehicles. On the issue of the hydrogen hub, the member will know that shortly we are hoping to bring online 3 hydrogen fuel buses with the hydrogen hub. That will be the first on the island of Ireland. And I also recently met with the Finance Minister, the Economy Minister and the DAERA Minister as well to see what we can do to maximise the environmental and the economic benefits in terms of positioning Northern Ireland as a leader in the world of hydrogen.
I call Joanne Bunting for a question.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Question 2, please.
As you will be aware, a number of members have raised this issue recently. I recognise the importance of lighting, and this is key to enhancing greenways and to making people feel safe when using them. I also understand that during the dark evenings we will still want to maintain the levels of walking and cycling on our greenways that we have seen, particularly during COVID. Lighting of the Comber Greenway will require a public consultation, and the design will need to be sympathetic to the environmental sensitivity of the route. My department is currently carrying out a preliminary design work for lighting the Comber Greenway, and following completion of an outline design for a lighting scheme of the Greenway, public consultation will have to be conducted, and this will inform a decision as to whether or not the lighting should be installed.
Joanne Bunting for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for her answer in this regard, because she'll know that the ducts were installed a couple of years ago, I think. She'll also know that the place is pitch black. So we now know for the whole of society the benefits of walking, particularly to mental health in these very uncertain times. People who are using that greenway at dusk can be in the middle of it, and all of a sudden it's pure darkness. You can't see your hand in front of your face. And in the meantime, there are cyclists, there are joggers, there are pedestrians, there are rabbits, there are dogs, and most importantly, there's dog fouling. So people need to see, not just for safety, but for practicalities of use of the greenway. So I appreciate what the Minister is saying about a public consultation, but can she give us any indication of a time frame?
I can't give the member a definitive time frame at present. As I said, we are working through a design, and then it will have to go out to consultation. The member will know, as someone who uses the greenway frequently, that there are a number of properties that back onto it. There is also the presence of bats in the area as well, and that will have to be factored through into the design. But I want to assure the member that I am committed to seeing the rollout and the improvement of existing greenways. I think it brings huge benefits to physical health, to mental health. I also think, as the Comber Greenway has demonstrated, greenways can be a solution to a multiplicity of problems. So to reassure her that I want to advance this agenda, and I'm very keen to work with councils. Indeed, the steering group that was established between the 3 councils and my department is meeting on the 9th of December, and I really hope that we can continue to make progress in partnership in terms of improving that asset.
Call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for the work of her department to upgrade Toucan Crossing at the Braniel section of the Comber, or for the Conswater Community Greenway in East Belfast, and ask the Minister for an update on the work of her department with local councils to potentially transfer responsibility for the Comber Greenway to councils, and therefore the ability to have high-level ongoing maintenance and upgrade of that community asset.
I thank the member for his question, and he was a a very active campaigner on the issue of the crossing and indeed shared a petition that a number of the local residents had signed with me. As I said, my department has established a steering group with agreed terms of reference to consider this matter, and as I stated in the previous answer, the next meeting is scheduled to take place on the 9th of December. The wider powers that councils have in respect of community development and health and wellbeing puts them in a better place to develop greenways as community assets, but I am very open to explore whether the three councils might capitalise on those opportunities, and that includes the option of transferring ownership to them.
Sir Matthew Toole, call Matthew Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for answers. The Comber Greenway, as with the Conwater Greenway, are an example for the people of East Belfast of how wonderful these facilities are. In South Belfast, my constituency in Carryduff, they're very keen to see progress. Can I ask the Minister for an update on that, and will she raise that with the relevant council whenever they have the meeting in the weeks ahead?
I thank the member for his question, and it is clear the amount of correspondence that I've had on the issues of greenways that it's something that members right across Northern Ireland feel very passionately about. The member will be aware that I did announce the 20 million capital funding for blue-green infrastructure. I'm very keen to work with councils to see the further development of greenways. I am funding a number of greenways that are ready for construction this financial year, but we have also written out to encourage councils to be developing their proposals so that we can get as many as possible to the stage that we can move them on to construction. So I'd be very keen to work with the council to see the development of greenways right across Northern Ireland, and of course including Carryduff as well.
Sir Gerry Carroll, I call Gerry Carroll.
Question 3.
Climate change is the single biggest environmental challenge we face today, so it is vital that we work together towards a zero carbon future that delivers better outcomes for our people, our economy and the environment. There is an urgent need to reduce emissions in order to tackle the climate emergency we face and reach net zero as quickly as possible. As Infrastructure Minister, I have a clear agenda on climate change. My focus is on using available resources to greener infrastructure and deliver sustainable transport that connects people, unlocks our economic potential, protects our valuable environment and improves health and well-being for all of our community. Where an application is made for planning permission, my department, in dealing with the application, must have regard to the local development plan, so far as material to the application, and to any other material considerations. Those other material considerations include the Regional Development Strategy 2035, the Strategic Planning Policy Statement, the Planning Strategy for Rural Northern Ireland, retained planning policy statements and supplementary planning guidance. This application was subject to environmental impact assessment, habitats regulation assessment and a public inquiry before the Planning Appeals Commission. My decision to grant planning permission was taken after consideration of all of the above, and I am content that it properly considers any impacts on climate change.
Gerry Carroll, supplementary question.
Thank the Minister for her answer. The Minister may or may not be aware the Wildlife and Natural Environment Act, Northern Ireland 2011, in particular Article 31, makes it an offence to permit the carrying out of an operation which damages any feature of an area of special scientific interest, and the whole of Lough Neagh is obviously one, and they shall be guilty of a criminal offence if they do so. And given that the removal of habitats by sand dredging creates unquestionable damage, never mind the fact that sand dredging is still currently unlawful, isn't the Minister clearly committing the Criminal Act under this legislation by permitting further extraction that damages the area of special scientific interest?
I thank the member for his question. I am an advocate for protection of the environment, and particularly a special one such as Lough Neagh. The decision to grant planning permission for sand dredging on Lough Neagh was taken in line with current planning policy, and the environmental effects of the development have been the subject of rigorous assessment, including environmental impact assessment, habitat regulations appropriate assessment and a public inquiry hearing. I have come to the view that there will be no adverse effect caused by the development on the loch in terms of its integrity or other aspects of its designated status, provided that suitable conditions and agreed measures are put in place. Given the importance of maintaining the integrity of the designated status of Lough Neagh, my final decision will issue only when the Section 76 agreement with the applicant and relevant parties has been concluded to my satisfaction. The conditions and the Section 76 cover matters such as the area that can be subject to dredging, the amount of dredging that can take place and when it can take place. They also cover the system for monitoring these aspects of the operation. The conditions and the Section 76 between them will limit the number, size and operating times of the barges and will restrict the hours of operation of the downstream processing facilities.
Emma Sheerin, when you cast, I call Emma Sheerin.
I thank the Minister for her answer. Following this decision, will the Minister commit at the very least to robust monitoring of the dredging at Lough Neagh?
I thank the member for her question, and as I outlined in the supplementary response to Mr Carroll, there are a number of conditions attached. Monitoring is one, and it is one that my officials and I as Minister will take very seriously.
Call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor. I thank the Minister for answers so far. The Minister is aware that dredging has been permitted in a very limited area of Lough Neagh. Does the Minister accept that even more significant environmental and economic damage would occur were we to import sand from elsewhere and also add significantly cost to construction and manufacturing industry here?
The member makes an important point, and we always, as leaders, weigh up the environmental aspect and the economic aspect. I've been very clear in terms of the conditions that are being placed on this particular situation, and that is to ensure that we can do what we can to protect our environment. But the member is also right to point out the contribution that it makes to the construction sector in particular. As someone who is very mindful of our housing shortage, I'm very conscious of the need to be able to build more homes. In order to do that, we have to make sure that we are in a position to be able to do so. So we have to consider all of those things in the round. But I hope this response, and anyone who's been following this situation closely, will take some reassurance from the fact that we have placed conditions on this, because I am very mindful always of the impact of the decisions that we all take on our environment.
Sir Declan McAleer, for when you cast, I call Declan McAleer.
Cast over her question for the whole.
I am pleased to advise that my department has started the delivery of its winter gridding service since the 19th of October. Gridding on selected routes in the northern and western divisions has already been undertaken, and 330 tonnes of salt has been used to date. As part of planning for the winter gridding programme, my department ensures that adequate staff are available, that all winter service equipment is in satisfactory working order, and that there are adequate supplies of salt. There are also arrangements in place to supplement stocks of salt during the winter period if necessary. A full winter service will operate from the 19th of October until the 5th of April and will have approximately 300 staff and 130 gridders available and ready to salt main roads in order to help drivers across Northern Ireland deal with the wintry conditions. The average cost of providing winter service is £7 million, but can be as high as £10 million in more severe winter conditions. I have already allocated £3 million from the opening 2021 resource baseline budget as a contribution to funding for winter service, and a recent COVID bidding exercise provided a further £5 million funding for winter gridding services. I was disappointed that my further bid for £2 million was not successful in the October monitoring round. However, funding for the winter service will be reassessed as part of January monitoring, and any bid that is required will be submitted by my department.
Cash for Declan McAleer, supplementary for Declan.
Thank the Minister for her response. The Minister will be aware that myself, along with Ms Sheerin behind me, have been lobbying for quite a while now in relation to the B47 route through the Sperrins. It's a key route for people living up in communities like Crana for accessing services in South Derry and Maherfelt and Ballinascreen. Would the Minister give some further consideration to including that section of the B47 from Crana to Ballinascreen on the main gridding schedule? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question, and I am aware that he has, with his colleagues, been raising this issue. Under the present policy, 28% of the roadwork network is gridded, which covers 80% of traffic volumes. That is on an average cost of £7 million. If I were to extend that to, say, cover 90% of our traffic, That would double the cost of the winter grading service to up to £14 million. And if I were to extend it further to cover 100% of our traffic, we're talking an annual budget of £28 million for winter grading service. So my department has to operate within the policy to ensure that it is fairly applied across the board in Northern Ireland. I would very much like to be in a position to do much more in terms of salting and grading, but I have to operate within the policy and particularly within the financial constraints facing my department.
Daniel McCrossan for a question.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, given COVID, what contingency plans are in place for winter services going forward?
I thank the member for his question. My department has a staff sickness contingency plan in place, which ensures that initially efforts are directed towards motorways and the trunk roads before moving on to other main roads. Even with all of our available resources, it's unknown what impacts COVID-19 will have on our winter service. Traffic Information Control Centre is operational 24 hours, 7 days a week and will advise the public through Traffic Watch NI website and social media on any routes not salted due to staff sicknesses. But I want to assure the member this is something that we're very conscious of and that we are keeping our contingency arrangements under constant review.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answers, particularly with regard to winter pressures. Sure, the Minister would like to join me in Road Safety Week and taking up the challenge by the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service today to kill your speed, given the problems that ice and snow causes. But as we know, rainwater and water has been a problem over this past weekend. Would the Minister take a look at the A26 and particularly under the railway bridge, and the member from Lagan Valley will understand what I'm talking about with regard to close to Moira. It floods absolutely every year. It's a main arterial route, one of the busiest roads in Northern Ireland. Would the Minister give us an undertaking to look at that today, please?
I thank the member for his question. Unfortunately, I don't have the detail of that specific road to hand, but I am content to speak with officials after question time and ask them to look into the matter and to report back to you.
I call Chris Little.
Question 5.
I thank the member for his question, and I know this is an area he is very passionate about. My department does not identify spend on walking and cycling separately, but includes funding for both in active travel. The attribution of spend to active travel is also not a precise exercise, as some projects have benefits for active travel, even if they are not carried out specifically for that purpose. Other departments, councils and other agencies provide additional funding for walking and cycling promotion and infrastructure development. For example, we have recent commitments of many millions of pounds by a number of local councils for walking and cycling as part of their contribution to the greenways they are developing. I am not in a position to provide guarantees for active travel in relation to 2021-22, as the budget for that year has not yet been agreed by the Executive, and therefore I do not know what budget my department will have next year. However, I can confirm that I am committed to investing in active travel and encouraging walking and cycling, and in demonstration of that commitment, I have appointed a walking and cycling champion in my department and invested a £20 million fund for the development of blue-green infrastructure, which will support the connection of communities and active travel. And I would expect to make further investments in active travel next year. Already this year, I have completed the new Blair Greenway, pop-up cycle lanes on the Dublin and Grosvenor roads, and I am continuing to develop more opportunities to put walking and cycling at the front of a green recovery for all our towns and cities. My September announcement indicated a total capital grant for the 6 Greenways projects of £1.4 million this year and £2.3 million next year, and capital funding for these increased grants could be made available from the blue-green infrastructure funding.
Chris Little for a supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her support for active travel. Does the Minister agree, however, that there has been underinvestment in active travel infrastructure, and would she consider an Active Travel Act to make a minimum percentage spend of the Department of Infrastructure budget a statutory on active travel a statutory responsibility?
I thank the member for his question, and I do agree with his assessment that there hasn't been enough funding in terms of encouraging and providing the opportunities for citizens to walk and cycle. So it's something that I am committed to addressing. I also want to advise the member that I'm giving active consideration to an active travel bill. I've asked my officials to prepare a submission setting out a range of options in terms of how I can move this forward in terms of policy changes, resourcing, but also examining what we might be able to do in the legislative front as well.
Philip McGuigan, Fanya Cash Dorlinta. I call Philip McGuigan for supplement.
Last Caoimhe. The Minister will obviously be aware of the tragic death of another cyclist on a road 5 days ago. And without any knowledge of this specific incident, as a cyclist myself, I'm well aware that without cycling-only infrastructure and additional cycling safety measures, further tragedies on our roads will unfortunately occur. Can I ask the Minister if she intends to review the Highway Code to explore ways to strengthen that code with regard to cycling safety measures?
I am aware of that fatality, and I want to express my deepest sympathies to the family and to the friends of the person who lost their life. I agree with the member that one of the best ways of encouraging people to cycle, but also to ensure that they can do so safely, is by providing cycling-only infrastructure. It's something that I'm very keen to be working with councils on. And I have to be honest, as someone with very little patience, I would like to see a much faster pace of change, but we are trying to do what we can. As part of my considerations around safe active travel, I have asked officials to have a look at what we may do in terms of reviewing the Highway Code, and I'd be keen to provide updates to the APG on cycling, which I know the member is a part of.
Gordon Dunn for a question.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answers. Is the Minister convinced that she's getting it right in relation to priorities? I appreciate your enthusiasm for greenways, cycle lanes and so on, but I think we need to get back to the basic principles of maintenance of our existing road structure. And are you convinced you're getting it right? If I look at my constituency in North Down, on the A2 is 45,000 vehicles per day. The drains are blocked, the grass is cut after a strong campaign by ourselves twice a year. Weeds are growing wild on the verges, not just in my own constituency, but if you take Belfast, including South Belfast, which has now got an SDLP representative, the place is an absolute disgrace. Weeds are growing in footpaths, weeds are growing in grass verges. I think, Minister, with all due respect, you've got your priorities wrong. We have a huge volume of vehicles.
Yes, could the member come to a question, or he won't get an answer?
Appreciate.
Question, please.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
I thank the member, and I know that he is very passionate about his constituency. I don't believe in getting my priorities wrong. The member will recall that in taking up my post, I said that we needed to get the basics right. That's why I have fully funded a 12-month repair for street lighting. It's why I have invested £8 million in LED so that we're having the replacement of our street lights. It's why I have maintained the structural budget in our roads and set up a £10 million rural roads fund as well. But it's not a question of getting priorities right, it's a question of having the resource to be able to do what you want. The member will know that the Barton report said we should be investing £140 million per annum in our road network. I am in no way being allocated money to in any way touch the sides of that figure. So I want to bring about change in terms of active travel. I want to be making sure that people can be active and that they have better outcomes for their physical and mental health and in terms of the environment as well. But I do share the member's frustration. If I had much more money, I would be doing much more.
And I now have time for a very brief question from Sinead Bradley, followed by an answer.
Question 6, please. I am fully committed to improving connectivity across the island, and I'm working with my counterparts in Dublin on a number of key all-island projects aimed at improving the lives of people across the island. This includes enhancing the rail network to create a spine of connectivity in the island, the A5 project, Narrow-Water Bridge and the Ulster Canal, all of which are commitments within New Decade, New Approach. The member will know that I've been engaging with Minister Ryan, and I know she has a particular interest in Narrow-Water Bridge, and I joined party colleagues in a Zoom meeting with the Taoiseach on Friday night. He's giving updates to all parties on the Shared Island unit, and the issue of narrow water and the multiple benefits that that project can deliver were also discussed by both myself and the Taoiseach, which is news I know that the member will be greatly delighted by.
That concludes the period for listed questions. We will now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. And may I ask the Minister, although I don't believe the responsibility for airports should lie with the Department of Infrastructure and should actually lie with the Department of Economy, what additional support she could consider for Belfast International Airport?
I thank the member for his question. Our local airports play an important role in growing our local economy, connecting people and business. And I am disappointed to learn about the reduced hours of operation at the Belfast International Airport, but understand how this reduction in the operations will help the airport reduce its cost base in light of reduction in scheduled services because of the COVID-19 measures. The member is right. My department's remit is limited for airports, and I have agreed previously to meet with the airport, and I am committed to working alongside my ministerial colleagues, given the shared statutory responsibilities in this area, to explore what the executive can do to support the industry through this challenging time.
Supplementary for Steve Aiken.
I thank the Minister for both her comments and indeed her support for the aviation sector in Northern Ireland. But as she is aware, Belfast International Airport is the only 24-hour operation airport in Northern Ireland. And it's not just a question of commercial aviation, it's a question of general aviation, it's about fixed-wing air ambulance support, it's about PSNI, and it's being available as an alternative diversionary airfield on the edge of the Atlantic as well, so it has significant implications. The fact that Northern Ireland does not have a 24-hour operational airport has a considerable impact, not just on our international reputation, but also on our business to grow and to maintain business going forward. Could the Minister state whether she is willing to join with the Finance Minister to work together to get a specific bespoke package for Belfast International so it can get back to 24-hour operation for the good of everybody in Northern Ireland as soon as possible?
As the member has highlighted in his answer, the issue of airports cuts across a number of areas, policy areas, but also cuts across the statutory responsibilities of a number of ministers. So I can assure him that just as we did before, I am committed to working with the Minister for Finance, but also the Minister for Economy as well, given her responsibility around airlines. And I believe that if we work together, then we can support and we should be able to support the industry through this incredibly difficult time.
Here, Sir Linda Dillon for your question. I call Linda Dillon for a question.
Thank you, and thank the Minister for her answers so far. Can the Minister give an update on the Rural Roads Fund?
As the member will know, we have allocated £10 million for the Rural Roads Fund. That is being worked out across divisions. We are providing reports to all of the councils on the projects that have qualified for investment as part of the Rural Roads Fund, and those reports are all being made available on the council's websites.
Case Darlene, Linda Dillon. Supplementary question for Linda Dillon.
And I appreciate your answer, Minister, and the fact that we will be able to get access to that online. Can the Minister also tell us, does her department have a strategy or any funding coming forward in terms of rural areas around short stretches of footpath that would make a big difference in terms of infrastructure, being able to walk to school, being able to walk to football clubs? At this moment in time, we are devoid of a strategy, and we're devoid in many areas of any type of infrastructure.
I am aware that this is an issue right across the north about the absence of footpaths to ensure that people can walk safely, and it does run counter to my ambition to have more people walking and cycling. That's why I have set up the £20 million Blue-Green Fund, but I've also been very clear I can't impose solutions from on high. I don't know communities. That's why I'm very much looking to councils to be bringing forward proposals that I can financially support and work with them to try to progress. We have had a focus on cities in terms of the initial rollouts and pilots, but I'm very conscious that we also see improvements right across the north.
Call David Hilditch for a question.
Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Minister, on the back of the PAC report, which was quite damning towards the capital project delivery in Northern Ireland, some of which fall within her department, what is her thoughts on the report on the Potential Infrastructure Commission?
I thank the member for his question, and the member will know that I set up a ministerial advisory panel to look at this very issue. I understand that the panel has reported to the committee, and I'm sure that the committee's support for this initiative remains just as it was when I went to discuss the matter. I'm very keen to see that this has progressed with my executive colleagues. I've already met with the Finance Minister and I've met with the Dairy Minister, and I'm due to meet with the Education Minister and the Communities Minister as well. I think there are real opportunities in terms of being more strategic in the planning and delivery of our infrastructure in its more holistic sense, and so I'm very keen to see how this can be progressed with my executive colleagues so that we can get into a better position in terms of that long-term planning and delivery of strategic infrastructure projects going forward.
Supplementary for David Hilditch.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her optimism and her answer there. Does she see the report sidelining the Minister of Infrastructure in any way, that it would report directly to the Executive, or what takes place in the other devolved situations?
I'm sure that it does seem bizarre that you would have an infrastructure minister who's saying that they want to see an infrastructure commission that actually deals with issues outside of their department and does bring it to the executive. But it's not about a power grab for the infrastructure minister. It's about ensuring that we have the right mechanisms for delivering strategically our infrastructure project, minimising delays and doing it in the most efficient manner. We have to look at our competitors right across these islands. We look to New Zealand and cite it often as an example of how you can do things much better. All of these places have an independent infrastructure commission because they have ambition, and I think that we shouldn't have any less ambition.
Called Keith Buchanan for a question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A question to the Minister would be in relation to driving tests. If you give us an update, Minister, on where we're at with driving tests going forward now after the recent relaxation of regulations now coming forward, and what additional things you're putting in place to help them.
As the member will know, driving instructors were included in the Executive's regulations on businesses that closed until the 13th of November to help stop the spread of COVID-19 and have now been further extended by the Executive to the 20th of November. And following this Executive decision, driving tests also ceased over this period of increased restrictions based on public health and the scientific advice. But I want to assure the member that we have work in order and that we will be recommencing driving tests on the 21st of November. I've taken a decision not to recommence it on the 20th because we are allowing a day for people to have their formal driving lessons if they so need to. And in terms of creating additional capacity, the DVA has opened up the booking system for February for the customers impacted by the recent restrictions. Over 2,000 additional booking slots have also been made available in November, December and January as the DVA increases capacity by recruiting additional examiners. And once all customers who have had their tests recently cancelled have had the opportunity to rebook their appointments, the DVA will be opening up the booking service for all other customers in early December. The DVA will continue to offer driving tests on a Saturday and, following consultation with key stakeholders, is planning to offer driving tests for HGVs on Sundays. And the DVA will also use overtime to rota off-shift dual-role driving examiners to provide additional capacity and to provide cover for scheduled driving tests where, due to a variety of unforeseen reasons such as sick absence or the requirement to self-isolate, driving examiners are unable to attend work.
Keith Buchanan for a supplementary.
Thank you, and thank the Minister for answers so far. Minister, I have concerns regarding how you're going to catch up with the backlog. I appreciate cars for MOTs, you're fit to give a TEO and not let those people drive on. And of concerns that as well for the amount of work that garages is not doing now. So there's cars on the road that are not safe. I know it's up to the individual to make their own car safe. But my question is, how are you going to increase the percentage numbers? Because 100% is only going to sit still in driving tests for people. You need to increase that by 100% to catch the back, or by another 100% to catch the backlog, because there's thousands and thousands of young people out there. Many have contacted my office in regard to they've been turned down once, turned down twice, and they're trying to get dates. I think one or two more people is not going to do it. We need a massive increase in percentage to get this backlog caught up.
I know that there is disruption being caused to learner drivers. That's why I've taken the decision to further extend the validity of their theory test pass certificates, trying to reduce the disruption to them. But undoubtedly disruption is being caused. It is a public-facing service, and all public-facing services are being impacted by COVID. I do want to assure the member, though, that it's not just a case of recruiting 1 or 2 additional examiners. We are recruiting 27 additional temporary and permanent examiners. We are looking at testing on a Saturday and Sunday to free up capacity as well, and we will continue to look creatively to do what we can to try to increase and maximise the number of people that we can give driving tests to, while also being mindful of the public health advice and the need to adhere to the risk assessments that we've carried out.
Sir John O'Dowd for Cast. I call John O'Dowd for a question.
Minister, what consideration has your department given to the provision of a rail halt in central Craigavon?
I haven't to date been able to give very active consideration to it. I am struggling in terms of trying to make sure their public transport network remains viable under the current conditions, given that we have seen such dramatic falls in passenger numbers. But as I've said, my job is, yes, to protect the existing public transport network in terms of bus and rail, but I also want to see it improved and enhanced, and will continue to make representations to executive colleagues to ensure that we can get the finance that we need to see the enhancements to the network that the member has rightly highlighted.
John O'Dowd. Supplementary questions, John O'Dowd.
I appreciate the pressure the Minister's department's under, and indeed the entire executive, and I wouldn't expect her to be able to turn around and say I'm building that within a short time. What I want to do is ensure that it's in the mindset of the department that we do need to expand our rail network, and we need to be imaginative in the provision of further rail halts, particularly along that main Belfast to Dublin line. If we were to provide a rail halt in central Craigavon, it would lift the traffic congestion out of Lurgan and allow Lurgan to return to the market town that it could specialise in terms of its traders.
The member doesn't need to persuade me of the merits of it. I can see it and I share his enthusiasm for it. It is an issue of finance, but there is also an opportunity. My department is currently working on the regional strategic transport plans, and they will go out for consultation, and that's an opportunity for members and for members of the public right across the north to be responding to that and to be sharing their views and ambitions of what they would like to see in terms of public transport provision in their local communities. So I would encourage, when they are published, members, but also their constituents, to respond to it so that I can be clear on their views.
Now, if we turn around this next one, we can get question and answer. And Sir Cathal Boylan, when you're cashed, I call Cathal Boylan.
Just could ask the Minister when can those in the bus and coach operators sector and also the taxi sector expect their COVID payments from Milwaukee?
Thank the member for his question. The member will know that I was given new powers for the financial scheme on the 3rd of November. 10 days later, I opened the taxi scheme. It opened on Friday, and at close of play, there were around 2,000 applications to that. I have committed to ensuring the payments are out from that scheme before Christmas, because I understand that people are finding it very difficult financially. In terms of the bus and coach sector, that scheme will open next week.
Okay, if members would take their ease, please, and we'll change round speakers and the topics.
Members, I have received notice from the First Minister and Deputy First Minister that they wish to make a statement. Minister.
And I would like to begin by thanking yourself and your office for making arrangements to accommodate this statement today. The First Minister and I recognise the importance of making these announcements to the Chamber, and we are grateful that you are able to facilitate us at such short notice. On the 16th of October, the Executive put in a series of measures in place in response to a significant increase in the transmission of COVID-19 and a concerning rise in positive cases and hospital admissions, including those requiring intensive care. Those measures were informed by the latest scientific and medical advice and a consideration of the societal and economic impacts that they could have. They have been a necessary and proportionate step to protect our valuable health service at this difficult time. While these measures have not been easy for any of us, we are starting to see the positive impact. This has been due to the hard work of all of us in adhering to these measures, and I want to thank each and every one of you for that. The R number has started to come down, and positive cases and hospital transmissions have started to level out. However, they are still at a very high level, which means we're not out of the woods yet. It's therefore vitally important for us to continue to be vigilant at this time, especially as we face into the winter months. It is in that context that the Executive met last week to consider the next steps that must be taken. That resulted in the current restrictions being extended for 1 week until the 19th of November, after which there will be a number of relaxations. These relate to the opening of close contact services, including driving instructors, on the 20th of November. This will be by appointment only. The opening of unlicensed premises, such as cafes and coffee shops, also on the 20th of November. They will operate with restricted opening hours of 5 a.m. to 8 p.m, and the consumption of alcohol on the premises will not be permitted. Both unlicensed premises and close contact services will have a legal duty to record contact details of those using their service to assist in contact tracing. Additionally, pubs and bars will be permitted to sell off-sales from the 20th of November. These must be in the manufacturer's original sealed packaging only. All other restrictions remain in place until the 27th of November. These include those measures in relation to private households and gardens, gatherings, marriages, funerals, sport and indoor attractions and libraries. We know that this will be difficult, but I want to commend the determined efforts of all those people in our community who, to date, have ensured that we have made good progress. We want to thank you for that, and we want to urge you to continue to work with us in the weeks and the months ahead. You will have heard the First Minister and I talking previously about coexisting with the virus. And it is with that focus that the Executive has agreed a number of support measures which we are now working on. These are the rollout of a vaccination programme as early as possible, initially targeting priority groups such as healthcare staff, care homes and those with underlying vulnerabilities, ongoing preparation for the introduction of rapid and mass testing at the earliest opportunity, and additional financial supports in place for affected businesses and individuals. And also, a focused working group will also be established which will work to mitigate the risk in the opening of hospitality businesses, including improved ventilation and requirements for the recording of customer information for contact tracing purposes. We have all acknowledged that this was a challenging week. That is because none of these decisions before us are easy. The Executive has had to consider the impact on health, our hospitals, our health staff, alongside the economic and societal impacts and the very real impact it has on people there too, including many employees, many of whom are lower paid. We also know that further decisions need to be made. The ability of the health service to cope over the winter months and the economic and societal impacts will remain key issues. Going into winter, a time when people's health is already more vulnerable and the health service is under more pressure, it is vital that we continue to work together to suppress the transmission of the virus. COVID will also have a detrimental impact on people's general health and well-being, and we're mindful of the other health impacts that we're seeing in this pandemic. People will present with illnesses which are not COVID-19 related, and we want people to make sure that they do seek advice and services if they are worried about their health. People will also be experiencing mental health problems, social isolation and anxiety. We will be working with all sectors and other partners to identify those measures and solutions which can be put in place to effectively tackle the spread of the virus. Our wish is to avoid the need for ongoing cycles of restrictions, but we are living in a period of great uncertainty. We need to work closely with all of our partners and our citizens to get through the Christmas and winter period and to prepare for mass testing and the delivery of vaccines. The Executive has a very clear focus on this pathway. There is still some way to go, and nothing about this virus is predictable. And as I have previously said, there is no certainty. We know that everyone wants to know what the next few months hold, and that's a natural expectation. I want to say that we are currently planning for this, and we want to protect as much of the festive period as we can. Our clear commitment is that we will do absolutely everything we can to secure that, and we will make more announcements on this soon. Caoimhe, at this point, I would also like to draw everyone's attention to the most powerful tool that we have at our disposal in the fight against this virus, and that is our own behaviour and the actions that each and every one of us take. Our decision will now ultimately shape what happens next and what steps are required. We have a new media campaign, and we encourage everyone to engage with it, to continue to follow the public health advice and social distancing, to limit our social contacts now, to wear our face coverings now, wash our hands now, to only go out for necessary activities and travel, and to stay home as much as we can. These are small individual acts, but they are incredibly powerful when we act together. As a society and a community, our small daily steps can make that real difference. They will build capacity for the health service. They will help keep the economy going. They will mean we'll do the right thing for our friends and our families. These small daily steps are more than the sum of their parts. They're a huge part of how we will get through this. We are very grateful to everyone, as I've said, for the steps that you have taken, and we understand how difficult the past months have been. We have to all dig deep now, and I have every confidence that we can do this together. The vast majority of society is following the public health advice, and in doing so are keeping people safe and undoubtedly saving lives. To those who are considering going against the public health guidance and regulations, I ask you to think carefully. Your decision could be detrimental to all of our efforts to reduce the transmission of this deadly virus. Your decision could also be detrimental to the health and well-being of your loved ones and to the capacity of our health service to cope. In closing, Caoimhe, I want to thank everyone for their efforts and their hard work so far. This has been a difficult year for all of us, especially the many families who have lost loved ones and the many others who have been ill as a result of COVID. However, let me end by saying that I continue to be amazed and impressed by the widespread fortitude and resilience across all of our society. And I know that looking forward, we are well placed to continue rising to the unprecedented challenges that we face.
Thank you, and I call Colin McGrath, Chairperson of the Executive Office Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Joint First Minister for her statement here today. Last week was a failure of good governance here. It was an embarrassment and an example of how not to reach decisions. And while that may have been an embarrassment to this Assembly, more importantly, it created a system of chaos that does not deliver for the public. The background briefings, leakings and updates to us via the media was shocking. But can the Joint First Minister confirm and detail what plan is now being put in place by the Executive Office to ensure that the shambles that we witnessed last week will not be repeated, and that before the 27th of November we will have a timely way forward to protect lives and livelihoods and not political party perspectives?
Well, thanks to the Chair for his question. Can I say that last week was unedifying on everybody? Not one party, not two parties, but every party who sits around that executive table. So let me just put that on the record. We need to get a grip on this pandemic. We need to get a grip with the fact that we find ourselves in a worse position comparatively to many, many other areas, many of our neighbours. So we need to get the virus transmission under control. And we need to find a way to work collectively on delivering that. And we need to continue to follow the public health advice. And we need to be guided all the while by what we said we would do at the very start of this pandemic, keeping the transmission in check and keeping the pressure off our health service. That's our guiding principles through this. So what we need to do as an executive is to go forward in the way in which I have outlined in the statement, where I talk about, let's look to the future. What can we do? What is going to allow us to be able to open things up? We've had some glimmer of hope around the vaccination, and we look forward to having that rolled out. But I think even before that, there's the issue of mass testing. How can we quickly get that rolled out? Because that will clearly allow us to have more freedoms to move around. Everybody wants certainty now. This has been such a difficult year for everybody. and everybody's craving some certainty. And I only wish we could give that certainty. But the reality is, because we're dealing with this pandemic, we can't. But what we can be certain about is when we're going to communicate with the public. What we can be certain about is what are the trigger points for us to take certain decisions. And that's certainly where I want us to focus on as the executive. So we focus on the vaccination, we focus on the mass testing, we focus on additional supports for individuals, and I know the Minister for the Communities is going to make a statement on that tomorrow, which again is some positive news. But we have to give the public something to grab onto for the future, and I think it's around these areas that we want to work on. So I think that we all need to collectively get a grip in terms of the approach from the executive, and we need to reflect on last week, and let's not make sure it doesn't be repeated again.
I call Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her statement to the House on what is a critical stage of this pandemic. I also welcome the new media campaign. I caught sight of an ad at the weekend, which was very good. I wanted to ask the Deputy First Minister if she agrees with me that each and every one of us have actually the power to control the spread of this virus, and that taking the most basic of precautions, the infection rates can be reduced further and allow non-COVID health services to continue or indeed recommence.
Yes, I can concur with the member. I mean, it's back to the basics. It's back to the principles of washing your hands and staying apart. We're trying to, in the simplest of terms, we're trying to break the transmission of the virus, and the best way we can do that is limit our contacts. So we really want to reinforce that message, and we hope that the new communication campaign will help us to get that message out there again and to remind people just of what's expected of all of us. And I also think people should take some hope in the fact that the restrictions that we've brought in to date have worked. We've demonstrated that it worked. Derry and Strabane, rates were through the roof. The intervention there worked. We can already see from the 4-week intervention that we have had over the last number of weeks that is starting to work. We were where we predicted we could be. So we have to learn from those things and continue to do that where required. But ultimately, we need to get to the point where we have the virus transmission at a controllable rate, the pressure off our health service, and then focus on these other areas where we need to be very much focused into the future.
I call Patsy McGlone.
I got a ceann comhairle agus gombuchas leis an ara as the righteous. I thank the Minister for her statement, and I wonder if she could tell us what she thinks the political fallout will be from the Executive's decision last week.
Well, I've described last week as unedifying on everybody. I think it doesn't reflect well on the Executive. We have a challenging Executive in the most normalist of times. We have 5 parties sitting around the table who have a duty to work towards collective decision-making and collective responsibility. And unfortunately, that was not the case last week, and it was a really challenging week for the Executive. And I just don't think it reflects well the fact that we found ourselves in a difficult position, but we had very clear public health advice. And this is very challenging. It's so challenging to work your way through this. I readily say that, and I believe everybody's conflicted all the while when trying to make decisions. But the majority of ministers voted to extend the restrictions for 2 weeks, and that should have been the case. That should have been what was the outworking of the Executive today. So I find it as a matter of profound concern and regret that that the colleagues opposite decided to use a mechanism that was there to protect minority rights. That shouldn't have been the case. It should have been the will of the Executive should have carried through. So what we need to do is accept where we are now. I accept this is now the outworking of the Executive, and we're all duty bound now to communicate the current situation to the public, to work with the public, to work our way through this. And I think that what we need to do is try to give people some hope in the middle of all of this doom and gloom and pandemic and the challenges that it brings, the mental health damage that it brings, everything else that comes with it. But for me, certainly, last week was a bad week all round, and I do not want to see that repeated.
Call Steve Egan.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Principal Speaker, and may I thank the Deputy First Minister for her statement so far. And may I take this opportunity to echo the thanks that we all owe this Assembly to our health service workers and what they do. However, in the light of the disaster example of so-called leadership and management shown by the Northern Ireland Executive last week, in particular the divisive, significant and controversial use of the cross-community vote, could you highlight how decisions which should be made based on the science and medical advice will now be debated and delivered cooperatively, rather than have decisions based on the narrowest of narrow political expediency, Political expediency that has already reduced the people of Northern Ireland's faith in our institutions to an even newer low that even I thought was possible. And with both the First Minister and Deputy First Ministers here, could you both now make a commitment that you will not use the cross-community vote mechanism, particularly on health issues and issues that are of vital interest to the people of Northern Ireland? You're both here. You can make that commitment.
I think we should also, in these debates and these conversations, always inject a wee bit of honesty into them. It wasn't two parties that used a cross-community vote. It was one party. So let's just be very clear about that. Let's also say that all other parties in the Executive wanted to extend the period for 2 weeks. That's also honesty with the public. But that reality was voted down in the cross-community mechanism, which I am aghast at. I don't believe it should have been used. That is my very clear position. That will always be my position. So where do we go from here? We communicate to the public where we're at now. We tell them where the spread of the virus is now. We tell them about the hospital pressures that we're under now. We tell them what the current restrictions are now. And then we work towards what can we do for the future. What can we do to fix this picture? What can we do to take that pressure off our health service? What can we do to support people to isolate? Because that's what's required. We find all the evidence tells us that many people who have to self-isolate, people on low incomes are dreading getting a ping on their phone if they've downloaded the app because they can't afford to isolate. So, we have to get to a point where we're actually making this as easy as we can for people in the most challenging of times. So that's to be the objective of the Executive, and to be guided by two things that we said in our pathway to recovery: keeping the transmission under control, under one, and then alongside that, keeping the pressure off our health service. That's what should guide us in all our future decision making, and all those decisions should be made in a timely way to make sure people have that information much in advance so they can plan.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the Deputy First Minister so far. I'm delighted to hear that she no longer supports or doesn't support the use of the cross-community vote. As someone who doesn't have their vote counted because of the cross-community vote, maybe it's now time to change that. Maybe it's time to modernise this Assembly and move on. I'm going to ask you, Deputy First Minister, last week you mentioned was a bad week. I don't want to continue on that bad week any further. You talk about supporting people to isolate. And on that basis, when we look at your statement where it talks about the rollout of a vaccination programme, we need clarity on how some of this parts of the statement are going to work, and that's one of the things that we can give clarity and certainty to people on, and it's more clarification. So I'm going to ask you if you can tell me if domiciliary care workers and carers, unpaid carers who haven't had a break in 9 months will be included as part of that vaccination programme. We've also, all of us are looking for the clarification. For instance, it talks about unlicensed premises such as cafes and coffee shops, but there are many of those cafes and coffee shops that have bistros that open in the evenings with licensed services. Does that mean that they're closed for the whole day? We need clarification for those businesses that can get open, and I please ask you to give that clarification either now or in the regulations as they come forward.
Yes, well, just on the second point, clarification will come with the regulations, and we've also said last week that one of the things that needs to happen going forward is helping people to understand what is expected of them as a business. I don't think there's been enough communication between the Department of Health and that wider sector. There's been a number of meetings had over throughout the whole of the pandemic with various sectors, and you have to say that a lot of sectors have worked really hard, a lot of businesses have worked really hard to try to adjust their businesses, to try to bring in things that makes their businesses more COVID secure, and we're just going to have to keep working at that. But people need to be communicated with in order to be able to make the decisions about what comes next. On the issue of the vaccine rollout and then the prioritisation of who we get first, there's going to be an executive discussion actually around that. I'm sure we'll be able to come back and say more about that over the course of time. But clearly those people that work on the front line are the people that would be prioritised. And then also alongside that, those people who are more vulnerable to the virus. So I think that there'll be a number of choices to be made for the Department of Health. But we are assured that we will be receiving a paper for discussion around testing, vaccination. And I look forward to that conversation. And hopefully it's this week.
Call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Deputy First Minister talks about injecting some honesty into this debate, but little did she fail to mention the fact that her position on Sunday was for a compromise position, and only she can answer why that changed come the Monday. But in the spirit of looking forward, I welcome this statement in as far as the crisis that we're in, that it gives clarity and dates for businesses and in particular working families who have been at the forefront and bearing the brunt of some of the restrictions that have been in place. The Deputy First Minister and the First Minister have talked about living and coexisting with this virus. So can I ask what work is going on with businesses to assure that whenever reopenings do happen, that it's in a safe and compliant manner?
So hopefully I addressed that second point just in the previous answer, just around that compliance group that's been put together, and it's actually to work with different sectors to get them ready to open. We also have supported our local councils because I think they have a key role to play. Local environmental health officers, enforcement officers, working with local businesses around, again, them being able to open in a safe and secure way. So I welcome the fact that there's been funding given to councils, for example, to do that work, and we need to continue to do that. Because, you know, to deal with the pandemic, it isn't just the executive, it's all partners. We've always said from the very start this was going to require a partnership approach and heavy lifting by everybody. So that's how I think we're going to take that forward. And again, back to the point of honesty, I was very honest on Sunday to say that I would weigh up all of these things based on the public health advice. Because that's every time we come to one of these crucial points, we have to look at it from a health perspective, an economical perspective, a societal perspective. All those things are factored into our discussions. And these are very, very difficult decisions. Really, really difficult on everybody's behalf. You couldn't take away from that. But people have different emphasis in terms of what they prioritise as what is being required. And whenever we, at this juncture, as we have done in every other juncture, had discussions with the health team, with the public health team, with the Health Minister, with Michael McBride and with Ian Young, when they come back and say, no matter what way you slice and dice it, we'll be coming back, in all likelihood, to an intervention before Christmas if we don't have a full 2-week lockdown. That was the scenario in which we were faced. So when I hear that evidence, I take that very seriously. And then further to that, after days of conversation in the executive, then we also have the Chief Medical Officer saying to proceed in this route will cause excess deaths. And again, we have to take that very seriously. So I accept these are all challenging conversations, and I think the best way we can communicate with the public is in a very honest way. None of us can make any cast iron guarantees right now because we're dealing with a pandemic. So it would be untrue to the public to give them any kind of guarantee. All we can do is try our very, very best, communicate it in a timely way, and actually take the decisions in a balanced way, in the best way that we can.
I call Emma Sheerin.
I thank the Minister for her statement and for her answers thus far and for her honesty and integrity in how she has handled this. Can the Minister provide us with an update of what local financial assistance there is for individuals at this time?
Yeah, so I think this is a really fundamental part of one of our tools in terms of dealing with COVID, because, as I said, all the attitude surveys tell us that people intend to self-isolate, for example, but then they can't because they can't afford to. And the reality is also that this pandemic disproportionately affects those in lower incomes, women. Its implications are just, they're so dire. So financial support for me is a crucial part of that. And I know that the Communities Minister will make a statement to the House tomorrow just in relation to that. But I just want to drive that message home again to the public, that there is financial support in place. And as I said, tomorrow we'll have more detail around a self-isolation grant, and that current scheme is going to be increased. And I think this is really, really important in getting that money to those people in low incomes who are facing a reduction in their pay, maybe because they've tested positive or they've been told to self-isolate. And like this, the grant that Carol has brought forward is a tax-free, non-repayable grant, and no other jurisdiction has it. So that's a really important thing that we have. That she's been able to bring forward. But I also say alongside that, there is a dedicated urgent referral service from the advice sector to escalate supports for people who desperately need them. And I think we all as MLAs should be promoting this work to make sure that people know where they can get support when they need it. We've had the different supports through the different helplines, which I very much welcome. And we've also had the community support funding and commitments that were made to councils. So that was to help with things like for grassroots services, for example, whenever there's localised lockdowns, we will provide wraparound services and food and financial support. So I think these are all really important areas of work that we need to continue to promote, because a lot of these things are out there. I don't know if everybody actually knows about them, so we need to continue to promote them as well and make sure that the public who needs this support knows where to go to get it.
I call Trevor Clark.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Following on from other questions about your honesty, Deputy First Minister, maybe the advice that you have referred to from Mr. Young, for we heard Mr. Young on the radio this morning where he said the excess deaths would occur whether we opened or otherwise. And then my colleague asked you about the change of your opinion. But of course, at the start of this lockdown, all of the parties agreed that this would be for 4 weeks and 4 weeks only. And the circumstances that brought us out of the first lockdown was to get the R number under 1. We were told last week that our number was 0.7. So what changed? What advice has the Minister got? And will the Minister publish that advice to actually what changed between 0.7 and the previous advice where it was under 1?
Well, I would encourage the member to maybe listen to all what I say on different occasions, because I was consistent from the start of the 4-week intervention that I hoped it would be a 4-week intervention, but that we needed to keep everything on the table because we didn't know where the virus would sit at the end of the 4-week period. We had predicted that all the modelling told us that the 4-week intervention could get us to 0.7, which it did. So again, that demonstrates that what we're doing works. It also further modelled that it would go up again as an impact of schools, and we know all our measures have a lag period. So the impact of schools opening means that our R rate is now sitting at 0.9, perhaps maybe even close to 1, if not above it, this week, and we'll know more about that later in the week. So all these things are predictable. These are modelled. The Chief Medical Officer, Chief Scientific Advisor have been very clear in terms of the 4-week only. And if you remember back to the 4-week intervention, the Health Minister wanted more. He modelled 4 weeks to 6 weeks. We talked about all these things. We tried to get an accommodation and a way forward. We really hoped that the intervention would work. But when it doesn't work, then you have to do further things. And that's the position that we have now found ourselves in.
Anybody else here speaking? You had your chance to ask the question, so please respect others also. Call Martina Anderson.
Caoimhe Archibald, thank you, Minister, for that statement. In the statement, you talk about additional financial support in place for individuals and businesses affected. But, Minister, the failure of the Economy Minister to release the funds for those recently self-employed and those in the supply chain, given the comments that we've heard, especially over the last week, about poverty and deprivation, does she realise, and could you relay to her, please, that some of these people who haven't received a single penny need to put food on the table and they need to pay bills?
Thanks to the member for her question. And yes, can I say that I'm deeply concerned that all those businesses that were asked to close 4 weeks ago, still many of them have not received their grant aid, particularly those people in the close contact services, again a predominantly female workforce. At the lower end of pay scales quite often. So this money needs to be delivered to them into their bank accounts ASAP. It should have been already delivered. These are complicated times, no doubt, but I have raised this with the Minister for the Economy and will continue to do so in the Executive.
McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Deputy First Minister, for your answers so far. You have spoken about giving people some hope. I've had an email from a constituent over the weekend, and she's looking for some hope. And this is what she says: every Christmas I welcome home my family, my children and my grandchildren. We have a large family dinner on Christmas Day. There could be 22 at our table. Members of my family return from Galway, Edinburgh and London. Will this be permitted this year? I have to make arrangements, and I don't trust the Executive to plan ahead so that I can plan ahead. When do you think we will get clear guidance? This is making me anxious, as Christmas is just round the corner and travelling arrangements need to be made. Can you shed any light? I just want a very merry, dairy Christmas. What do you say to her?
I think that reflects the concerns of many, many families right now, and it just demonstrates just the enormity of what it is that we're dealing with, and the fact that people have been so separated all year long. And then now we're coming up to the Christmas period where it's all of our natural instinct to be with our family and our friends and to spend time together. So we have to work our way through this. We have to be very clear with the public around the fact that it is that close contact that actually spreads the virus. But at the same time, we have to give people something in terms of being able to find some way to spend some time with family members. So we as an Executive will have to discuss the approach to this. It will be dependent on the virus spread at the time, as you would expect, and we're going to have to find a way to communicate this in the clearest possible terms that we can for the public. But it will depend on the public health at the time, and I think that it's going to be a challenging time for people, but we have to give them that wee bit of hope. And I think we should be able to find a way to allow some flexibility, to allow people to get over the Christmas period and have some comfort.
Call Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement today. Minister, would you agree that the decision taken by the Executive last week has the unfortunate potential to breed public complacency and to undermine confidence in the public medical and scientific messaging coming from the Executive?
Yes, I don't think anybody can get away from that. I think when the public see what happened here last week, then they will rightly be dismayed. So let's not repeat what happened last week. Let's make sure that there's a better way forward, a consensus way forward, and let's make sure that we use this time to not lose sight of the fact that we are dealing with a global pandemic. And despite everything that happened last week, we need to still communicate to the public that we're asking them to do these basic things and to break that transmission. We are in a very challenging situation, and our health service is under huge pressure right now, and we're asking people just to continue to work with us, and hopefully we can continue to keep the virus transmission down.
Call George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of our dedicated health staff who are working day and night to try and protect us all from this horrific virus. And could I ask the Minister, when does she hope the first people in Northern Ireland will be able to avail from the much needed virus vaccine? And what role can rapid testing and potential mass testing play in Northern Ireland?
Thanks to the member for his question. And in terms of giving it a definitive date, we can't do that right now, but we're certain, we've been told that we will perhaps have supplies of vaccine this side of Christmas, so hopefully in December. And then there will be the prioritisation around how we roll that vaccine programme out. This is one of the discussions that we're coming back to at the Executive. So what does that look like? Who gets prioritised? So we wait a paper from the Department of Health around that. And then, as I say, I've no doubt, given the significance of finding a vaccine programme, the Health Minister would want to make a statement to this Assembly and take all those questions.
Call Colm Gillerny.
Can Corlia and Caoimhe Joint First Minister. Can I ask, given the serious impact that these measures have on business, and they are absolutely necessary in the absence of other public health measures, but can I ask, given that impact, what supports are in place here locally for business? Thanks
to the Chair of the Health Committee for the question. I think there is a range of supports there in place. I think when you look at the different schemes that we have across the Department of Finance, where we have the grants available at 3 different levels, 800, 1200 and 1600 per week. And then in addition to that, we also still have the 12-month holiday in place, which is obviously a welcome initiative for businesses that still have the hospitality or still have their overheads to pay, but aren't trading right now. So that's whether it's hospitality or tourism or leisure. Or obviously, we know there's some services that are impacted more than others. Then you also have the Localised Restrictions Support Scheme in the Department of the Economy. You have the COVID Restrictions Business Support Scheme. There's a whole range of schemes that actually we've tried to get into the public domain as quickly as possible. The Department of Infrastructure scheme on taxis and buses. Still have the furlough scheme. So there's a whole range of schemes there that help businesses to survive this. And that's the best we can do in this period, is to try to mitigate the damage that this is causing to our economy. And I do think that there are also other areas where, as I said earlier, the things that we need to focus on now are around this issue of mass testing. How can that help us open up more things in the economy? How can that allow us to get to a point where more and more things can be opened and we can lift some of these restrictions? I had a very interesting conversation, actually, at the weekend with Joe Anderson, who's the Mayor of Liverpool. And they have a mass testing programme in place, and he was really interesting to listen to around how they have been able to break the chain of the transmission. And some of the early details around the pilot is that this can bring it down by as much as the transmission down by as much as 50%. That's transformative in terms of what we could do here. So I think this is really important area of work, and I would make the case that we should be a priority in terms of the rollout of either a pilot around the testing, mass testing or the full implementation on the back of the pilots that are being done. So I think that there is, this to me is a way to allow us both to have both personal freedom and then also freedoms, more businesses to be able to be opened as well.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Participation in sport is vital to the physical and mental health of young people. Can I ask the Deputy First Minister what work the Executive is doing to establish the impact of youth sport on the transmission of COVID-19 and when youth sport could be allowed to recommence?
Well, we haven't got any decisions around what happens next, so the current restrictions are still in place. I'm happy to take this up with the Communities Minister and talk to her about the restrictions that are currently in place, but you're well you've put on the record just in terms of the positive benefits of youth sport and also giving people that just chance to go out, especially if things are outside, if there are opportunities for us to do things outside, because obviously outside comes with less risk than inside. So I can ensure that this is raised with the Department of Communities and also that it's factored into the conversations at what comes next.
I call Caoimhe Archibald.
And I thank the Minister for her responses so far. And I caught your response to Martina Anderson there in relation to the business support, and I think it is really important that is raised as a matter of urgency with the Economy Minister. But in further to Sinead McLaughlin's question, what advice would you give to people this Christmas? Caoimhe Archibald.
It's that we will communicate that to the public as soon as we can, that we are very conscious that people want to spend time with their loved ones and with their families. I know I certainly also do. I think that how much time we can spend will be dependent on just the current position with the virus at that time. But we will talk about this at the Executive. We will come back and communicate what actually that looks like for people as soon as we possibly can. Unfortunately, we're probably just a wee bit too far out yet to be able to give that in any kind of detailed way.
Call Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, can the Deputy First Minister confirm one of the big issues facing businesses, as we all know, is the inability to get money out to them quickly enough to enable them to get through this period of restrictions? Many of them are willing to close. They know it's in the broader public benefit. They know that it's better for them to be open around Christmas than in late November with rising infections. But can the Deputy First Minister confirm that there's £500 million sitting that has not yet been allocated? And would she agree with me that it's incumbent on the Economy Minister to work with the Finance Minister to get as much of that money allocated and out the door to businesses as quickly as possible?
Yes, you're right. We have received additional allocation of £400 million and added to some money that we already had. The public would be right not to forgive us if we don't use that money wisely to support them through the pandemic. So I think it's incumbent on all ministers actually around the table to come forward with ideas, and I know that the Finance Minister is talking to all ministers about that. But we need to help people in the here and now, so whatever we can do to get the financial support to them in the here and now is what we should be doing. But certainly the Executive is focused on this, and we want to make sure that we get everything out the door as quickly as we possibly can, and every penny out the door to support businesses as quickly as we can.
I call Justin McNulty.
Can I thank the Joint First Minister for her statement and for her answers thus far. In relation to protecting the health service, the economy and our families and friends, the Joint First Minister mentioned the importance of us all taking small steps, small daily steps. This I agree with. However, given many businesses and families are literally on their hands and knees and have yet to receive any supports from the Executive. There are 11,000 applications to the Department of Finance, only 9,000 of those have been paid out. Those businesses and families are on their hands and knees. What would you say to them about taking small steps?
Well, I think that the member would be wise to separate out the two things. So what we're asking people to do is about compliance, it's about their own personal behaviour, it's about all those things. What I've said throughout this statement is that this is very challenging and difficult for everybody, but particularly those people and businesses who've had their businesses shut. So I have said to previous questions that I have been asked today that I am aware that many businesses have been raising concerns around the slowness of getting their grant aid. I've also said that that delay concerns me greatly, and I've also said that I have taken that up with the Economy Minister, and I will do so again at the Executive this week.
I call Clare Bailey.
Thank you, Speaker. And we're 9 months into this pandemic now, and for 9 months have known that this was a winter virus. So while it might be reassuring for some to hear that the Executive are now starting to prepare for the introduction of mass testing, for it's long overdue, and that they are looking to establish a focused working group, because again, that is long overdue, how can the Minister give the assurance to the public that they can have confidence in delivery from this Executive, given the track record of chaos and given the Executive Party's continuance to act as their own opposition? People need action and they need delivery more than they need promises and statements.
Thanks to the member for her question, and I can assure the member that the whole way through this pandemic we have been guided by the two principles which I outlined earlier on: keeping the virus transmission under control and making sure we keep the capacity in our health service to be able to respond. But there's no doubt that this is challenging, and I've also said repeatedly that this is challenging in normal times to be in a five-party executive. But to deal with a pandemic in the middle of that is also even more challenging and even more difficult. We need to work to gain the public's confidence. We need to work to make sure that the public will continue to work with us. They have been absolutely amazing in getting us to this point. Every time there was something asked of the public, they responded, and I very, very much welcome that and commend them for that. But I'd also say we're not out of the woods yet, and we have a way to go. And all I can say to the public is that I will continue to lead and to steer us through what is the most challenging of times, and that means taking all these things into account. But the message the public needs to hear, even from this chamber this week, is that we are working together, that we are going to try and chart our way through this, that we can get to the other side of this. And the best way we'll do that is with the most first-class, first find, test, trace and isolate system in place. I agree with you. I don't think enough was done in terms of the Department of Health's preparation for where we are now. We always knew winter was coming. That was a certain. We didn't know when the second wave would come, and I think it came quicker than people actually expected. So I think that there's a whole combination of things there, but there's a trust issue and a confidence issue with the public, and I'm determined to capture that.
I call Nesbitt.
Earlier today, the First Minister, I think, agreed to look at the Women's Policy Group's document, COVID-19, a Feminist Recovery Plan, and indeed to the civil service reaction to that, and particularly what the Women's Policy Group feel were the failure to acknowledge the gender pay gap, or the fact that 82% of part-time workers are female and therefore they are the most affected by COVID-19. Can I ask the Deputy First Minister if she will join with the First Minister in looking again at that document and its recommendations?
Thanks to the member, and yes, I heard that question earlier and I'm more than happy to do so.
I call Jim Allister.
Mr. Speaker, the 6 pages of this statement wouldn't go far to paper over the gaping chasms in the Executive's approach. It contains some great words, if they weren't so empty, falling from the lips of the Deputy First Minister. Words like, the most powerful tool we have is our own behaviour and actions. Words like, to those who are considering going against the public health guidance and regulations, I asked you to think very carefully. Deputy First Minister, I think that invites the question from people still outraged by your behaviour in attending the Story funeral. How carefully did you think about that? Do you not think you could claw back some credibility for yourself in making these exhortations to others if you were to belatedly apologise, not for the undermining of the public message, but for your actions in causing the undermining of the public message?
Thanks to the member for his repeated question. I think I have answered this question on the floor of this House on many occasions, and I'm satisfied that I have nothing new to add to that. Caoimhe.
I call Gerry Carroll.
I don't really know where to start with this statement. Mr. Speaker, it's embarrassingly lacking. Little content in the statement, little direction, and attempting to paint a picture of the parade ahead when we're likely to see a repeat of last week's charade in the near future again. Can the Deputy First Minister please give a concrete answer
as to why she backs the political decision of living with this virus rather than putting a zero-COVID strategy in place which could have results as successful as New Zealand and would put our health first.
Well, the member will know that we're not New Zealand and we're Ireland, and we are very challenged in dealing with this strategy. I think that we needed to have, I've always been clear in saying from the very start that we needed to have an all-island approach. I actually think we should have a two-island approach from the very outset of this pandemic. I regret the fact that that hasn't been the case. There's been some cooperation, but nowhere near enough. What we have to do is find a way to, when we say coexist or find a way to live, I think the best way to say is actually find a way to live through this pandemic, because we have to live through the pandemic. But what we have to do is find a way to maximise people's freedoms, to lift these restrictions as best as we can, when we can, to keep the pressure off our health service, to give people that glimmer of hope for the future. And I would say that to people, not to be over-optimistic, but the fact that we have a vaccine now shows that there is some light there. The fact that we can roll out mass testing and the fact that will bring the transmission down by 50%, those are all huge advances. So there's the wee bit of hope for people, I think, in the middle of this. But what we have to do is continue to find a balanced way forward that respects the public health advice, that keeps the transmission in check, that keeps the pressure off our health service, that supports people who need to isolate, that finds cases. Don't just wait till people come forward. We need to find cases, asymptomatic people in the community. Mass testing will help us to do that. I think there are a number of things on the horizon that can help us turn this corner, and I certainly look forward to that day and to work with all of the Executive and the Assembly till we find that way forward.
I call Robbie Butler. Mr Speaker, I thank the Minister for her statement, and in her last answer she used the word hope, and it's a word that we've bandied around here for a number of years. But last week we had people who were crippled by the fear of contracting COVID. We had people crippled with the fear of losing their finances, but all of those people were crippled by the fact that they could get no answer from this Executive, which was worse than lamentable. Finally, Minister, what confidence can you give people that lessons have been learned by the Executive, and what has been put in place to ensure that information comes out in a timely manner, that people aren't waiting until the last minute to hear the decisions that are come to by this Executive?
Well, I've no doubt that your colleague, the Health Minister, has given you chapter and verse about the Executive meeting, and I've no doubt he also said that I was very supportive of him the whole way through. I have no doubt that he could say anything other than I tried to find consensus the whole way through. And I've no doubt that that would be the statement that he could make to you today if he was sitting beside you talking to you. We continue to work with the Health Minister. We'll continue to work with Executive colleagues. We'll continue to try and find a way to keep the virus in check, keep the pressure off our health service, do all the things that I have stated here at length today. That's what we need to do. That's what the Executive needs to do. And we all need to work together. We are actually all in this together, and we have to find a way to be as fulsome with the public as we possibly can, and tell them how difficult it is and tell them how challenging these decisions are. But the best thing we can do is communicate clearly.
Call Clare Bailey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Deputy First Minister has consistently criticised the use of the Northern Ireland Executive cross-community voting mechanism, and I agree with that criticism. However, that mechanism was legitimately applied in that the current policy and legislation allowed it to happen. And all 5 executive parties signed up to it on that basis, knowing that it could be applied at some point. So will the Deputy First Minister commit to abolishing that mechanism in either law or policy? And if she doesn't abolish it, is it an admittance that at some point when politics suit, it will be used again?
Again, you see, we should never tar everybody with the one brush. One party decided to use the mechanism, which is there to protect minorities. You're absolutely right. But you have to then question, the 2 questions that come from that is it the mechanism itself, which is designed to protect minority rights, which I absolutely fully support, or is it the use of the mechanism? And it's the use of the mechanism that's been called into question. It's appalling that it was used. I wouldn't use it. I could have blocked the last decision in the Executive, but I chose not to, because this is a public health crisis. This isn't about minority rights. The COVID pandemic is impacting everybody equally. So I think that for me, there's a conversation always had about, is it the mechanism or is it the use of it? It's the abuse of the mechanism that's at the heart of the problem.
Okay, members, and that concludes questions to the First and Deputy First Minister. I invite members now to take their ease before we commence the next item of business. The next item of business will be an urgent question to the Health Minister from Mr Colin McGrath. Members, Mr Colin McGrath has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Health. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in your places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically for a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
to ask the Minister of Health how his department will address the shortage of 200,000 flu vaccinations, which has been described as deeply concerning and frustrating by senior GPs.
And I call the Minister of Health. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to have this opportunity to come to the House today to clarify some of the issues regarding this year's flu programme. First of all, let me assure members, and even more importantly those listening at home, there is no shortage of ordered vaccines. In total this year, 1,050,300 doses have been procured for the flu vaccination programme. As of last Friday morning, 826,890 doses have been delivered into Northern Ireland. 601,243 doses have been delivered to GPs and trusts. I can confirm that as of this morning, following 2 further deliveries, totalling 192,700 doses, the total vaccine delivered now stands at 1,019,590 doses, and around 30,000 doses of the childhood vaccine are still to be delivered. And this is the only remaining order that is outstanding. As was outlined by the Public Health Agency last month, uptake has been exceptional, with people getting the vaccine in higher numbers than ever before. So a temporary pause was placed on some aspects of the seasonal flu programme. Those additional vaccines are now available. In regards to the over 65 vaccine, let me again assure members that there are significant quantities of vaccine available. There are approximately 323,000 people over the age of 65 in Northern Ireland. Initially, we aimed for an 85% uptake target, which equates to 275,000 vaccines. So we purchased 286,000 vaccines. Last month, I approved the purchase of a further 10,000 vaccines, bringing that total to 296,000. Those additional 10,000 additional vaccines arrived in Northern Ireland on Thursday, the 5th of November. So the reports in the media today of Northern Ireland being almost 200,000 doses short of the flu vaccine for the over 65 age cohort are being unable to complete its vaccination programme are simply not true. So once again, I want to reassure everyone listening there is no shortage. Further plans are now in place to procure even further quantities of vaccine at a later date if necessary. But finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all our GPs, practice nurses and community pharmacy for their expertise and persistence over recent weeks. This is an incredibly busy and pressurised time for them all, and yet without them our flu programme could simply not succeed.
Colin McGrath, supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber today. The news, when it broke this morning, was deeply worrying and deeply concerning for people who are facing the perils of COVID and a fear of getting the seasonal flu, which may put them into a position where they're more vulnerable for other illnesses. And this was scaring and frightening people, so it is very welcome that the Minister has been able to come here today and put that record straight and send a clear message to people that they will be able to receive the vaccine that they require. But maybe then if I could just ask 2 questions. One, can you give an assurance that all people over the age of 65 and those with underlying conditions will be able to access in a timely manner that vaccine before the flu season starts as projected in December? And can maybe, if you've got a sense of the breakdown of communication that has led medics within the sector to make the announcement that they did today? Thank you.
I thank the member. I had a meeting just prior to coming to the House with the PHA and the Health and Social Care Board and representatives to have a discussion in regards to how that communication failure actually came about. There seemed to have been a meeting between all parties last week, which has led to, I think, what has been described as inaccurate reporting by the BBC. The BBC report incorrectly stated that Northern Ireland did not receive its full vaccine quota. While 1 million doses were ordered, they claimed that between 500,000 and 600,000 were delivered, and I've assured the House in my opening statements of the numbers that have been procured, ordered and are currently delivered in Northern Ireland. In regards to the uptake that the member talks about, I am due to receive a report by the end of this week in regards to the normal uptake of the different flu vaccines that are used, because we use different strains for children, for the under 65s and for the over 65s. This concern seems to be in the over 65 population, and in my opening statement I equated how we had actually ordered for the equivalence of an 85% uptake in that cohort, which is actually far in advance of what was actually used this time last year, when we had 74.8% uptake. So we had actually ordered additional vaccines, and we are getting additional vaccine on top of that as well to ensure that we can get those cohorts vaccinated. We're now working with our GPs to make sure that we can get those vaccination programmes and mass vaccination events back up and running again, to ensure that that is done in a timely fashion.
I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I suppose probably at first can I say and put on record my sincere thanks to those doctors and nurses that have been implementing a very successful flu vaccine programme to date. We've all seen it within our own communities. The level of organisation has went out. But Minister, I suppose probably I come to the Chamber with a considerable degree of concern as to what is exactly going on within the department and within PHA. The PHA did say this morning in a statement the demand for vaccine has resulted in a temporary pause in the supply of vaccine for eligible people under 65 and additional controls to ensure fair distribution to all GP practices across Northern Ireland. Dr Gerry Waldron, Head of Health Protection for the PHA, said he regretted some flu clinics had to be cancelled. So I think this is in stark contrast to what the Minister is saying in the House today. So can I ask him in that spirit, does this build confidence for people that look towards a potential COVID-19 vaccine in the future as to how it will be implemented across Northern Ireland?
I don't think it is in contrast when you actually listen to what PHA did say. There was a pause in the vaccine because the member may not be aware. When it comes to the delivery of flu vaccines, they come in two batches. They come in the initial batch that we ordered back at the start of the year, then the additional batches that we ordered actually during the summer. Why some of those clinics were actually paused was to allow the delivery of the second batches of vaccine. What we did see in the initial, I suppose, setup of those mass flu vaccination programmes was an exceptional uptake, and I reported, I think it was in the House last week, to the member's colleague Paula Bradley, in regards to some of the uptakes we've actually seen, where some GPs were reporting sending out 500 letters and 499 attendees actually turning up, whereas in the past what we've actually seen, Mr Speaker, would have been a maximum of in the region of 75% uptake as well. So in regards to the member's assertion to try and, I think, talk down the programme, I think what we actually saw was that the advance in the early stages was an exceptional uptake and delivery and coordination between PHA, GPs, community pharmacy and those nurses as well. So now that we have those, I suppose, structures in place where we can do those fast vaccination outreach programmes, should they be in community halls, church halls, car parks, underground car parks as well, where we were doing in-car vaccination programmes as well. It actually sends us, or sets us up with a sound basis as to what the COVID vaccination programme would look like once that vaccine does become available.
And thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber today to answer questions in relation to this. And Minister, you have referred there to modelling and planning, but can I ask specifically what modelling and preparation the Department made into the demand and the uptake of the flu vaccine this year, and when that was completed and by who?
I thank the Chair for his questions. The planning we actually did this year was for an uptake target of, and specifically for the over 65 cohort, was actually for an 85% uptake target. Whereas in the past, as I said in earlier answers, I think to Mr McGrath, and last year we actually saw a 74.8% uptake. The year prior to that was 70% uptake. So to target for an 85% uptake, the numbers that we actually ordered even allowed for a 7% wastage rate, which would be normal in a large-scale vaccination programme. So those calculations were done by PHA, and that is why we actually ordered that additional vaccine over the summer period as well, to complement what would have been our original order, which was made at the start of the year to allow for production and also delivery.
I call Alan Chambers.
Speaker, Minister, one of the benefits of being part of the United Kingdom is that the four nations have shared resources throughout the pandemic. So, whilst I very much welcome today's clarity from the Minister, which again emphasises the need for accuracy in public reporting at this time, will the Minister contact the Department of Health and Social Care in England if in the days and weeks ahead he believes he will require even greater quantities of vaccine to fully meet the needs of Northern Ireland? Thank you.
And again, I think the member he makes a valid point. When I said earlier, and this is specific, Mr. Speaker, for the over 65 target, our age group, we had set that target at 85%, which was 275,000. We approved the additional purchase of another 10,000 vaccines, which I said had arrived on Thursday, the 5th of November. I can report to the member and to the House as well that having contacted Matt Hancock over the last 24 hours, we've actually been able to obtain an additional 15,000 vaccines as well. So rather than our 85% target that we had set ourselves in the vaccines order to achieve that, we now have actually more vaccines on the way as well, which will be put into a further programme of vaccination.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
For coming to the Chamber today. You talked about the exceptional uptake in the flu vaccine. What lessons are being learnt for the forthcoming rollout of the coronavirus vaccine programme, both in terms of operational issues but also communication? Thank you.
And I think the members, her last point is bang on the money. I think it's the communication aspect of this, which, as I said, I had the conversation earlier this afternoon in regards to PHA and those representatives of the board as to how we get that communication correct, as to how the distribution of the vaccines works, and especially in regards to COVID vaccines, as we see there's now 2 that's on the market. One that the UK has actually pre-ordered, and there is logistical challenges in regard to how that's managed, because it has to be stored at -70 for a period of time and then can be stored in normal fridges for the last 5 days of use. So there is a large logistical piece of work, but it's also in regards of communication, as in identifying those cohorts who will be eligible in the early stages to make sure that the GPs, community pharmacy and all other aspects have those members clearly identified, and that we put in a process and a location that we can do it safely as well, as I said earlier, in regards to some of the fantastic work that we've seen brought forward by GPs and community pharmacies in regards to how they've actually delivered mass vaccination programmes. I don't think any of us in this House, even this time last year, would have envisaged flu vaccination programmes being completed in underground car parks as well, but they proved to be highly effective and highly deliverable, and people were able to do it in most cases in the comfort of their own cars as well. So it's about making sure we get that communication phase right when the vaccine for COVID does become available.
Palm Cameron.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Health Minister for his attendance here this afternoon. I also welcome the news that the flu vaccine will be made available to those who are most vulnerable. On the 12th of October, there were 46 care homes with COVID-19 outbreaks, yet on the 12th of November that number had risen to 143. All the time when hospitality and close contact services were closed. It makes no sense that many months on into this pandemic there is no rapid testing or mass testing of staff in key wards or in care homes to complement the vaccines. This should be a daily occurrence for those key healthcare workers, regardless of what other regions are doing, and I've heard that some care settings in England are carrying out daily testing for both staff and visitors. Can I respectfully ask the Minister why he is not testing healthcare staff on a daily basis?
And with respect to the member, I'm aware that has been something that has been raised in a number of press releases from our party, although not connected directly to the flu vaccination programme. And what I will say to the member as well, when she indicates the number of care homes that we have currently indicating as having outbreaks, that is due to our positive and reactive testing programme that we have introduced, and something I know the member was supportive of, something that the Commissioner for Older People was supportive of as well. She speaks of a number of pilot programmes that are currently undergoing in Liverpool and I think in a number of care homes in the south-east of England, which have been in the media today. One of the things I'll say to the member is we're fully plugged into those pilots, because that's what they are. They're actually testing the viability of the testing machines, the protocols and the utilisation to make sure that we use them in the best way they can be used to support the residents, to support the patients and to support staff. In regards to testing hospital workers, which I think was part of our line as well, because in line with our current testing protocols, testing is prioritised actually for all our healthcare workers, and that includes hospital staff who are symptomatic or whose household contacts are symptomatic, to help enable those essential workers to return to work as soon as possible. So the position with regard to routine testing of all hospital staff is kept under active review. And with regard to the new testing technologies, which I was speaking about, there are emerging plans, those technologies that are emerging. Plans are progressing with a range of local partners and experts for actually testing those pilots across different settings, including healthcare settings, that will include repeat testing of asymptomatic healthcare staff. The new tests for asymptomatic people aim to identify those at risk of spreading the virus and reduce the risk of onward infection, and to find positive cases earlier to reduce actually transmission of the virus. So those pilots are something that we're watching with interest to make sure that the equipment is effective and efficient enough and actually will bring benefit to what we want to do.
Call order, Flynn.
Good, I know it was touched on earlier from one of the members around guaranteeing that the over 65s would have access, that you have enough stock for the flu vaccine, but I'm just wondering if the Minister can guarantee that everyone over the age of 65 will be able to receive this vaccine before the end of November. Thank you.
And again, I thank the member for the point. As I said earlier, our original estimations were for an 85% uptake target, which equated to 275,000 vaccines. We actually purchased 286. We've received an additional 10,000, and as I said in response to Mr Chambers, there's an extra 15,000, which has been agreed by DHSC for part of the Northern Ireland allocation. So we will have in excess of 300 and 311,000. Our current population of those over 65 sit at 323. So there is enough there, not for everyone, but for the vast majority, and far in excess of the percentage uptakes that we have seen in previous years.
I call Justin McNulty.
I thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber today and for his answers thus far. Unfortunately, can I put on record my thanks to healthcare staff and GP surgeries in schools and healthcare settings who have administered this vaccine so diligently and proactively so far. I spoke with one GP last week, and she's told me about how incredibly, exceptionally hard everybody's working. Have all residents in nursing homes been vaccinated, Minister? And can you tell me what the CEMO has advised will be the impact on the battle against COVID of not having the flu vaccine administered to people?
Again, I thank the member for his questions. I think one of the points the CMO has been making in the last number of weeks and months is how vital it is that somebody doesn't contract flu and COVID at the same time. So our flu vaccination programme is actually well ahead of schedule, where we would be in any normal year. But as everyone in this House knows, and the member knows, this is not a normal year. So that's why, and I welcome the member's acknowledgement of the GPs, of our community nurses, and for community pharmacy as well, who have been taking forward this vaccination programme. In regards to those over 65, everyone over 65 is eligible for the vaccine, no matter where they are resident.
Just before I call the next member, could I ask members to come to their questions very quickly, because we have a number of members who still want to ask questions, so please keep your introductions very, very brief and to the minimum. And I call Robbie Butler.
Mr Speaker, I very much welcome the clarity, and it does stand in stark contrast to what's been reported until now, Minister. Will the Minister give us a commitment that there will be close monitoring of the development of the additional vaccine, both by the PHA and the Health and Social Care Board?
I thank the member for his question. Following the meeting earlier on today, I've asked for weekly updates as to where we are in regards to the flu vaccination programme, not just in the distribution of the vaccine, but also at what percentage level we are of uptake across all groups as well. While today we're specifically talking about the over 65s, there are a number of other groups who are also eligible for the flu vaccine: all pregnant women, all individuals under 65 with a current chronic medical condition, primary school children, frontline healthcare workers who are employed by a trust, and frontline social care workers employed by a trust as well. So there are a number of additional groups who are eligible for the flu vaccine, and I've asked the PHA and the board to make sure that I receive regular updates as to how the remaining part of our flu vaccination programme is progressing.
Call Gerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks, Minister, for his answers. Does the Minister seriously believe that the potential COVID vaccine now being touted in the media as being available here in December will be, or was that just a line inserted in an executive press release last week in order to save face during the mother of all storm and shambles? Thank you.
And again, I thank the member. I'm here to answer questions in regards to flu vaccine, but happy enough to talk about coronavirus vaccine as well. I think what we've seen reported in the media is an advance statement by a company that they now have a vaccine that will be 90% effective. It's one of the vaccines that the UK government has actually pre-bought, so we will be part of that uptake, as I reported to the House last week. Our allocation will be enough vaccine to, if I recall off the top of my head, Speaker, I think it's 275,000 individuals in Northern Ireland will be able to receive that vaccine. There's reports today now of another vaccine coming onto the market, which is claiming to be 95% effective as well. It's not one of the ones that was in the UK pre-procurement exercise, but I'm led to believe now that the UK government is in negotiations with that company to make sure that if it does become available safely on the market, that we will have access. By default, we will get our share as being part of the United Kingdom. In regards to the availability, it is widely believed that there will be some of the vaccine available by the end of this year, but it shouldn't be perceived as a panacea for everything or for COVID. And I think any of the experts here talking about the efficacy and the utilisation of vaccines are indicating that it will be well into next year before the vaccine is able to have its real effect as how it combats COVID in the community.
I would ask the next members to ask the question related to the urgent oral question on the paper today. Clare Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, are there any known contraindications of those having already received the seasonal flu vaccine and then receiving the specific COVID-19 vaccine? And will patients who have tested positive for COVID-19 make use of the anticipated COVID vaccine? I suppose I ask these questions because that will help with the management of an expected programme in the winter months.
And I think one of the points that was a concern was expressed by the GPs, and one I share with them, is that we really need to get the flu vaccination programme out of the way before we can commence the COVID one, because there is, I think, advice and guidance out there that there should be at least 3 weeks between either vaccine being delivered to make sure that both have their maximum effect. So in regards to any known studies of that, I'm sure that is ongoing, because as we are well aware of the 2 COVID vaccines that are now reported as being available, none of them have went through their full clinical and safety trials for utilisation in the community, and until that process is actually completed, I don't think they will be used widely in the United Kingdom. So that piece of work still has to be done. But I think the point, just to back up what the member is saying, is the importance that any COVID vaccine is safe to use, but to be also promoted as widely as possible. For those who are eligible to use it, should be using it and uptaking it as well. So there is no, I suppose, barrier, for want of a better word, if anybody has contracted COVID in the past or tested positive for COVID, that will leave them ineligible for the vaccine.
Call Paul Fruit.
Speaker, the Minister will know, as I've corresponded with him, about the growing number of residents, vulnerable residents in North Antrim, who have not been able to avail of the flu vaccine because they've had to drive in to practice instead of walk in. Can the Minister shed some light on that issue? Is it a growing problem, and how does he fix it?
I thank the member, and it is something he has raised. He has raised with me in correspondence. And I think when we talked about, the protocols and the advances that we've seen in GP surgeries, the drive-ins, the underground car parks, were great advances. But one of the things that our GP colleagues, community pharmacy, and our practice nurses have always made aware or made available is that ability still to walk into clinics, should they be even in community halls, church halls, so that they can avail of the flu vaccine. So what has actually been done at a GP level is those members who don't have or make themselves known that they will other abilities to obtain the vaccine will be made available to them, and I think I've given that to the answer and to the member in writing as well.
Call Sheerin.
Agus Gombuegas leis an aras up the righteous. I thank the Minister for taking this question today. I'm surprised to hear him saying that the story that was broken by a reputable journalist this morning is not true, because there has been some other evidence of difficulties with the rollout of this vaccine. The Minister himself mentioned the pauses, and his own colleague in the Health Committee told us some weeks ago that there was a delay in the rollout of the school vaccination programme. So there are issues, and I suppose confidence in the PHA at the moment isn't at a premium, given their woeful underestimation of the number of positive COVID cases. So can the Minister explain why he is so confident, and I answered the question to my colleague Orlia Flynn, why he is so confident that everyone who needs a vaccine or wants a vaccine will get it in a timely fashion?
And I thank the member. In regards to his comments in PHA, I noted his exchange with PHA officials in the Health Committee a number of weeks ago. I don't think they were edifying. I don't think that any member, elected member of this House, should speak to any official, no matter how much they disagree or want to challenge the evidence they're bringing or what they're saying. And I don't think it did the member any good in how he spoke to the PHA officials who were in front of the committee. In regards to the comments that I made in regards to the reporting, which I actually said was the BBC report had incorrectly stated that Northern Ireland did not receive its full vaccine quota, while 1 million doses were ordered, between 500 and 600,000 were delivered. That was inaccurate, and I stand over that comment, and it's in Hansard as well. So in regards to the uptake, the work is ongoing between GP practices, the Health and Social Care Board, community pharmacy, and the PHA in regards to make sure that we get the rollout of the second batch of vaccine, which now has been delivered in Northern Ireland. The reason the programme was paused was because of the success of the delivery of those mass vaccination programmes, which were actually delivered by GPs in the first instance. So we actually got in front of the delivery of vaccines that we were expecting, and the additional ones we had ordered over the summer. They are now in Northern Ireland. They will now be distributed to GP practices as necessary to meet the demand that is there. And in regards to the uptake, I've went through the percentages, especially in the over 65s. We had ordered enough for an 85% uptake, with a 7% wastage rate at that point as well. But on top of that, we have now received additional vaccines coming in from the DHSC in the UK.
Steve Egan, I'm 1 minute.
All right, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Principal Speaker. And may I thank the Minister for his comments so far. One of the issues, as speaking as somebody who's had the flu vaccine and somebody who's been a cancer survivor, one of the issues that was mentioned in my local GP surgery was the fact that quite a few people didn't turn up at their allotted times. Could the Minister help me in getting the message out there that if you are allotted a slot for a flu vaccination, you do make every effort you can, if you can do so, to be there, to make sure that is there for that vital health business? Thank you.
And I thank the member, and I think it's been well rehearsed, the importance of getting the flu vaccine, and especially when our colleagues across, as I say again, GP practices, practice nurses, community pharmacy, go to the effort of organising the flu programmes and the flu vaccination programmes that we've seen across the country, I would encourage everybody to utilise the slots that they are offered, because they are being delivered in a timely and efficient manner to make sure that we get not just the efficient uptake of flu vaccines here in Northern Ireland, but make best use of our professionals' time as well.
And that concludes this item of business, members. And could members just take a ease for a moment, please? Members, Ms Pam Cameron has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Health. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Health, in light of hospitals across Northern Ireland operating over capacity, for his assessment of whether the COVID-19 surge planning strategic framework has worked.
And I call the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And with your permission, if I could take slightly longer than the 2 minutes to answer what I believe is a very important issue. When I published the Surge Planning Strategic Framework on the 6th of October, I was very clear that our Health and Social Care Service was likely facing the most challenging period in its history. This prediction is now coming to fruition, with our health service under immense and sustained pressure. The Surge Planning Strategic Framework included 19 key actions, and I can confirm that 11 have been completed and 8 are currently ongoing. The trusts are managing the pressures they are facing within their available capacity and in line with their individual surge plans. The key issue facing our Health and Social Care Service is staffing capacity. And let me be clear, our health service is our staff. Our latest published statistics demonstrate the scale of the problem, and as of the 30th of June this year, we carried more than 5,000 vacancies across the health and social care system. The largest numbers of vacancies in relation to nurses and midwives, with a total of 1,786 across the entirety of our system. In addition to these vacancies, the system has experienced a higher than normal rate of absence due to COVID-19. The latest available figures show that there are almost 1,900 staff absent across the health and social care sector, either ill with COVID-19 or due to self-isolation. This adds some 2.6% to the absence rate across the system. I have taken action to try to address this issue through the workforce appeal. The response to date has been very positive, and with more than 5,000 applications, of which more than 3,000 are from health and social care staff. I have also taken action to commission the critical care plan through the critical care network. This allows for the potential to flex up to 158 critical care beds through use of our Nightingale facility at the Belfast City Hospital. I have also commissioned an additional Nightingale facility on the White Abbey Hospital site. This will be an intermediate care facility providing up to 100 additional step-down beds, which will be operational on a phased basis, actually in a matter of days. So the insinuation that not enough planning or preparation for future surges was undertaken is simply not correct. In fact, it's deeply unfair on our clinicians and HSC managers who produced these plans. During the first wave, our HSC system delivered 12,150 new outpatient consultations in April. Yet there have been 29,163 in October. In terms of inpatient or day case procedures, there were 4,859 delivered in April, compared to 13,301 in October. Similarly, there were 39,907 outpatient reviews in April, compared to 56,071 in October. Mr. Speaker, I could go on. Overall, there was over 73% more activity delivered in October compared to April. That was because of our surge plans and rebuild plans. So behind what may be construed as party political press releases being issued, that, in fact, is the truth of the matter. Mr. Speaker, it's a testament to the tireless dedication of our health and social care staff. And I challenge any member to stand in the shoes of any of the medical directors across any of the trusts for even a single day to see the level of preparations they had made. And yet, even with all that, the gravity of the decisions they are now having to make on a daily basis. So were we ready? Yes. But what I could never have planned was for the scientific and medical advice given to the executive being blocked. Because only when the spread of the virus is minimised can we hope to reduce the COVID-19 pressures on our health service. And that is what is really needed, and it's needed now.
Thank you. And I call Colm Gildernew. Sorry. I call Palm Cameron for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity of being able to ask a urgent oral to the House today. And I thank the Health Minister for his response thus far, and I fully recognise the continual challenge faced in terms of delivery of services in these very difficult times, and in particular maintaining staff levels. I also welcome the imminent opening of the step-down facility at the Nightingale 2 at White Abbey. The Department's critical care surge plan envisaged being able to cater for the needs of 158 COVID and non-COVID patients in the event of a high surge across Northern Ireland. In recent weeks, this total has reached around 140. That is short of the number set out in the frameworks. If these contingency arrangements haven't been implemented in full, why are we hearing reports that hospitals are operating over capacity? And have health planners failed to meet this target of available critical care beds?
And I thank the member for her supplementary question. And I think it's important that she doesn't confuse the two issues in regards to bed numbers, in regards to the overcapacity, and also in that of ICU. Since March, the Critical Care Network has had its surge plan in place. To get to 158 ICU beds involves the utilisation of the Nightingale facility at the Tower. It also involves, which I think is one of the most stressing and strenuous points on our ICU nurses and specialists, and that's moving away from the one-to-one care ratio. When we move into our high surge and then critical surge, which allows us to flex up to those 158 beds, it actually means that we're moving away from that one-to-one ratio. Because no matter how much I'm challenged, how much I'm criticised as to what we haven't done in the past 2 to 3 months, there's one thing, Mr. Speaker, that we can't do in 2 or 3 months, and that's train an ICU nurse. At the start of this pandemic in February, when we identified the utilisation and where we were going to need those additional skills, staff members across our health and social care sector started to upskill, started to retrain in what would be a very critical part of our action against COVID, and that was the maintenance and utilisation of ICU beds and the challenge that it brings, not just physically on those staff members, but also emotionally and mentally as well. And that's why we put in place mental supports for those staff as well. So when the member reflects, and I think when she indicates of our hospitals operating at overcapacity, much of that is actually in regards to what is termed, it's our general medical beds, which are there for general medical conditions. So when we have to utilise more of those beds, that's where we're seeing the pressures on the number of beds across our health and social care system.
Thank you, and I call Colm Gildernew.
And again, thank the Minister for his answers to those questions. And I will just observe, given the Minister's last answer, that our health service here did reach 106% capacity some weeks ago. So the Minister is aware that the surge plan is to address increase or a surge in hospital cases and transmission in the community. However, there also needs to be a plan to suppress the spread of the virus in the first place. And the first people who need that plan are those hard-pressed staff on the ground, and we owe it to them to deliver them that plan. And I do recognise what the Minister says in relation to the inability to quickly scale up the vacant nursing posts or the ICU nursing. But what we could do, and what we need to do, in my opinion, is to increase our testing capacity, and we could recruit and train contact tracers at a quicker level. So I'd like to ask, will the Minister commit now to bringing forward a new health strategy to replace the failing test, trace and protect strategy?
And again, in regards to the member's criticism of our test, trace and protect system, and I know when the PHA was in front of the committee, he also used language which I think was unfair. In regards to our test, trace and protect system that we have in place, and I've given this update, Mr. Speaker, to the House last week in question time. At that point we had 220 tracers employed over 3 different employment contracts, so we could flex up and flex down the number of tracers who were actually working at any point in time. Test, trace and protect works best when we have a low case number of cases, and I think that's where I agree fully with the Chair of the Health Committee. That needs to be our strategy. Not how we increase beds, not how we improve test, trace and protect, but actually how we reduce the number of people with COVID in our community. That's where the real challenge is. And to update the Chair, as of the 10th of November for the week preceding that, 3,519 cases were transferred to test, trace and protect. Of those 3,519, 3,317 were successfully contacted. That's 94.3%, even with that high level. Of those identified, there was identified an additional 4,987 close contacts. Of those close contacts, Test, Trace and Protect were able to complete contacts for an additional 4,898. That's a 98.2% successful contacts being made for those contacts. That way far outweighs what is deemed to be an effective system. Most effective systems are graded at being 80% or above. So even with the high numbers coming into our Test, Trace and Protect system, they were still achieving high levels of percentage successful outworkings. And one of the things the member has asked for before in this place, and that's the protections or the support mechanisms that are put in place for anybody that is testing positive. And I welcome the announcement from the Minister of Communities today, a member of the member's own party, that she has in fact increased that payment rate for those who are seeking COVID supports, and that's done through the Department of Communities. And that's where I've said in the past that the response to COVID and test, trace, protect, support and isolate is a cross-executive effort, not just solely for health.
Colm McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Managing mental health is contained in the surge plans, and it's also anti-bullying week, and I have my odd socks on today to highlight that fact. But given that bullying is a significant factor in youth mental health issues, could the Minister detail what work has been done to deal with the legacy of long waiting lists to get appointments to be able to manage counselling and other psychological services, and just how disrupted that has been as a result of COVID?
And I think the member in regards to, and especially in regards to anti-bullying week, I think it's a strong message that this House can send out, that bullying shouldn't be tolerated anywhere. It's not something that I have ever condoned or supported, and being the height that I am, I can assure you I have often been on the receipt of it, and never mind that, in receipt of the number of the past few days where it has been attempted to try to get me to shift from my position. And I can assure you, after being the receipt of many a bullying incidents in my younger days, I can assure you it's hard to shift from that mentality, because those young people who are on the receiving end of bullying incidents at this early stage of their life, carrying that through to their mental, through their challenges into their adult life as well. So in regards to the work that has been done, and I think in response, on the 19th of May I published my department's mental health action plan, and that includes in that the dedicated COVID-19 mental health response plan. And this response plan provided immediate actions across 7 of the themes to support mental health and emotional well-being in the face of the pandemic. There has, however, been some changes in how services have been delivered, and unfortunately many of those face-to-face meetings have changed to accommodate remote working, which includes phone calls and video communication. So while we approach that service with different tools, different utilisations, the problem still maintains. And when we get through this COVID pandemic, and Mr Speaker, I believe we will get through it, there will be a challenge in our mental health systems, which we're already factoring in now, and I think that was why it was critical that we put in place in the Department's Mental Health Action Plan back in May, that specific response plan to COVID-19 mental health, because we all know that is what will face us towards the end of the year.
Okay, and I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, just a few weeks ago, we received some evidence from a senior official from the Royal College of Nursing in the Health Committee around nursing homes, and she was asked what was her views or opinion on moving staff testing from 2 weeks to a 1 week regime. Now, she made the point that it would increase a bureaucratic burden on nursing homes and on nurses. Also, there was a problem of nurses having to actually travel in their own time to get the testing done. And she finished by saying that she questioned how beneficial, in fact, this move would be, and that she thought that it was not achievable. Now, this morning we read a headline story in one of the local newspapers that Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, who serves in another house, had indicated that he was calling for testing to be done on a daily basis for staff, and indeed at the start of every shift. And I'm just wondering, would the Minister have any views on the practical benefits of such a regime?
And I thank the member, and I didn't see the headlines. But what I will say, and I think it's in response to a supplementary was asked in the earlier urgent oral in regards to mass testing. My department's expert advisory group on testing is fully actually linked in to the National Mass Testing Programme, which has been led by the Department of Health and Social Care. So we will utilise and we will work with colleagues across the United Kingdom to make sure that any advances that we use in mass testing when it does become available is utilised to its full benefit and is utilised to actually suppress further spread of COVID-19. Because what we have to realise, those plans are progressing, and again we're working with a range of local partners and experts for testing pilots across different settings. Those will include universities, meat factories, health care facilities as well, and they will include the repeat testing of asymptomatic healthcare staff and the testing of employees as well. So I await the response of the expert advisory group on testing. I had indicated that we were bringing a paper to the executive on this shortly. So I'm not sure maybe that Sir Geoffrey had received an advance notice that that was a piece of work that I was actually intending to bring forward to the executive. So maybe that's why he was asking for it to be brought forward, knowing it was coming.
Call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, would you agree that the reintroduction of shielding could play a part in reducing pressure on our health service and provide an extra layer of protection for our clinically vulnerable? Thank you.
And again, I thank the member. She raised it last week in question time and was able to inform her at that time that the Chief Medical Officer was bringing together the shielding advisory group. They have met, and I'm waiting the outworkings of the report that they're bringing forward. One of the things that they have, the piece of work that they actually have completed, is comparing what is currently in our advice to those who are extremely clinically vulnerable to what has actually been advised to those who have been advised to shield in England when they have went into, I suppose, their advanced stage of lockdown, to see what the difference is and what additional advice we need to be bringing forward. So that piece of work is ongoing, and I'm looking forward to the Chief Medical Officer actually updating that guidance in regards to the advice coming out of the work from the shielding group.
Call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do understand and realise the pressures facing both the Minister and the Department, but I do take issue with his comments that for anybody to raise these issues and concerns in this chamber is being political. We do so out of real concern for both patients, frontline staff and indeed health care workers. I'm not the only one with concerns, and I look to today Dr Gabriel Scally, a Professor of Public Health and Planning and a member of the Independent SAGE Committee, who stated there is no plan, there is no strategy and there is no transparency. And probably most concerning of all, he implied that if a public health expert got 5 days within the department, that they would take it by the scruff. Minister, is it the case that the public and indeed frontline healthcare workers are having to bear the cost of a failure by a department to manage and meet its objectives and implement a detailed surge plan? And in light of Dr Scally's comments, would the Minister invite an external public health expert to conduct a 5-day review of the department's plan and offer a prognosis?
And maybe the findings of such an expert would be in awe. And one of the first things that they may actually question is the utilisation in the executive of a cross-community mechanism on voting down. Oh, sorry, just let me finish. Apologies, Mr. Speaker, but to try and take a lecture of what the department should bring forward in surge plans, when I brought forward recommendations to the executive over a week ago that we should extend our current regulations and restrictions for another fortnight, for another 2 weeks, so that we could take some of the pressures that we're actually talking about today off our health service, off our healthcare workers. So for the member to come forward and try to insinuate that it's a failure of me or my department, where actually maybe if his party colleagues had supported me and my department in the executive, we may not be in the position that we're currently in. So I think if you brought in a public health professional, one of the things that they would actually do would be to point out the failure in the executive actually to support the recommendations coming forward from the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor and from the Department of Health, which was actually voted down on a cross-community basis, and a cross-community vote that was actually brought against a unionist minister.
No answer. Call Justin McNulty. Justin McNulty is not in the seat. I call Seán Bradley.
Speaker, based on that answer, Minister, would you agree with me that the fundamental external factors that directly affect how efficiently any surge plan could work rely on not just the public playing their part and listening to the Chief Medical Officer, but also the executive hearing that message, acting on it and safeguarding everybody?
I thank the member for her point, and Speaker, I apologise for the temperament in my previous answer was delivered. It's not usual for me in this House, but it is frustrating when I hear accusations levelled against the healthcare staff in my department and the advice that it's given. What I will say to the member, it will take a coordinated, unified executive response to drive down the community transmission of COVID in Northern Ireland. One thing that is not factored in to any of the surge plans presented by my department or the trusts themselves, all 6 trusts, one of the things that we cannot factor in is the failure of some within the executive to listen to the medical and public health advice that is brought forward.
Call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unaccustomed as I am to pouring oil in troubled waters, could I divert the subject somewhat? Back in 2016, there was a nationwide simulation to prepare for a pandemic. What lessons did his department learn and action from that, or was nothing done about it?
I thank the member for his question. He refers, of course, to Operation Cygnus, which was brought forward in 2016. The publication of the outworkings of that tabletop exercise are now published on my department's website, so there is a detailed breakdown of the recommendations and the outworkings of those recommendations as how they were carried out under my department, and of course they were carried out under the department when this place actually wasn't sitting or wasn't in being, but they are available on the department's website. I can forward a link to the member for his information.
Caller Leah Flynn.
Minister, I know that today the department announced some changes to how emergency and urgent care is going to be delivered, and this will obviously affect many areas and patients. So the phone first pilot it's being trialled in the Causeway Hospital. Can the Minister outline if this pilot is part of the wider transformation process, or is it solely part of the COVID-19 surge response? Thank you.
And I thank the member for her question. She will be aware, as are many members of the House, that one of the things actually pre-COVID there was commissioned a review into our urgent and emergency care and how it could be delivered and actually improved on, and the service could be improved on across Northern Ireland. So the No More Silos report that was actually published, and we expedited, we brought it forward again. It was published by my department a couple of weeks ago. One of the things actually in it was the telephone first as an option. So the pilot is now being run out. It will be started tomorrow in the Causeway Hospital to see how it operates. So it will, anybody seeking support from an emergency department can phone first to make sure that they can have quick and timely access to the provision that they need to see. It is a pilot, but it's part of No More Silos. It's part of the one of the 10 recommendations. So if successful, it is the intention that it will be rolled out across all our emergency departments, but we'll take this time on this pilot to see what needs to be improved or what can be improved and what doesn't work, because I think one of the things that we've seen through the network, and it's a network of clinicians and GPs and primary and secondary care who've brought forward the majority of the work and the recommendations in this report, that we must see primary and secondary care working side by side. And I think that's one of the things we'd have actually seen coming out of COVID, is the real joint up, the breaking down of silos between primary and secondary care. And I want to make sure that we can maintain that even post this pandemic.
If members speak to their question, they might get the remaining members to be able to ask the question in the first place. So, Gerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, thanks for your answer. I spoke to ICU nursing staff recently, Minister, who are doing incredible work but feel overworked, undervalued and underpaid. Some of those workers have increased stress levels, something you alluded to already. Some have left the NHS.
Could I remind the member, I've just asked members to stick with their question, please?
Yeah. They didn't sign up for the current situation. So what's the Minister's assessment of nursing capacity in ICU? We owe them a huge debt of gratitude, but are we appropriately equipped with enough of them?
And again, I thank the member, because I know he has raised a number of issues, and specific in regards to ICU nurses and the banding and the pay grades as well. It's something that our Chief Nursing Officer is currently reflecting on to see what can be done and how it should be done and when it can be done, because one of the most strenuous and stressful places that we have across our health service, no matter where, a lot of it is strenuous and stressful. Those working in the ICU department at this minute in time are under advanced and extreme pressures because of the number of patients they're working on. And Mr. Speaker, that's when I referred to earlier on. I think that's that additional strain. When we're now looking at those care ratios, which aren't their normal practice, they are being supported by other healthcare workers and other professionals. But it's the stress, and I suppose it's the expertise of those ICU nurses. And they're a group, the ICU nurses, anaesthetists, theatre nurses, are a group out of that original, I think, 1,600 that we're short of. They're a group that we're specifically targeting as one of the ones we'd asked, for our workforce appeal, actually come back and help us out, because that is where we are seeing and experience the majority of the strain. And that's why also as well, one of the things we did during the first strain was making sure that we had that psychological and mental health support for our healthcare workers as well, because we know not only in society is that going to be a need, but it's also a need in our current workforce. So we want to make sure that they're providing all the support that they need.
Roy Beggs.
Speaker, earlier reference made to hospitals working at 106%. And that kind of implications for ambulance handover. So my question to the Minister is, would he recognise that there's a need for the Executive to come together to ensure that our ambulance service, our entire health service can operate and treat whoever is arriving at our action and emergency units, irrespective of their needs.
And that's, I think, what the member highlights is the desire of everybody working across the health and social care system, from our nurses, from our doctors, from our porters, from the administration teams, community pharmacy, GPs, and people in the department as well, want to make sure that we have a service that can deliver for everyone, deliver the service they need when they need it and where they need it as well. And this is a strenuous time across the entirety of our service, Mr. Speaker. There was many proposed reviews that have been put in place from Bungoa to Compton. That transformation process was starting, is continuing to go at a level, not at the pace that we needed to go at, but it continues to be done within and across our health and social care system. Because, Mr. Speaker, what we've said before here is currently we're trying to run 3 health services: our current health service, a transformational health service, and a COVID health service. And one of the things why we're seeing that percentage occupancy of beds is because, unlike the first wave, where we downturned the majority of our procedures, this time our health service is trying to keep as many of those procedures and those services going at the same time. So they're really pushing the limits so we can deliver for the people of Northern Ireland the health care that they want, the health care that they deserve. And that's why I think this House should be indebted to the entirety of our healthcare family across Northern Ireland.
And that concludes this item of business. Thank you, members. Members, just take your ease for a moment, please. Remember your social distancing, members. Members, remember the social distancing. Okay, members. Stuart Dixon has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for the Economy. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically for a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister for the Economy when Part B of the COVID-19 Business Support Scheme will open to support businesses in the direct supply chain of other businesses required to close or cease trading.
And I call the Minister for the Economy. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in responding to this question, it is worth clarifying that there are two schemes currently in operation. It is unfortunate that some members of this House have either deliberately or otherwise conflated the two, and so have thereby created confusion amongst many people seeking support. The Local Restriction Support Scheme is run by the Department of Finance. This was designed to provide support to businesses mandated to close, operating from premises, and so makes up the vast majority of the support available. I know that members of this House will of course be keen to hear the details of the progress of this scheme when the Finance Minister is next in the Chamber. My department has put in place a scheme to provide support to those who are not covered by the Department of Finance scheme. Part A of the COVID Business Restriction Support Scheme is for those mandated to close but not recorded in the rates database. It is therefore a much smaller scheme. It was important to get Part A up and running, as it is directed at individuals with very small businesses and who are unlikely to have cash reserves. By the end of this week, more than 1,000 small businesses will have received payments amounting to more than £3 million. Part B is for companies that make up the supply chain of businesses mandated to close. It is my expectation that Part B will open on Wednesday, and I have asked InvestNI to ensure that they have the dedicated, necessary resource to make that happen and to respond as quickly as possible. However, again, let me be clear to this House, and I'm sure all members in this House would agree, that as custodians of taxpayers' money, it is imperative that we have the necessary controls in place to reduce, insofar as it is possible, the risk of fraud and error around the various schemes that departments are asked to bring forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Stuart Dixon, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for coming to the House. We really are going to have to stop meeting like this, but we're not going to stop meeting like this until I get answers to questions on behalf of those people.
On that note, will you come to the question?
I will come to my question.
Sorry.
Minister, on the 20th of May this year...
Stuart, could you just sit down a wee second? Before we move into this session here, I just want to urge members to please move quickly to their question, because members in the last session were not able to get into the queue because people were taking too long to introduce their question. So go ahead, Stuart. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, on the 20th of May, you told the Economy Committee that you wanted to ensure that as much money and support would be extended to as many people as possible. Well, Minister, we're still waiting for many people to be included. There are a group of people who will be described as excluded, yet some £500 million of Barnett consequentials remains to be spent. The Finance Minister indicated to this House that he is open to bids on this. So when will you finally make a bid in order to allow people to protect their businesses and stop them falling over?
Can I thank the member for his question? Of course, the member is very well aware that I have on any number of occasions asked the Executive to make decisions in relation to this matter. Since decisions are exceptionally difficult to make on this issue, I have today received a sub to my office, which I hope I will sign off this evening, around support for those who have been recently self-employed and indeed sole company directors. Of course, that will then go to the Executive. It will be to the Executive and the Finance Minister to decide whether to support those proposals.
I call Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her answers so far. The Minister no doubt will agree that grants are important, but grants alone will not make up for the loss of earnings for those businesses forced to shut or severely impacted by the Executive's restrictions. Would the Minister agree that the best financial support, the best support and help that we can give to those businesses is to allow them to open safely with the proper guidance in place?
Yes, I would agree. I think, and I've been on record in this House many times as saying that the best support that we can give to businesses to allow those businesses to open. And I am also on record, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, for a very brief time as saying that last week was not the Executive's finest hour. However, having come to a compromise solution last week, which in essence rolls over the restrictions for 2 weeks, bar close contact services, which the Health Minister says provides 0.05% to the hour rate, and the opening of coffee shops. Other than that, it's rolled over for the next 2 weeks. Yet the Health Minister again, on television, but not to this House, on Sunday said that he would be asking for further restrictions. Today I've spoken to a number of people within the hospitality sector who are extremely annoyed and disappointed that the rules of this game keep changing all the time. And I would urge the Health Minister to indicate to this chamber and indeed to the hospitality sector what he wants them to do in order to open safely so that we avoid a repeat of last week. And if he can't tell us that they can open safely, then what is he saying to the 65,000 people whose jobs depend on tourism and hospitality?
Point of order, please, Mr.
We can't take a point of order during the question time. So I'll call John O'Dowd. Thank you.
Minister, what would you say to the businesswoman in my constituency who said to me during the week that if the Economy Minister spent less time doing the Health Minister's work and more time doing the Economy Minister's work, that her business may have a future? Will you get the money out the door into those businesses that require it?
I think that the member would actually need to clarify for me whether he was talking to a business with a rateable premise. If that business owner had a rateable premise, then of course that would be for the Finance Minister to look at. I launched the scheme that we have currently running whenever we saw the parameters of the finance scheme, and we will of course get the money out as quickly as possible. However, in answer to the main thrust of your question, I don't see a contradiction between a healthy community and a healthy economy. If we allow that economy to go to wreck and ruin, if we allow unemployment to grow, then we will increase mental health problems. We will increase death. Poverty brings incredible negative health outcomes for people right across Northern Ireland. It's a tricky and difficult balance, and I think you will see the agonies that people genuinely went to last week to try to get that balance. And therefore, I think that we now need to look at how we have a functioning economy and a health service that can service the needs of all of our patients.
I call Seán McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I just say it's regrettable terminology that the Ministry has used to suggest that this is a game in any shape, form or fashion. But anyway, many businesses in my constituency are small, family-owned businesses, perhaps 2 or 3 members of the same family actually working in those businesses. And to date, they're in their 7th week of having absolutely no support through the Part A scheme. My question is, based on the experience of the Part A scheme, and I welcome the fact that we've got a timeline now for Part B, can the Minister guarantee that Part B grants will be put out very, very quickly, and can you guarantee that they will be paid before Christmas?
Again, I would ask the member to clarify whether the businesses she's talking about have a rate base. If they employ 2 or 3 people, it suggests that they have a rate base. If they've been waiting for 7 weeks, it suggests that they are part of the original localised restriction scheme run by the Department of Finance. And if that is the case, then I would advise the member to address her questions to the Minister for Finance, as the Minister responsible for operating the scheme. As I have said in this chamber, and I will continue to repeat in this chamber, Part A of this scheme is for those businesses that don't have a premises, those who operate on a mobile basis, the driving instructor who operates maybe with some ads on Facebook, his mobile telephone number, and makes appointments. We are currently working our way through about 2,500 applications to that scheme, and by the end of this week we'll have paid out over £3 million within that scheme. We will endeavour to get the rest of that money out as quickly as possible with as much assurance as we can, so that this House can be satisfied and I can be satisfied that taxpayers' money is appropriately spent. Part B of the scheme is, of course, for businesses that have a number of customers, but that part of their supply chain is impacted by the restrictions. You will understand, I think this House will understand, why we wanted to directly target those people who had no income whatsoever, first of all. That is what we've done. Part B, we hope, will be out on Wednesday. And of course, we will pay as quickly as we can, given the assurances that are required in order to make sure that taxpayers' money is well spent.
And I call John Sheerin.
Speaker, I thank the Minister for answers so far. You rightly say that the businesses that applied for this scheme are ones that have limited cash flow, and that is a serious problem for them, especially in the conditions they face. I had a phone call just before we came in here from a lady that rents a chair in a salon, and after 3 weeks of having the application with no updates by email or from your department, she's received an email today asking for her accountant's details. She doesn't have an accountant, she can't afford an accountant. How has it taken 3 weeks to get to this point? When will they get their money? And how is it that as of Friday, given the accreditation that driving instructors have from the department to say that they exist, not one in Northern Ireland had received their money as of Friday? And will the people who have been asked to extend automatically get a payment, or will they have to reapply, Minister?
The particular issue around the extension is one that we will have as an executive to make a decision on. However, I would suggest, since that Part B is not operational, it can be extended automatically. The Part A will be a more difficult conundrum to deal with, but we should be able to overcome that reasonably quickly. I don't see any particular problems in it. I don't want to get into an individual case, and I would ask, there is a helpline, there are people in Invest NI who are manning the telephones every day in order to iron out these problems, and I would ask your constituent to contact them and to make sure that the issues that she is raising are properly raised with those who are administering the scheme and who will point her in the right direction.
Call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister referred to this as a game. I would profoundly disagree with her. It's an horrendous nightmare, and the people of Northern Ireland are looking to this place and they're looking to the Executive to come together to safeguard lives and livelihoods, and I think that's incumbent upon us all to do that. In relation to Part B, will this cover supply chains such as, for example, recruitment agencies, and extend beyond what the traditional reference would have been to food and produce? Thank you.
Part B, the businesses, and this is readily available on the NI Business info, so business supplies, the business will apply, Part B will apply if the business supplies goods to a business named in the regulations. This includes businesses that supply goods directly to a business named and those that supply via wholesaler or intermediary. If it is a food business, those food businesses must be licensed and registered by the local council. It can also apply to businesses whose services are directly to a business named in the regulation, and those that supply via a subcontractor. It also can supply to a business that does not supply goods or services to a business named in the regulation, but is dependent on those businesses being opened in order to operate, for example, businesses in the events sector. This is a fairly wide-ranging scheme, Mr. Speaker. It's not intended to exclude, it's intended to be as inclusive as we can, hence the different categories of businesses that we have included. But they must be tied to the local restrictions that were announced on the 16th of October. And that's the main part of it.
I call Gordon Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answers today. I understand the Finance Minister, Conor Murphy, has currently 500 million, as already has been mentioned, in relation to COVID funding for the various government departments. Can the Minister of Economy maybe once again emphasise and highlight the bids that she has made and intends to make in relation to further support for businesses? And can she give us assurance that that money will be available before the end of the financial year?
Can I thank the member for his question? Before I do, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I just want to mention one point that Mr. Muir raised. I don't consider this a game. Actually, I know so many people who are extremely stressed, anxious, people who are facing perhaps unemployment, people who don't know where to turn to get Christmas over. This is not a game. Can I also say, in relation to additional funding, yes, I have made a number of bids, as I continue to do, to the Finance Minister. Last week, I wrote to the Finance Minister and asked him to consider extending the 12 months rates relief to the manufacturing sector. Manufacturing generates about $6.4 billion to the economy, accounts for about 11% of all employees within the economy. And while we have the funding to do so, even though we have an unparalleled derating scheme for manufacturing businesses in Northern Ireland, unparalleled throughout the United Kingdom, I think that in these very difficult circumstances, this would be an easy win for manufacturing and something that we could do relatively simply. I have also, as I've said, I'm currently finalising and hope to get executive approval for a scheme for those who have been recently self-employed. I've been looking at a scheme for further tourism supports for those large tourism businesses that did not fall into the 51k bracket in the previous rate schemes, also for bed and breakfasts. I've been looking at supports for some licensed premises that have been continuously closed over the period of this time, and I think that there could be some additional support through an extension of the hardship scheme to include companies with more employees than the previous hardship scheme. So, yes, significant number of bids, and those will all be assessed in the coming days.
Caoimhe Archibald.
And I thank the Minister for her response and for giving the details of that timeline, and also for the update in relation to Part A of the scheme and what is intended to be paid by the end of this week. But I'm sure the Minister would understand why people were concerned, given that it's a fortnight later that these payments are getting out in Part A and Part B hadn't yet opened, given the pressures that businesses and the financial difficulties that people are facing. Earlier in the joint First Minister's statement, they outlined that there is additional support being made available for businesses. Could the Minister outline what that form that will take and how quickly that will be paid out?
Again, can I thank the member for her question? And again, I would ask the member to clarify whether she is talking about the scheme run by the Department of Finance or indeed the scheme run by the Department of the Economy, which is much, much newer and has moved reasonably well given the complex nature of the scheme. If it's a business in the North West, as my colleague over on the other side of the House has indicated, waiting 7 weeks, then that almost certainly relates to the localised restriction support scheme. We need to be very clear about the schemes that we're talking about and not conflate the two. And of course that's easy to do on social media or for a quick soundbite, but for people actually requiring support, that's not the best way forward. And I take that very, very seriously. I have done numbers of schemes for people right across Northern Ireland, and we try to get money out as quickly as possible with as much assurance as possible, and that's very important. I have given an indication of the different schemes and the additional supports, of course, that I am working on. The Executive will, probably on Thursday, take decisions around further and additional supports, and I am open to looking at any of those ideas that Executive colleagues bring forward. The member will also know that the Finance Minister has asked for further bids in relation to the 500 million that he is currently holding, and I have indicated some of those bids that we are currently working on.
Thank you. And I call Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, last week your department published a paper on the expected economic impact analysis, a research paper on the expected economic impact from the 4-week closure. it suggested £120 million direct and more indirect, up to £400 million. I think you've quoted the numbers today. But it also says, Minister, this figure is assuming, quote, a swift reopening and bounce-back effect once restrictions are lifted. How can that be the case when we still have hundreds of new cases a day, the highest infection rates in these islands? Can I ask you to go back to your officials and ask them to test the assumptions they're making in these papers? And can you also please give us a numerical update on precisely how much money has been granted under Part A of the Department's scheme? Thank you.
Again, the paper that the member refers to, like much of the work that we're doing, is modelling around the impacts on the economy. And of course, it did have as its premise that restrictions would be lifted and people would be allowed to trade in a freer manner than we currently are. The compromise solution that the Executive came to last week will see all of the restrictions continue, bar, as I've said in this House before, the one for close contact services, which the Health Minister indicates adds about 0.05 to the R rate, and the opening of coffee shops. If we are to have a full bounce back of the economy and not increase that 400 million number, then we will have to allow our economy to operate. And I accept that these are very, very difficult situations for us to be in. I accept and talk on a regular basis to the Health Minister. I accept his sincerity in what he is putting forward. But we will have to have two things happen. One, we will have to know what the further restrictions are the Health Minister wants to bring. And two, we'll have to know what the proposals are then from Health as to how we break the cycle of lockdowns. These are incredibly difficult, unpredictable, new circumstances for us all to be in, and I think the anxieties of last week are a demonstration of that.
Call Steve Egan.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank the Minister very much for her comments so far. I noticed from her dossier that my previous friend from South Belfast has reported to. In it, one of her officials, because I don't think she would have let this go out if she was a minister herself, but maybe she would have. Therefore, it should be noted that the economic and health situation is highly fluid and uncertain, that any estimates are only provided in good faith to the best of our knowledge. For that reason, the estimates below are intentionally not provided with precision attached. Minister, does this refer to your entire approach to helping the excluded of Northern Ireland? And when you say we're going to get information out on Wednesday, can you give a specific guarantee that that information will come out on Wednesday? And if it doesn't, will you consider your position, as you should do?
I will respond to the member's question by saying that the paper that was produced on last week in relation to modelling around the impacts on the economy adopts exactly the same premise that modelling around health impacts that his colleague, the Health Minister, produces. These are models. They are not precise instruments, just the same as those around the health predictions or modelling that is given from the Health Department. So I will commend the member for his persistence, but ask him to at least read the paper and read the premise on which it is done. I have... and I'm unsure about which section of people the member is referring to. And of course I will try in every respect to ensure that the Executive will get a paper from me around those who term themselves as excluded on Thursday. That paper is ready and will be signed off.
My apologies, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No amount of shouting at me in this chamber will actually change my mind on how important these issues are and how important it is to respond to people in difficult circumstances. So the member can shout all he wants in that respect. There will be a paper on the excluded, or those who call themselves excluded, on Thursday for the Executive to consider, and then of course it will be for the Executive to decide what to do in relation to that. And there will also be further payments, as I said, by the end of this week under Part A, and the expectation is that Part B will start on Wednesday. These are important things, and as Chair of the Finance Committee, I know that the member would want that money to go out with assurance and probity around it, although his recent statements might not suggest that.
I call Clare Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I just wish to pick up on a point made by Mr. Stewart in relation to accountant verification. That in itself has its own cost, and constituents are telling me that they're having to pay their accountants to sign off forms. So I would ask the Minister to consider that, particularly for the scheme that she's bringing forward on Wednesday. I would also ask the Minister if she will confirm that those businesses, further to the new restrictions on Friday past, will get the various business support schemes, whether they are part closing or fully closing for the 2 weeks ahead.
Yes, it is fully intended that those businesses will receive those financial supports. I think it is unfair and improper to ask businesses to close and not to support them, and we will endeavour to do that. In relation to the accountants' letters, many people that I talk to in this chamber, and either individually or within the chamber, will know that one of the real difficulties in schemes like this is the verification of those applications. So accountants' letters were one way that we could do that in the absence of HMRC cooperation in relation to it. I understand that that is difficult for some people, but we do have to have some kind of assurances around taxpayers' money that is being used for the schemes. I hope that that does not put people off applying. And I know, and because a number of people have told me that they've phoned the helpline in InvestNI and they have been helped considerably about how they would get these things moving. So I'd advise your constituents to do that and keep in contact.
Member Clark, I'm going to try and get one member after yourself, so take a minute, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for how she has outlaid in terms of her concerns for the businesses that's been affected so dramatically by the virus. But given the very difficult decision you found yourself in last week, Minister, and there was a counter view in terms of what they should do or what the Executive should do, and I mean, I do believe what was done was the right thing. But was there any consideration from all of the other parties who are now concerned about those businesses by extending this lockdown by much longer? Did they express the same concern of you as you have expressed all along in relation to those businesses?
I think most members in here, whether they agree with me politically or not, cannot underestimate the degree of concerns that I have for businesses that have been told to close, for people who may lose their jobs, for people who are facing, even under a furlough scheme, 80% of their salary in the run-up to Christmas. These are incredibly difficult circumstances. But what I would say about the Executive last week, ungainly as it might have been, is that it reflects that very difficult, tricky balance of issues that are out there. And yes, it is really important that we have a health service that can function, but it's equally important that we have an economy that can function. An economy that is in a poor shape will produce poorer health outcomes, more difficulties for communities and individuals, and even death. And that weighs heavily on our minds.
Thank you. And Linda Dillon, final question. Very quickly, please.
And can I first of all ask the Minister, when you have come up with this paper in relation to the excluded, who call themselves excluded because they have been excluded, they've been excluded since March, these are not people that are waiting a couple of weeks, have you actually engaged with those people to ensure this paper will meet their needs?
As many members know in this House, I've engaged with a very wide range of people, including those people who call themselves the excluded group, over a very long period of time. The issues will not change.
That, members, concludes this item of business. Thank you. And members, have received notification from the members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10(3)A. Clerk, please read the motion.
that, in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday, 16 November 2020 be extended to no later than 11 p.m.
I call John O'Dowd to move the motion.
So moved.
The question is that the motion standing in the name of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion is carried and the Assembly may sit until 11 p.m. this evening if necessary. Thank you. I'll ask members to take your ease for a moment or two.
Okay, now, members, we return to the debate on the second stage of the Criminal Justice Committee Committal Reform Bill, and I call Sinead Bradley. Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. At the outset, the SDLP acknowledges the reasoning presented surrounding the need for reformation in the committal process and the objectives presented via this bill. With mounting political agreements and independent reports spanning a significant time period, all indicating the need to engage in reform, it's regrettable that this matter has been delayed until now. However, we are here now, and the proposals contained within the bill present us with an opportunity to take action on any reform necessary. There's no doubt that the committal process has its problems, and review is welcome. A reduction in the costly process may be achievable, but the opportunities to support the well-being of alleged victims and witnesses are amongst the strongest arguments for proposing reform. It should be noted a fair system which reaches justice in a timely manner is in the best interests of all parties. The inclusion of certain offences in the direct committal process upon early inspection certainly appears to be a clean and efficient way of reducing the delay that can be experienced under the committal process, as does the proposal to further simplify that process itself. I note a single list of serious offences to which direct committal will apply, but also, importantly, additional clarity will be given that any other offence which the Magistrate Court considers to be related to the qualifying offence will also be directly transferred to the Crown Court at the same time. Based on these proposals, it appears reasonable to conclude that the demands of the Magistrates' Court and the committal process could be significantly lightened. However, the additional powers proposed through, and arguably necessary, may have the effect of cancelling out or reducing any such efficiencies. The aim of transferring cases to the Crown Court more quickly and shortening the length of time it takes to complete these cases will, in the view of the SDLP, depend heavily on the redistribution of resources. Without a clear business case of the projected number of cases due to flow through the new proposed system, the SDLP would be concerned that the desired effect on reducing the committal process could lead to a new pressure and delay within the Crown Court. Should this be the case, the objective of reaching swifter outcomes could become compromised. We therefore will engage with the Minister and the Department to seek assurances that these proposals are deliverable. In swift conclusion, the SDLP welcomes in principle the bill today and its objectives, and we look forward to engaging in the process of scrutiny and building the legislation to ensure it delivers on all the objectives as outlined here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to welcome the Committal Reform Bill to its second stage today. I'd like to begin by commending the Minister for continuing the programme of reform that our Alliance colleague David Ford started when he was Justice Minister. Our justice system is a much improved place than it was back in 2010. But as ever, there's much to do to bring our system into the 21st century. Speeding up justice and improving the experience of victims in the system and ensure value for money for the taxpayer. The COVID-19 pandemic has profoundly impacted all of our lives and put pressure on departments. But we mustn't lose sight of the long term. And so I'd like to thank the Minister and her justice officials for the work that they have done to bring this legislation before us. Committal reform has been on the agenda for quite some time. In fact, I recall the Justice Bill of 2015. The abolition of oral evidence at committals was originally part of the legislation, but it was amended, as was direct committal, through differing mechanisms. This bill brings together a number of recommendations and actions from the Fresh Start Agreement, the Gillen Review, the Northern Ireland Audit Office and the Criminal Justice Inspection, to help speed up justice and improve the experience of victims in the system. So I welcome just such an evidence-based approach to this and to understand what the need is and what our action should be. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it has been pointed out by many, not least of all the Northern Ireland Audit Office, that criminal cases in Northern Ireland take significantly longer than the similar system in England and Wales. This represents additional cost and delays for both defendants and victims, but committal reform will be a major step forward in tackling this, addressing this. Indeed, it's also worth noting that the committal process was abolished a number of years ago in England and Wales. It took time there, but by May of 2013, committal proceedings to determine the sufficiency of evidence ended. So it is vital that we get on with the task here as well. Looking to the content of the bill, the first three clauses are quite straightforward. Finally, implementing the much-needed abolition of oral evidence within the committal process. Clause 1 of the bill provides for abolition of preliminary investigations, which involves the calling of witnesses, oral evidence and associated cross-examination. And they can have a particularly traumatic impact on victims of crime and require them to give evidence that once more during the progression of a case. However, hearings can also be lengthy, lasting couple of days. As we can see, delays with arranging attendance of witnesses in the Magistrates' Court. This slows down our justice system, adds cost and, indeed, potentially traumatic experience to those involved who may be cross-examined, all for little tangible gain. Clause 2, elements of the Magistrates' Court Northern Ireland, 1981, to abolish committals, mixed committals and evidence under oath of preliminary inquiries. And this brings forward another part of the recommendations of the Fresh Start panel for tackling paramilitarism and organised crime, and indeed is to be welcomed. Clause 3 tidies up minor appeals and amendments, and 4 is perhaps the most complex element of this bill, bringing the necessary legislative changes to amend the 2015 Act and to provide for the direct transfer of direct committal for a range of offences triable only on indictment. At this point, I think it's worth looking more specifically at the case of committal reform in Northern Ireland and the range of reports and recommendations which have called for it. Firstly, we have Fresh Start, a commitment to bring forward legislation to reform the committal system and to remove the need for oral evidence to help tackle organised and paramilitary crime. In 2016, the Fresh Start panel published a specific recommendation from the Department of Justice to bring forward draft legislation to further reform committal proceedings, to remove the need for oral evidence before trial, under the aim of promoting lawfulness, something which they agreed could be done in a way that respects the right of both the accused and of victims. Of course, the intervening period of the Assembly hiatus has put this off. So I'd like again to thank the Minister for her speed and efficiency in bringing this forward and her commitment to such reform. I recall, in fact, we were here over 5 years ago trying to remove oral evidence at committals as part of the Justice Bill. However, this was altered to continue the practice where the courts thought it was in the interests of justice. In 2018, Mr. Speaker, the Criminal Justice Inspection Northern Ireland said without witnesses' report called for rape, serious sexual offences and child abuse offences to be added to the list of relevant offences under the 2015 Act, so as to allow for direct committal. Then the Gillen Review into Law and Procedures in Serious Sexual Offences also calls for similar reform to the system. Specifically, Mr Gillen called for the direct committal arrangements to be made for serious sexual offences. These would have the effect of speeding up justice, reducing costs, but most importantly reducing the potential for additional stressful and traumatic experiences that committal hearings can have on victims. Mr Speaker, reform is clearly needed to ensure that victims have a better experience on the justice system than they currently have. So there is impact on the victims of crime, the slowing down of the justice committal proceedings, a slowing down of the justice that committal brings. However, it's also important that we consider the associated cost with this system. In 2018, the Audit Office published Speeding Up Justice, an Avoidable Delay in the Criminal Justice System. This highlighted a number of challenges facing our justice system. One of the most notable was indeed this committal process. The report commented that the committal process is widely considered as providing minimal value while imposing onerous demands upon victims and witnesses, and noted that progress made in the 2015 Act to remove the process ultimately made the recommendation the Department should establish an action plan and a timetable for eradication of the committal process. This bill represents a step forward in that regard. Finally, Mr Speaker, we have a commitment in New Decade, a new approach, stating that the Executive will deliver committal reform to help speeding up the criminal justice system, benefiting victims and witnesses. Again, this is welcome that the Minister is taking action on the New Decade commitment, as we are all still waiting for progress on many other aspects of different areas in the Executive. I recall from the 2015 Justice Bill that it contained for direct committal in certain circumstances for guilty pleas. However, following engagement in identifying the complexities and risks inherent in this, the system will be simplified to be based on the case, and I think that's a sensible and more workable way forward. Nonetheless, the bill does allow for magistrates to speed up the process in certain circumstances where there is an indication that the defendant wishes to plead guilty, by ordering the necessary reports for the Crown Court. Of course, We are all reforming. When we are reforming our justice system, we must always consider the balance between the fundamental right of the defendant to a fair trial and the rights of victims and witnesses. This bill achieves that. The eventual end of the committal proceedings, including pre-trial oral evidence, has been seen in England and Wales as not having a negative impact on the delivery of justice. In fact, we know the justice system moves more swiftly there. We must also remember that delays to the justice have implications for defendants and their right to a fair trial in a reasonable period, as outlined by Article 6 of the European Convention on Human Rights. My understanding is that the provision will also not apply to cases already in progress, nor indeed retrospectively, so there will be no unexpected changes for those progressing through the system at the moment. In closing, Mr Speaker, I welcome this legislation, which builds upon previous legislation brought forward by previous Minister Ford. I think it makes a clear step towards reforming part of our justice system that is antiquated, a part that does not deliver for the defendant or victims, or indeed the taxpayer. It will speed up our justice system. It will ensure that rights of all are respected, and in doing so maintain and build a vital confidence in the system and how it will deliver for the people of Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise, and I apologise for our Justice spokesman not being here today, but I rise to support the Committal Reform Bill. The UUP acknowledges the need for the changes and indeed the need for this bill. And we believe it is indeed regrettable that it has been so long in delay. But we welcome at long last the reform of our justice system, which is much needed. Streamlining and improving efficiencies is needed, for the justice delayed is indeed justice denied. The judiciary, from the victims and from the whole process of the justice service, we do need indeed to support these changes. And we need to also make sure that we have the suitable resources and the ability to support the changes that has to go through our court system, which is indeed in need of reform. The Ulster Unionist Party supports the changes.
Okay, I call Gordon Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on the matter today as a member of the Justice Committee on the second stage of the Criminal Justice Committee Reform Bill. There has been a significant amount of work done to date on this bill within the Department, and I think that should be acknowledged. I believe this bill coming forward represents a real opportunity to speed up the justice process and make the justice system more fit for purpose, and also further support victims and witnesses. There is a strong case for reforming the committal processes, and there is a body of evidence from external organisations and from within the criminal justice system, and also from outside of it. The Gillen Report and the Northern Ireland Office Report of 2018 both carry recommendations which would have significantly reformed the current committal process. The Committal Reform Bill seeks to achieve a number of key outcomes. One of the most significant outworkings of the bill would be to remove the need for victims and witnesses to give oral evidence twice. Firstly, at the committal hearing within a magistrate's court, and also then again at the Crown Court. Giving oral evidence for victims and witnesses who may have suffered horrifically can be a very daunting and traumatic experience, and can often only add to the pain for an already distressed victim. It would also cut down on duplication and would help to streamline the processes for the court services as well as criminal justice agencies, and most importantly improve the experience for the victims of crime in their pursuit of justice. The bill would also ultimately result in more cases getting to the Crown Court in a faster way than is currently the case. Magistrate courts do conduct a very significant amount of business currently, and often magistrates' court lists are overflowing. However, it is important that we see an integrated approach to these reforms, which mitigates pressures on Crown Courts and also ensures a managed, balanced transaction approach. We do not just want to see the balance shifted from one court to another. I believe the plans for a phased rollout is a sensible approach and allows flexibility and the tools to rebalance resources prudently. Whilst committal hearings are used to test evidence and determine if cases should proceed, it is very unusual for a case to be dismissed at this early stage. But yet a significant amount of time and resources, including court time, are required, adding unnecessary costs and time onto proceedings. Committal hearings can also often be subject to adjournments and delays for a number of reasons, often outside the control of victims and witnesses, which can often add to the pain and frustration for them. We can learn lessons from other jurisdictions and ensure any reforms are tailored and focused on making our justice system more efficient and effective. I also believe it is important that there is a degree of flexibility with such a significant reform like this, and that is why I believe the way of order included within this bill, which would allow other offences to be added to, is an important tool. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has also presented unique challenges for victims of crime, with some court business conducted virtually during the lockdown and ongoing periods of restrictions. Even today, there are significant pressures on court business, and the virtual measures can sometimes limit full engagement and participation in the justice system, and can have an adverse impact on getting justice and ultimately support for victims. I believe it is always wiser to consider the ways of improving our justice system in a way which benefits victims and witnesses, with the aim of reducing offending and ultimately delivering safer communities. I am content to support the general aims of this bill, and I think it has the potential to deliver a leaner and more effective justice processes for victims of crime, who should always be the #1 priority for this department. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Éireann Sir Gemma Dolan on Cancha. I call Gemma Dolan.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak on this evening. Reforming the committal process and speeding up criminal justice were commitments made in both the Fresh Start Agreement and the New Decade New Approach Agreement from earlier this year. Speeding up justice is a priority for our party, and whilst this bill will play an important role in doing that, it is clear that there are many other problems within the wider justice system that will not be resolved under this bill, and so there is a responsibility to fix the system as a whole. The COVID-19 pandemic has added further complications, with a high number of cases having to be cancelled because of restrictions earlier this year, and therefore the Department has a responsibility to ensure that any remaining lists are dealt with swiftly. We are aware of, for example, of the pilot project which was recently carried out in Belfast, which involved fast-tracking serious sex offence cases involving child witnesses under 13 years of age, and it is our understanding this was carried out without the need for additional resources and that such a pilot was successful. This is an example of the whole justice system pulling in the same direction to improve outcomes for victims and witnesses in an innovative way, and this is the type of thing that should be implemented and encouraged. When discussing the Gillen Review in 2018, the Assistant Director of the PPS said that, and I quote, "We very much understand that the rigour and robustness of the system can be difficult from a victim's perspective, and this is particularly true of those who are a victim of sexual crime," whilst also emphasising the need for collaboration between criminal justice organisations. Such collaboration has been seen in a number of other projects which have been taken forward in recent years, including the Working Together project, which required enhanced early engagement between the PPS and PSNI at key points, together with other criminal justice organisations, to improve the quality and timeliness of the investigative stages, as well as improving case files and disclosure. Better cooperation between these organisations is vital if we are to see the improvements to the speed of case progression which is required. There is also the issue of increasing the jurisdiction of the Magistrates' Court, which in 2017 the Lord Chief Justice identified as having a number of potential benefits, including speedier case progression, better use of professional skills of judges, and alignment with other proposed reforms such as problem-solving courts. I'd like to ask the Minister whether her department has done any scoping work in relation to this issue, and whether this is an issue that she intends to take forward. And one of the most important ways of speeding up justice will be the further rollout of problem-solving justice initiatives. We have now seen a number of successful pilot schemes in relation to initiatives such as enhanced combination orders. There is a wide range of innovative and expansive thinking options out there, which, taken together, will deliver the radical change to the criminal justice system which is required if we are to support victims and witnesses, and this work needs to be a priority for the Department and other organisations which are involved in the justice system.
I call Paul Free.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on this bill here today. And first of all, can I welcome the fact that we have got legislation coming through here. That's what this building is designed for. That's what this chamber is designed for. We're legislators, and isn't it just great to have late night sittings and the atmosphere that it brings when we could be home and everything else. But this is where we are actually at. This is why we're here, and this is the business end.
Would rather be anywhere else.
This is the business end. This is the business end for us as legislators, and I'm delighted that we can get our teeth into bills. So I thank the Minister for that. And of course, legislation is a bit like buses. You wait for a long time, one comes along, and then we get a number. And I can only impress on the Minister to keep them coming. To keep them coming. No matter how many, let's see change, let's see legislative change, and let's see change for good. So on this bill itself, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think we all realise how long this has been in the system and how long it's taken for us to get to this point. So I welcome that, and I welcome the fact that something good can come out of this. Now, again, this is only second stage, and I can't wait to get it into the committee to actually get into the nuts and bolts of what this bill is designed to do. But it is clear, when you look back at the catalogue, and it is a catalogue of reports from all arts and parts, not only the judicial system, but all the experts that has reported on the justice system of late. The Northern Ireland Audit Office report about speeding up justice 2018. The recommendation 3 was that the Department should establish an action plan and timetable for the eradication of the committal process. And even, of course, the much valued Gillen review recommendations, 110, I think it was. The Department of Justice should make provision for the direct transfer of serious sexual offences to the Crown Court, bypassing the committal process. You even have all the political agreements, which I'll not go into, because they bore me as much as everybody else in the public. But then you have the Intelligence and Security Committee report on Northern Ireland-related terrorism from October 2020. We have found that systemic delays in the Northern Irish judicial process appear to be resulting in cases taking months or even years, and of course we all know it's years, to come to trial. The use of oral committal hearings and an absence of rules covering criminal case management do seem to be a factor. And of course I think anybody that's had any experience on the Justice Committee will know this is a problem that has dogged the committee, the ministry, the department and the judicial system for a long time. So I do believe that we are making a step forward in the right direction, and it is a positive step. And of course, it's a very small bill. There's not much to it. I don't think there is much to it with regards to abolition of the PIs and the committal process for most of the sentences contained within. And that brings me to some of the problems which we might foresee, because we have the experience of hindsight in this regard with regards to England and Wales, and they of course abolished the committal proceedings quite some time ago. 98 Act, I think it was, that did away with the committal. So they have had a lot of time. But what some of the things that they realised out of that, and it was a National Audit Office report, they found that whilst abolishing committal hearings had reduced waste in the system, by getting rid of the hearing that added little value, it is instead added to the pressure on Crown Courts and their backlogs as cases arrive more quickly. What we can't have is a bottleneck. What we can't have is people waiting just as long, albeit they'll do away with a stage, a very horrendous stage for people involved in the court proceedings. But if we still get to the same length of time for outcomes, we will have failed. We will have failed, Mr Deputy Speaker. And that's a sobering picture. Yes? Yeah.
Taking the intervention. Could we ask the Minister for some reassurances around how that will be prevented from happening?
I hope the Minister has heard that, and yes, I support that intervention and that key question going forward, because that's something that I think the committee will want to look at. There is no point abolishing a stage of a hearing process, horrendous as it is, if we still have the same outcome, and it won't assist. Because what we know, what we've told time and time again by all the experts, is that justice delayed is justice denied. We'll just keep on repeating that, and we have done for years, but we haven't actually seen anything change. So here we have an opportunity to see real change. And again, I take note of Mr. Allister's commentary earlier, and again, that's why I can't wait to get it into the committee stage, and I'm sure the member will, with the interest that he has in this and the expertise. He will probably contribute to the Justice Committee's scrutiny, and I welcome that, and I encourage that from the member, as I'm sure the Minister does, who's nodding her head, because the more people we can get to scrutinise this bill, the better. And it's the same with any bill in this House, same with any bill, and any other bills that would be before us and any other members. So we would want to scrutinise that issue, just to see, make sure that the reform that we're trying to bring in will actually bring real reform and real meaning and real positivity. One of the questions I asked at the committee, and I thank I thank the officials for coming to the committee to give us a briefing beforehand at the second stage. One of the questions I asked is, how will it affect crimes and offences that are carried out by suspected terrorists but actually aren't terrorist related? Because with that still comes the fear, still comes the presence and the spectre of the fist, and worse in many cases. And we know that there's real fear out there in the population, not only on victims or alleged victims, but also with the families of alleged victims. So we need to ensure that we cover all bases here, to ensure we try and protect the people involved as much as possible from the gangster and the terrorist and the gunman. That's very important. It's highlighted in some of the reports, some of the intelligence-led reports, some of the organisations that have commented on this over the years. It's very important that we cover those people and we protect those people. But it's not only the alleged victims and their families, but it's also the perpetrators, or the alleged perpetrators, before we get told off. And it's quite right that every single one of us should expect swift justice, even the perpetrators. That's hard to say, considering some of the horrendous crimes that have taken place. But everyone deserves quick, speedy justice outcomes. Because we know, when you hear all the reports that come in, when you read all the reports, especially for young people, we know that delayed justice can have this effect of lack of responsibility on the perpetrator, linking up their crime with their punishment, if it's years in the making. And that's something that we need to grapple with. We need to make sure that that's quicker and slicker, and that's more effective, so that, because remember, it's just not about punishing people, it's about rehabilitation. And we'll have no chance of rehabilitating if the perpetrator can't link the offence that they've committed with the punishment that they've been given. So that's very important. Costs. How will this save money? And how much money will it save? Now, that's a hard question to answer, I'm sure, because it changes and it's so fluid over the years. And, of course, it all depends on the rate of crime and everything else. But we need to see meaningful change in saving money also. But let's not get away from the impact this has. For members of the Justice Committee, we're close to the courts. Probably should be closer, but we're close enough to the courts to know how they work. But many members will have experienced courts proceedings over the years, over their lives. And it's a daunting prospect, even when you know you're right, even if you're involved in a case. The actual buildings, the actual process can be alien to everyday life. Unless you're a trained barrister, solicitor or judge, it's alien to you. It's not your days, it's not your place of work, so it is daunting. And to ask an alleged victim to give evidence and then give evidence again, it shouldn't be. To ask a witness to give evidence and then to give evidence again in a different setting, it shouldn't be. We don't need it. It's proven in other jurisdictions in the United Kingdom that it's not required. So we need to cut away the layers that's not needed. We need to speed up justice. And that's the point I make now. Passing this Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill is only the start of the journey. It's not the end. And it's very important that we encourage and that we increase the efficiency even on our Crown Court proceedings. We ensure there's no bottleneck with regards to losing this layer, but we make sure that our court proceedings are much more efficient than they currently are. That's vitally important. And another aspect I'll touch on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at this stage is this. The utilisation of our estate, of our court buildings, and every art and part of those buildings. It's vital that they're utilised and maximised completely and utterly. And if we don't have a court proceeding or a court to sit, then we maximise the use of that building with appeals for DLA and PIP. Because we do that in Ballymena, Courtroom 3. It works very well. We haven't had any appeals this side of lockdown, which is wrong. There's no reason why. But that has to be utilised better. The court setting has to be utilised better. And it hasn't been over the years. So all of these things are in the mix, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And whilst this is only five clauses long, it's something that the committee will take their time on. They'll scrutinise it like only the Justice Committee can. I've been very impressed with the Justice Committee with regards to the Domestic Violence and Family Proceedings Bill. We have done an enormous piece of work, a very good piece of work, and we'll bore that out tomorrow. We'll do the same with this bill, I have no doubt, because I have faith in the members on that committee that we will scrutinise diligently and we will get to the kernel of these issues. We will get to the point of this bill, and we will probably make it better, the same way as we've done with the Domestic Violence Bill. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support this at second stage. I look forward to it at the committee stage, and again, I would welcome all commentary and comments from all the members of this House at the committee stage. Thank you.
Éireann Sir Emma Rogan han Caoimhe. I call Emma Rogan.
I welcome this Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill. It was part of the New Decade New Approach deal in January. As part of the reform to direct committal proceedings in this bill, it will mean rape and serious sexual offences are to be added to the list of specific offences under the 2015 Justice Act, which would therefore allow such offences to bypass the committal process and be directly committed to the Crown Court. This was a key recommendation of the Gillen Review into the law and procedures in serious sexual offence cases. Recent figures show that the major delays in the justice system disproportionately affect those cases which involve serious sexual offences, and therefore it is vitally important that such offences will be directly committed under this bill. I just want to take some time to speak about the Gillen Review, as the recent Department of Justice figures show that on average it took 698 days to complete serious sexual offence trials in 2018 and 2019, which was up from 470 days in 2015 and 2016. The Gillen Review stated that the current system causes delay, prolongs the trauma on victims or alleged victims, and potentially leads to their withdrawal from the case, and that by expanding the number of offences would be subject to direct committal to include sexual offences would reduce the anxiety for victims and should reduce delay in the case progression. While this bill, if passed, will go some way to rectifying this problem, it must be noted that behind every statistic is an individual, and those victims at the heart of this have been subjected to some of the most horrific crimes. Victims have been let down by the system for too long, by either taking too long to deal with the case or by failing to deliver an acceptable outcome. Whilst the number of serious sexual offence crimes being reported is increasing, the conviction rate remains unacceptably low. While this bill will be an important way to support victims, it is not the only solution. It is merely one piece of a wider problem which must be addressed. To this end, it is welcome that during the summer the Department of Justice published the Gillen Review Implementation Plan, which the Department of Justice officials briefed the Justice Committee members on recently, which included time frames for processing the recommendations. I also welcome the Minister's intentions to legislate for a number of Gillen recommendations as part of the Justice Miscellaneous Provisions Bill later in this mandate, and I encourage the Minister to ensure that even though there is a high number of bills being processed during the remainder of this mandate, the Miscellaneous Provisions Bill completes its passage during this mandate. It is also vitally important that the other recommendations of the Gillen Review, which fall under the jurisdiction of the Department of Justice, are made a priority so the system can finally begin to treat victims with respect, dignity, efficiency and competency that they deserve. And whilst tackling delay in the justice system is an absolute priority, we can do better in how we treat victims, including vulnerable and/or young witnesses. Gillen has made two specific recommendations relating to the successful Barnahus system, which the Children's Commissioner described as close to an ideal system as we have seen. This is innovative, this is successful, and this is the type of radical reform that we need to see if we are truly to develop a justice system which looks after the best interests of victims and witnesses.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, and I would very much agree with Mr Frew's comments earlier there, saying that it is great to see this bill proceeding through the Assembly. We were all elected as legislators to bring in policy changes and new laws to make our constituents' lives better. As the Minister mentioned, the principles of the bill are not new. It is, of course, as she explained, designed to speed up the justice system, which is now operating in many cases at only half the speed of the rest of the UK, and ultimately to improve the operation of the criminal justice system. We could probably do with a bit of speed being injected into the political system too, as I've just outlined. The principles of this bill are not new. Previous ministers have attempted to legislate to implement them, but as ever in this place, delays have been the outcome. We already have the Justice Act, but its directly relevant provisions have not commenced. What we are doing here was done in England and Wales for the most part as long ago as 2001, and was agreed in the Fresh Start Agreement Action Plan. My colleague Stuart Dixon has outlined some of the background to that, which as to why we have fallen so far behind, so I will not repeat it, other than to emphasise that we are now following on from the Criminal Justice Inspection, the Northern Ireland Audit Office and the New Decade New Approach, what they have all advocated. One advantage of the delay is that more offences are now included for direct committal. These include serious assault, serious driving offences, sexual assault, aggravated burglary, human trafficking and firearms possession with intent. It is more essential than ever to get on with this because this bill also complements other legislation, both that currently proceeding through this House or currently proposed. This is because the bill is not just about speed, important though it is, but also about reducing stress on victims and potential victims. This bill will improve the quality of evidence, but also relieve stress by ensuring it only needs to give evidence once. Indeed, it is this aspect, the abolition of oral evidence at the committal hearing, primarily dealt with in clauses 1 to 3, which will follow most swiftly after the passage of this bill. This is also important following on from the Gillen Review into serious sexual offences. This was specifically about sexual offences, but it did call for a holistic approach, even though the cases added for direct committal have here extend well beyond rape and sexual assault. The principle that victims should not be further victimised by the length or nature of evidence they have to provide surely extends beyond them too. Subsection 8 of Clause 4 is also notable here. In closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would also draw attention to subsection 4 of Clause 4, which enables the direct committal of a case to trial either by order of the court or through regulations of the Department defining which cases must be so committed. This will help enable the ultimate goal, which is the eventual abolition of committal hearings altogether. I look forward to this bill now proceeding swiftly to speed up our justice system and improve the quality of evidence presented within it. Thank you.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this second stage today, and I also welcome the Minister back to the Chamber. As many other members have alluded to, committal reform has been discussed for many years and featured in a number of reports pertaining to the justice system in Northern Ireland, notably that have been mentioned the Gillen Review and the Audit Office report, and indeed the 2016 Northern Ireland Executive Action Plan on tackling paramilitary activity and organised crime, which recommended the Department remove the need for victims and witnesses to provide oral evidence before a trial and abolishing committal proceedings in respect of those offences most frequently linked to so-called paramilitary groups, and the Intelligence Committee report that Mr Frews also mentioned. Also in 2018, Jonathan Hall, QC, provided an independent review of terrorism legislation across the UK, and he highlighted a finding that one of the reasons why difficulties are encountered in Northern Ireland in bringing successful terrorism prosecutions could be because of the aggressive adversarial court processes, with all the defendants requesting old-style committals during which every point is fought over. And I'm also aware that this formed part of the debate in 2014 with the Justice Northern Ireland 2015 Act, where at second stage proposals to reform committal proceedings were generally supported. So what I'm saying, this isn't a new issue, but I, unlike many other members here, was not part of that process. So I would initially extend an invitation to, in particular, Mr Allister, who was vocal on this earlier on today, and if he would speak with me on this matter and outline his position, his experience with this in practice to myself and the committee. As has already been discussed, the primary purpose of the bill appears to be improving justice procedures by reforming the committal stage of cases moving through the court system, and the Department's overall aim is to eradicate the traditional committal process entirely through rolling out direct committal. Fundamentally, it is to make the experience of victims and witnesses better, removing unnecessary steps and improving the speed of cases throughout the justice system. The committal proceedings as they stand have been described as a redundant, unnecessary and traumatising addition to the justice process for victims, and we know that there are fundamental problems that must be addressed. Sir John Gillen, in his review of serious sexual offences, recommended that current proceedings should be discontinued, stating that they are often listed as a mixed committal, which then turns into a conventional preliminary inquiry hearing on the morning of the matter, after the complainant has suffered the stress and worry of a court appearance, only to be told that they are not required. This is quite unnecessary, and that practice should be strongly depreciated given the additional stress and delay that this process is causing. He stated that there is no justification for continuing with the present system of committals in serious sexual offences, and I'm glad to see this being part of the bill and the additional offences added to the list of direct committal. And I do also note other members' commentary on the delays in the system for sexual offences, along with the conviction rates, and I agree it must be addressed. So there's much more to do as well as this bill. With preliminary inquiries, the situation is even more traumatic for victims and witnesses, as they are called to give evidence in what is experienced by them as an actual trial, leaving them hostage to a system that claims to be intent on ensuring victims of crime will have to give evidence only when it's necessary. So do we actually need a dress rehearsal of the case, or are there other safeguards in the system that could prevent this? The oral committal system can add an additional layer of evidence, giving that has been recognised by the Department of Justice and those working in the criminal justice arena as unnecessary, not least because of the physical and emotional toll giving evidence at this stage has on those who have already had to live with the after effects of criminal activity. This has most loudly been advocated by groups and organisations such as Victim Support, and I look forward to engaging with them further on this. Perhaps the Minister can outline in her closing remarks what recent engagement her and her department have had with organisations such as Victim Support, who I know were incredibly active on this issue even when the Assembly was down for some years. Committal hearings add to the already significant delay and mammoth costs of our justice system, but unfortunately the Department was not able to provide any assessment of the costs of these proposed changes to the committee during the oral evidence session. And I note in 2012, when the Justice Committee was presented with the consultation on early guilty pleas and committal reform, that the Department had not conducted detailed costings on abolishing the committal process altogether. So I would hope that this information on the other effects of the bill will be provided at the earliest possible stage to the committee. And I would welcome information in relation to how much, from a purely financial perspective, the current system costs and any projections of what these reforms would save and where the finances would be redirected to in the court's process. I would also appreciate information on what lessons have been learnt from other countries that have implemented committal reform, like in Scotland, England, and lessons from Australia on the different approaches taken there. In Canada too, this has come up in much discussion, and recent issues have been raised with committal proceedings around the country's extradition laws. So has there been any studies and research done to make sure that this legislation is going to do actually what it says on the tin, to actually remove undue delay? In 2012, the Justice Committee were also told that part of the issue of abolishing committal is in its entirety that there be so many consequential changes that would be required if it was uprooted and got rid of entirely. And I'm aware that this is to be done in a staged process through this bill, but they were told that there would be a queue of cases waiting to get to the Crown Court, and there would be a fear that if the rest of the system is too slow, the Crown Court would end up becoming a remand court. So where are we now? 8 years later? Have we got the necessary changes in the court system that wouldn't mean that there was a queue? What front-loading has occurred to prepare for these changes? What safeguards are in place already? And do we need to actually go further? Is a trial sufficient to safeguard the rights of the defendant and scrutinise evidence? If it is, and surely that has been suggested in Gillen, that is with regard to sexual offences, as well as reforms to the proceedings elsewhere and in the UK and Ireland, then this bill needs to address that, and we must go beyond this bill to do our best to sort out the speed of justice. So overall, I welcome the introduction of this bill and look forward to scrutinising it as part of the committee in order to get the best possible justice system for victims. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The removal of a citizen's liberty through incarceration is the most severe step that the state can take against any citizen. And therefore, over centuries, we have built up a hedge of protections against injustice resulting from that situation, so that we are sure that before any citizen, be he the most odious terrorist, charged with the most odious terrorist crimes, be he charged with the most sickening of sex abuse crimes, or be he charged with theft or robbery or anything else, that before the state dares to remove that citizen's liberty, it is sure that it has a process that, as far as it can be, is foolproof. I said we've built up a number of matters to hedge that about. And of course, the ultimate one is that no one can be convicted of any crime without proof beyond all reasonable doubt. And I trust none of us would want to tinker or change with that. That is a bulwark. But equally, well, not equally, but as part of the hedging about of protections for the citizens, over the centuries and decades, we have established a committal process to ensure that before a case goes for trial, there is at least a prima facie case against the accused. And that's the difference. In committal, the test is not, is there proof beyond all reasonable doubt? The test is there prima facie evidence that this person who's charged committed the offences with which he is charged? And only if there is prima facie evidence is then that person committed for trial. Now, anyone can see the vast difference in the scale of what is required. What is required at committal stage is very modest. It is to show only a prima facie case, quite different from what's required for conviction. So what are we looking at committal stage? What you're looking at in 95% of committal cases is the papers in the case. How do the papers evolve? Are they sworn statements? No. Are they statements that have been sifted and tested by any interrogation? No. Papers at committal are witness statements taken almost invariably by a police officer. They might reflect the actual words of the witness, they might not. They are the words framed by the police officer to convey what the witness is saying, and then it is signed by the witness. It's not sworn, it is signed. So what this House has been invited to do is to say that it's okay with us to put someone on trial for maybe the most serious of crimes or the least of crimes in the Crown Court, but to put them on trial without the evidence against them ever been sifted or tested or sworn. That is the effect of abolishing committal proceedings, because most committal proceedings involve the production of what's called a bundle of PE papers, which the magistrate reads, and on the papers he decides, is there a prima facie case? He is applying a judicial process before someone is sent for trial. This bill wants to remove that. This bill ultimately wants to remove that from every single crime that ever goes to the Crown Court. This bill wants ultimately to create the circumstances where the citizen over which the state can do the greatest possible injury, namely deprive them of their liberty. This House wants to create a situation where someone can be put on trial for whatever it is without those papers ever passing through any judicial sift or ever being sworn to be the truth. It's just enough that it says it there in black and white. I don't think that is wise. I don't think it's sound. I don't think it's in the interest generally of society. And I do have to say, that process does not cause delay in the criminal justice system. The regular committal, which is over 95% of all committals, is a paper exercise that does not cause the delay that is pretended in this House today. But what if the other 4.5%? Well, they come either through what's called a preliminary investigation or, more likely, through a mixed committal. That's to say, at the defence initiative, they can ask for all the evidence to be called. Very unlikely you would do that. You don't really want to hear from the mapper or whatever. Or they can ask for key evidence to be called. And why would they do that? Well, I can tell you, I don't think I've ever read, in my experience, a set of committal papers which wouldn't leave you believing this probably is the truth. And yet, when you get a witness in the box, you can discover it's anything but the truth. You can discover, in a moment, you can discover it is fabrication. you can discover there were motives which produced the fabrication. And that's why a defence counsel or solicitor would say, we know that to be fabricated. We know the motive of that person. We know the frailties of this evidence. So in order to save the need for a trial, we're going to try and expose that at this point by asking for a mixed committal or a PI. And if they succeed, what happens? They save this public purse the cost of a trial. 2014, when we last debated this, the figures were that in that year, 18 preliminary investigation stroke committals resulted in no committal. That meant there didn't have to be tens of thousands of pounds spent on 18 trials. That's only a drop in a very big ocean, but it's a drop of an ocean that needs to be taken account of. Yes, I'll give way.
I thank the member for taking the intervention, and I would actually agree with Rachel Woods. In scrutinising this bill, we will listen to many, many witnesses, and I would be happy to meet with the member to hear his side of the argument, along with my colleague on the committee and anybody else who wants to be part of that conversation, because we do want to make the best law. We want to make the best legislation. We want to ensure that these issues are dealt with. But I would like to hear some alternatives as to how we make this process less difficult for those alleged victims.
If the member continues to listen, I hope I'll be able to assist. So why have we got a committal process? I think I've tried to deal with that. We've got a committal process as a sift. Let me remind the House that in the continental system, for example, committal is done by the magistrate presiding, interrogating the witness and deciding whether or not they're believable. And then they go to trial. We have a much, much more modest system here, but it's a system which simply requires the statements to be sifted in 95% of the cases and a magistrate to be satisfied there's something here, it's prima facie, it needs to be tested by a jury. And so they are committed. You have the very few cases where the defence say, we would like to challenge this evidence at this stage. Now, very often the defence strategically decides not to, because they want to keep their powder dry, so to speak. Because every time you call a witness and show your hand in your cross-examination, they're more ready for you the next time, if there is a next time. So very often the defence will keep their powder dry and agree to a committal on the papers and not ask for it. But in cases where it is crying out for challenge, I do not see why this House would want to remove that. And we had this debate in 2015. And this House, with the votes of Sinn Féin, the SDLP, and the Ulster Unionists, if I remember correctly, preserved the right for oral hearings at committal, not on a blanket basis. We removed that, but in the interest of justice. So what this House arrived at as a compromise in 2015 was, if the magistrate presiding is persuaded that in the interest of justice he should hear some oral evidence, then he hears it. What this House in 2020 has been asked to do is to liquidate the interest of justice, to take away from this process the opportunity for the interest of justice to be served. I could understand this House's stance if this was a choice between everyone can have a PI or a mixed committal, it's an absolute right, or nobody has it. I can understand that. But when the choice is between this House having reached a settled view in 2015 that those who can persuade a magistrate that it's in the interest of justice that evidence is heard, then they can have a committal. So really we are saying, and there's no dodging of this for this House, and there'll be no dodging of this for the committee. The question you're being asked in this bill is, do you want to remove the protection that says committal happens and only happens if it's in the interest of justice? Now, if your answer is, I don't care about the interest of justice, I just want to remove it, then you'll vote through this bill lock, stock and barrel. But if you do care about the interest of justice, then you'll recognise what's wrong with a magistrate having to be persuaded that oral evidence can be called if it's in the interest of justice. What do the courts exist for if they don't exist for the interest of justice? And so I do find it quite surprising that we want to arrive at a situation where mere statements, no sifting, no rigour, no testing are enough to send one to trial. And indeed we want to do more than that. We don't even want to have a process. We just want to send them for trial. And I must say, I was astounded when I read the explanatory and financial memorandum. I hope all members have read it. Because we discover in this document that for this proposal, this House is being asked to rely on a consultation in 2012, 8 years ago. Is that good enough for this House? That a minister should bring a proposal with a backup document which relies on a consultation 8 years ago, and which then, oh yes, recites some of the great and the good and what they think and what some very knowledgeable politicians think and fresh starts and new decades and all sorts of things. But the obvious gap in this, members, is not once in this document is it indicated that the Solicitors' Organisation, the Law Society, was ever asked an opinion, that the Bar Council was ever asked an opinion. This is so selective that it seems to be only interested in views that might agree with it. What sort of a tawdry document is it to accompany a bill which eschews consultation other than that which suited in 2012, which eschews the democratic decision of this elected House in 2015? And members, of course, fully entitled to change their mind, but I have reminded you of what some of you voted for in 2015. Have the fundamentals changed? Are the principles different? Are your principles different than they were in 2015? Do you now think it should be an easier process? Do you think that Article 6 of the European Convention, which still applies, now allows shortcuts in the process of justice? That's what you're being asked to legislate for. And this document then goes on to say, after revisiting, I'm reading in paragraph 30, the 2012 consultation within the context of the current criminal justice arrangement, the Department remains convinced that the proposals brought forward in 2012 represent the most appropriate approach to delivering the recommendation. So much for the Assembly. There's something of the arrogant about that. The Assembly debates, decides, committee stage, takes amendments, takes a view, and the Department produced to you a document relying on 2012 consultation and says, we're still convinced that's the best. And we don't bother to answer those who might ask those who might take a contrary view. I don't think that's the way we should get to the making of legislation in this House. 2015 was an honourable compromise. It removed the wholesale right to committal, but it preserved it in those circumstances where it was in the interest of justice. And I don't think that's something which is open to abuse, because what you're saying is, if that is abused, then there are magistrates in this country who have got a wrong view of what's in the interest of justice. Is that what you're saying? If a magistrate decides it's in the interest of justice to hear some oral evidence, then who are we in this House to go behind that and say, oh no, we know better. We don't like this notion of the interest of justice, so we're going to exterminate that from the bill. Of course, it's clear from paragraph 17 of this document that the ultimate aim is to liquidate committals altogether. So everyone is returned, no sworn evidence, no tested evidence, no sifted evidence, just return them. And whoever said it is right, that will create an inevitable logjam in our Crown courts. It will just push it down the pipe as far as that is concerned. And of course, because the game plan is no committals, you have to get rid of the opportunity for oral evidence in clauses 1 through clauses 1, 2 and 3. And then the Department wants to give itself the power by order to extend the list of offences. Now, maybe it's in here. It wasn't clear to me whether it has to be done by affirmative resolution, negative resolution, any resolution, or whether it's just an arbitrary power for the Department. But I think the committee needs to look at that. And then, something else it wants to take out. In the 2015 Act, we made a provision that there was a right to call evidence at the application, what was the old no-bill process. When you get to the Crown Court and the lawyers for the defence think, well, there isn't the evidence to stack that particular charge up, and it's more likely to be one out of a number of charges. Therefore, we want to call some evidence, and it's going to be defence evidence. We want to call some evidence to help knock that out. And again, 2015 bill said you could do that if it's in the interest of justice. 2020 bill says you can't do it. Forget about interest of justice. You can't do it. So, members, that's the critical question in this bill. Are you prepared, each and every one of you, to take a step which removes from our legislation something which is premised on the interest of justice? If you are, then vote this bill through. If you're not, then think again. Thank you.
I now call on the Minister of Justice, Ms Naomi Long, to conclude and wind on the debate on the second stage of the bill.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I am pleased to be able to wind on the debate today. This is another significant piece of legislation from the Department. Although it is a relatively short bill with only 6 clauses and 1 schedule, the changes it proposes will deliver much needed and long-awaited reform of the criminal justice process, reducing delay and improving the experience of victims and witnesses. I want to thank all of the members today for their constructive engagement and for the useful discussion on the elements of the bill. As the bill moves through its stages in the Assembly, I hope that we can continue in this spirit to ensure that this important piece of legislation reaches the statute book as soon as possible, and we can start to deliver these much-needed changes in reality. I appreciate that much of the content of the bill is technical in nature, but in summary, the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill seeks to firstly expand the use of direct committal to a wider range of offences, bringing more offences more quickly to the Crown Court. Secondly, it will remove the need for oral evidence before trial, and finally, it will smooth the operational outworkings of direct committal. In doing so, it will help deliver on commitments from the New Decade New Approach deal, from Fresh Start, the Gillen Review of Serious Sexual Offences, and a number of other scrutiny reports by Criminal Justice Inspection Northern Ireland and the Northern Ireland Audit Office. Most importantly, however, it will help us to fulfil our responsibilities to victims, witnesses and defendants for fair and speedy justice. I want to turn now to some of the issues raised during the debate. The chairman of the committee, Paul Given, mentioned in his remarks that this became an Assembly bill when it came before the House. Mr Speaker, as you will be aware, no such thing exists. It remains an executive bill, albeit justice-led, and the Assembly and committee process is an important one, which I respect on principle and in practice, because it allows it to improve the bill. However, where that is most likely to succeed is where the committee approaches its duties with equal emphasis both on the scrutiny and on the cooperation and support for the Minister. Furthermore, my responsibility and that of the executive parties is set out in guidance note number 2 when it comes to executive bills. As a former minister, the member will be fully aware that the guidance note states that ministers should obtain executive agreement at key stages of the legislative process. Paragraph 4D specifically refers to amendments to the bill involving policy changes, not technical or presentational amendments, by the minister or by the committee or a private member which the minister intends to accept. Where it is proposed to resist amendments from a committee or private member, the sponsoring minister should write to ministerial colleagues explaining the reasons for this approach and reminding them of the need to support the executive's previously agreed policy. That in no way diminishes my respect for the role of the legislature, but it simply reflects the fact that it is incumbent on the executive and on me as a minister to seek to ensure that proposed amendments, either from a private member or committee, are competent and do not deliver outcomes which may have unintended consequences, such as obligations on a department which, due to resource or capacity, cannot be delivered, or the creation of additional financial liabilities which the executive as a whole may have to bear. So it is not true to say that it simply becomes no longer an executive bill. And as members of a five-party coalition, I think it is incumbent on members to be cooperative, as I will be with the committee as it goes through the stages of the bill. In terms of the questions which the Vice Chair of the committee asked, I will surely.
The Minister giving way and outlining her role to the Executive. Does the Minister accept it is this Assembly which is the final authority on legislation, not the Executive? It's this Assembly that passes law, not the Executive?
Yes, that is correct, Mr Speaker, and I'm well aware of that, but my duty is to bring forward legislation on the basis of agreement at the Executive, and I would gently remind the member that we're part of a five-party coalition, not a 10-minister one. In terms of the question that was raised by Linda Dillon, I would want to address those. First of all, can I outline the expected outcomes? It isn't possible to put a specific figure on it, but I expect the cases will reach committal more quickly than at present and consequently arrive in Crown Court at an earlier stage. If the bill achieves both the abolition of PIs and mixed committals and the direct transfer of all indictable-only cases, it will mean that victims and witnesses will not be required to attend the Magistrates' Court at all to give evidence. This will reduce stress and worry, and it will also save on costs of having victims and witnesses taking time out of their schedules to attend court. It will also save time in the Magistrates' Court. Whilst the number of PIs and mixed committals is relatively small, in some cases they can take days or even weeks to complete. Furthermore, Linda asked the question about the levelling of engagement that there have been with victims groups, and I think that was also echoed in the queries from Rachel Woods. Victims groups are supportive of the current proposals in the bill. They were consulted during the original proposals around the 2015 Act, but they have been further consulted. Victim Support NI have been invited to work alongside the Department as part of the Committal Reform Programme of Work, and our most recent engagement with them was in the last month. With respect then to Seán Bradley, who raised a number of points and was broadly supportive of what we were trying to do in the bill. However, she asked how much it would cost and whether or not we had the funding to deliver. The Department of Finance previously approved a business case for £1.3 million in November 2017 for the capital costs associated with the IT changes required to implement direct committal. This expenditure is largely complete, and any remaining costs will be met from existing capital budgets. The main aim of direct committal is to transfer cases to the Crown Court more quickly than at present, and therefore shorten the overall length of time it takes to complete these cases. In effect, there will be a rebalancing of resources. Less work will be done in the lower court tier, Magistrates' Court, but more work will be done in the higher court tier in the Crown Court. A business case that is being prepared will capture the relative rebalancing of costs and resources between criminal justice organisations. It is not expected that the changes will have negative impacts on costs, including legal aid costs, and should therefore be affordable. On that basis, any resulting costs will be prioritised by my department in future budget periods. Stuart Dixon and Steve Aiken both made, I think, very supportive speeches in terms of what we were hoping to do, and I have to commend both of them not just for their support, but particularly Mr Aiken on his brevity and his succinctness. Gordon Dunn also then was supportive, whilst broadly supportive, did query whether direct committal will just shift delay from the Magistrates' Court to the Crown Court, a point that was also made by his colleague Paul Frew, by Linda Dillon and others during the debate. The aim of direct committal is to move cases to the Crown Court at an earlier stage in the criminal justice system, which is expected to result in shorter overall end-to-end case times. Whilst it is possible that some cases will spend longer in the Crown Court, this will be offset by cases spending less time in the Magistrates' Courts. Transferring these cases to the Crown Court at an earlier stage will also allow the trial judge to have oversight of the case from an earlier point. This will help the court, with the assistance of the prosecution and defence, to identify the key issues in each case, resulting in a more efficient and a quicker process. It will also help ensure cases are in the appropriate venue to take pleas at the earliest opportunity and to deal with exceptional circumstances, such as issues of capacity. A key part of working to implement direct committal will focus on the rebalancing of resources between the two court venues. Gemma Dolan also raised the issue of problem-solving justice. And as she will be aware, we presented a problem-solving justice 5-year strategic plan to Justice Committee last month, setting out how we plan to roll out problem-solving justice subject to affordability. It is a very important way of dealing with offending behaviour, but also makes a valid contribution in terms of speeding up access to justice, which I believe is hugely important. In Paul Frew's contribution to the debate, Mr Speaker, he was thrilled and delighted to be detained so long whilst legislating. And whilst perhaps we're not all quite so thrilled to be here at this point in the evening, I am nevertheless glad that I was able to bring some joy to his life today. However, on a more serious point, Mr Speaker, I agree entirely with him that this is indeed what this chamber is for: legislation. For 3 years we had no assembly, and people question what the value of this assembly might be, and perhaps over this week they have questioned that again. However, it's clear that if we're going to make changes in terms of legislation, that is our job, that is our primary responsibility, and I think it is good that we are debating real laws and real changes, and so I very much welcome his enthusiasm for getting on with the legislative programme, and I assure him I will keep him busy if I can. He also asked how this would impact on terrorist-related offences, and as you will be aware, those are not a particular cadre of offences that are easily identified. What it will do, though, is deal with some of the more serious offences, those that would normally go through the Crown Court. And when we move to abolish committal reform entirely and the committal process entirely, then obviously those more serious Crown Court offences will go automatically to the Crown Court. So whilst it's not specific, there will be a significant number of paramilitary-related and terrorist-related offenders who would go through this mechanism, and that is how it meets the recommendations of Fresh Start. Two other issues that he raised were about bottlenecks and speed. And this is not the only improvement that we are making to speed up justice, though it is a very important one, Mr Speaker. Priority for me and for the Criminal Justice Board is to see that we have a more effective and efficient justice system. In 2019-2020, the median time taken to complete cases fell to 149 days. That is an 11% reduction over the previous year. We need to do more, and this will make a contribution to that, but it would be fair to say that this is not the only tool in our armoury. Enhanced jurisdiction of magistrates' courts was also something which Mr Frew raised. Committal is a complex issue, and rollout is intended to be on a staged basis. We will be considering the jurisdiction of the Magistrates' Court in parallel with that rollout and will require any additional primary legislation should we decide that changes need to be made in that regard. Emma Rogan then asked about the issue of executive approval and when we will be in a position to deal with the Miscellaneous Provisions Bill, which will bring forward the next tranche of Gillen recommendations. I'm hoping that tomorrow we will get executive approval for the drafting of the inclusions to the Miscellaneous Provisions Bill, and it will then go to the Office of Legislative Counsel for further detailed drafting. So we are hopeful that that will happen, if not tomorrow, certainly in the near future. It is a priority for me, and it is absolutely crucial that what was intended by John Gillen is rolled out, but not just in the Department of Justice, right across every department in the executive, because I believe that many of the issues which he highlighted were not just in relation to the delivery of justice, but actually to the change of culture which is required in order to deal with serious sexual offending at a much earlier stage to make people safer, which is, I think, all of our desire. Paula Bradshaw, I think, raised a very important point, and that is about achieving best evidence. We talked a lot about the stress and anxiety that victims and witnesses can be under when they have to give their evidence twice. But there is also an issue about that stress and anxiety preventing them from giving their best evidence in court, and that can lead to miscarriages of justice in itself. It can also create difficulties if victims and witnesses, having gone through the committal process, then feel unable to go ahead and give their evidence at the Crown Court. And that is why, in some of these cases, we have high attrition rates for some of these offences, where victims, by dint of delay and also by the fear of giving their statements in open court, end up pulling out of the process completely. And that is not in anyone's interest. We need to make it as simple and as easy as possible for people to be able to give their best evidence. That also includes, and I mean, Mr Allister is correct, that also includes defendants. They do have a right to be able to give their best evidence. But in this case, the stress seems to be mainly transferred onto those who are waiting to be witnesses or who are the alleged victims of these crimes, and it has a serious impact. Rachel Woods was broadly supportive of the bill, and I think I have addressed some of the questions that she asked as we were going through the issue. And then Mr Allister was not supportive of the bill, which is not surprising because he was not supportive of the bill on the last occasion when it came forward. And Mr Allister is not known for changing his mind. So I will do my best. Regardless, I mean, I understand the points that are made, and so I am not in any way dismissing the validity of them. And I think it is important that we listen to those points, but also weigh it against the weight of evidence that we have from other Justice Inspectorate reports, from other sectors, from the Criminal Justice Board, and from all of the others who are invested in the system and who are concerned about the rights of victims. Yes.
Minister, for taking an intervention. Would the Minister agree with me that those independent reports have to be given greater weight, not all of the weight, but greater weight than those who may have a vested interest in the process?
I would absolutely agree with that. And I mean, you know, I had this rather light-hearted conversation with Mr Allister outside, where I suggested that some of those people may wish to have multiple hearings in court because some of their payments will depend on it. But he equally countered just as justifiably that if they are successful in getting the person who is before the courts having the case dismissed, then they lose out on the payments for the Crown Court case. So none of these things are just about vested interests. I think that's important. We need to listen to the experience of those who are in the defence business as well as those who are in the prosecution business. And I think that that is important, and that is why we have approached the Law Society and the Bar Council, who were not comfortable with the previous recommendations. We have briefed both on the committal reform proposals, and they have been invited to join a stakeholder group at the point where we start to roll these out. In general, there's broad support from both. There is broad support for reforming Committal, but the Law Society and the Bar Council have expressed reservations in the past, and I acknowledge that. With respect to the issues, and I have already, I think, dealt with the earlier intervention of Mr Allister when it came to the length of time that cases take. But one of the issues that he raised today, which I think is an important one that we address, is does abolishing oral evidence as part of the traditional committal process affect the rights of the accused? This is an important point because the accused also have rights within the system. One is innocent until one is proven guilty, and it is important that we do not prejudge the outcome of any case or any trial. Overall, I believe these proposals provide a fair balance between the rights of the defendant and the rights of victims and witnesses. They will tackle delay in the criminal justice system, and they will ensure that an accused can receive a fair trial within a reasonable period, and that too is required by Article 6 of the ECHR. There are also sufficient safeguards in place through the no bill, as it used to be called, application process, to allow the defendant to challenge the evidence at an early stage in the Crown Court if the defence genuinely feel the available evidence is insufficient to disclose a case for trial. The Department is satisfied that the rights of an accused to know the case against them and to call and cross-examine witnesses are secured at the trial stage of the criminal proceedings. And it is telling that now there is nowhere in the UK that has a committal process in the way that we currently have here in Northern Ireland. The other issue that Mr Allister raised, and again it is a valid one, is the powers that he is concerned that the Justice Department is taking onto itself to be able to add additional offences to the schedule at will. I would want to reassure people that the reason that we have put that in is not in order that we will be able to roll out the committal reform process without coming back to the Chamber. We would expect that there will be two further points at which primary legislation will be required in order for this to be able to proceed. So we would expect that the committee and others will have the opportunity to look at it. The reason that we are allowing for additional offences to be added to this by affirmative resolution is because we may create additional offences over the course of the next couple of years that would fall into the same category of offence as those that we are putting on the schedule now. And so rather than have to wait until the next tranche of the rollout, we will be able, by affirmative resolution of the House, to add those. And I mean, I'm thinking, for example, of some of the more serious cases around stalking and some of the other more serious end of offences that we will be dealing with over the coming weeks and months. So it would be by way of an affirmative order, and it would give people the opportunity in order to scrutinise that and have a say on what happens going forward. So it is not about trying to take power for the department. It is about trying to ensure that we are responsive in the justice system and that we have looked ahead and scoped out what might be necessary over the next weeks and months. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, and everybody bar Paul Frew will be delighted that I've said in conclusion, I am encouraged by many of the comments and the issues that have been raised by members today. I, like all of you, am eager to take forward these changes, and I want to see a timely passage of the bill through the Assembly. We have seen already the detailed scrutiny that the committee has done, and I will be able to elucidate more on that tomorrow for the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill. But I would hope to work in the same spirit of collaboration and cooperation with the committee going forward in order that we can deliver the best possible bill for the people of Northern Ireland. I'm asking again, however, for your support in keeping the bill focused on its current provisions in relation to the reform of committal proceedings. The bill has been carefully designed in order to provide the necessary clarity to practitioners within the criminal justice organisations to whom it will fall to implement these complex changes. So I would ask members who do have material policy and legislative amendments to delay those until a future legislative vehicle in order that this legislation can be enacted as soon as possible and with as little disruption to the criminal justice system as possible. In drawing my remarks to a close, I do want to thank everyone who has contributed today to what was a very useful and, I believe, a constructive discussion, and one that will continue. I commend the bill to the House for approval, and I wish the committee well in their scrutiny of this bill. Both I and my officials stand ready to assist them in any way that we can. Thank you.
Point of order.
Point of order. Mr. Allister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Ms Dillon, in her last intervention, seemed to infer that I had some sort of vested interest in these matters. I make it plain, I'm now a non-practising barrister. I have no vested interest, financial or otherwise, in any of these matters, and I would like Ms Dillon to consider withdrawing that suggestion.
I thank the member for that, and that's firmly on the record now. I didn't hear specifically mention you by name, but that categorisation is firmly on the record. Unless a point of order, Linda. Thank you, members. The question is that the second stage of the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it by a shade there. So that concludes the second stage of the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Justice. If members just take their ease now while we change the chair. Thank you.
Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on ammonia levels. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly notes with concern the scale and complexity of the ammonia problem in Northern Ireland, further notes that critical loads of nitrogen deposition at which ecological damage occurs have been exceeded at 98% of Northern Ireland's special areas of conservation, in some cases by 300% or more, recognises the need to halt further overloading of critical thresholds, notes Northern Ireland's legal obligations under Article 6 of the EU Habitats Directive, and calls on the Minister for Infrastructure to conduct an urgent review of approved planning applications for ammonia emitting projects that are within 7.5 kilometres of a Natura 2000 site, and further calls on the Minister to implement a moratorium on planning approvals for any project which proposes to increase discharges of ammonia into the environment until such time as a report is produced by the Department of Infrastructure that determines whether Article 6 of the EU Habitats Directive is being complied with in Northern Ireland.
Thank you. And I call Clare Bailey to move the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg to move.
Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1.5 hours for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. One amendment has been selected and is published on the marshalled list. Please open the debate on the motion. Clare Bailey.
Thank you, Speaker. Members will be aware of the impacts both to human health and the environment and of the current scale of the ammonia crisis we have in Northern Ireland. Health-wise, ammonia pollution is linked to lung damage, heart disease, diabetes, problems with memory and thinking, cognitive decline, respiratory issues, higher death rates, lower birth rates. And members do not need to be reminded that we are in a pandemic. COVID-19 is a virus that affects the lungs, the heart and the respiratory system. We know that ammonia pollution can have a significant impacts on rates of serious illness and death from COVID. This is not something we should be taking lightly. Some members will also be aware of the scale of the ecological crisis in Northern Ireland. As our numbers of breeding sows have gone up by 24% to almost 48,000, our broiler chickens up 41% to almost 17 million, our numbers of hens up 89% to almost 4 million, our numbers of wetland birds have fallen by 19%. Our freshwater bird populations fallen by 42%. 95% of our lakes now fail Water Framework Directive quality standards, and 78% of shellfish water bodies now fail water quality standards for E. coli. It's not a pretty picture, but I would argue it's no accident either. The policy of agriculture intensification that has been pursued by this executive through its Going for Growth strategy since 2013 has resulted in pollution that sits in our air, our soil and in our water. Nature and our communities are paying the price. And how did we get to this point? Amongst other issues, with indifference and inaction across several government departments, we are seeing systemic planning failures that omit legal environmental considerations from planning application processes. So we in the Green Party have been examining in depth how the planning system works and where it doesn't work. And through our research, we have found that habitats regulations assessments, which are a legal requirement for projects within a certain radius of protected habitats, are sometimes simply not being carried out. And I will use the example of anaerobic digester plants, which produce vast quantities of ammonia. We in the Green Party mapped each of the 79 active AD plants in Northern Ireland, and we found 49 of them should have had that assessment carried out. And to date, we have only found an instance and evidence in one case of this actually being done. And a while back, we wrote to all 11 councils. So far, we've received 5 responses. And we know now from those 5 council responses that 34 of their AD plants have no planning approval, and yet they're getting public subsidies. And this has all been restated in the recent Northern Ireland Audit Office report. I cannot say any plainer that this is unlawful, and it contravenes our legal obligations under the Habitats Directive. These assessments are systemically not being conducted, and potentially illegal projects are systemically going ahead. And when we do assess the impacts of ammonia on protected habitats, existing ammonia levels at that site are not even taken into account. And so we now have situations where sites exceed critical levels of ammonia by over 300% year on year on year. The fact is that this is actual planning policy, and that is astounding. Current confusion around the system has left farmers unable to upgrade or replace existing sheds, even where the building of more modern sheds would result in the falling of ammonia levels, because under planning these are considered to be new developments. The overall picture is of a broken planning system that enables the non-stop intensification of our agri-food sector, rapid and extensive species decline and irreparable damage to protected habitats, not to mention 500 to 600 premature deaths in Northern Ireland every year. Let me be clear here. This is not the fault nor the responsibility of the farming community. This is the result of deliberate and informed government policy to expand, grow and intensify in the full knowledge of the facts around environmental and health impacts. They cannot say they did not know, because they do. As demonstrated time and time again through answers to written and oral questions, Ammonia seminars and the Department's own planning policy documents. The information is there, and they have known it for a long time. The facts tell us that ammonia pollution is causing mass species extinction, harming public health and ending lives early. The Executive's Going for Growth strategy has resulted, in one hand, on the creation of Northern Ireland plc. And we have seen big companies such as Moy Park, Thompson's, Dumbia smash through the £1 billion sales target annually, and directors paid salaries as high as £2.6 million. Good for them. But what we also see is the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, the very government body charged with protecting our environment, signing prosperity agreements with these same corporations, who have direct links to the Agri-Food Strategy Board and drawing up the Going for Growth strategy. I'd like to know where else in the world would the Environmental Protection Authority sign prosperity agreements with some of their own biggest polluters. And on the other hand, we see an industry that has become increasingly hostile to those working within it. Key workers who showed just how vital food production is to our economy and our people. And rural poverty at an all-time high. And 1 in 4 farming families living in poverty. As costs of production have gone up, farm gate prices have been driven down so that farmers are operating at a loss or barely breaking even. Yep.
The member has highlighted planning failures with regard to anaerobic digesters. Why is she suggesting that all planning applications should be a moratorium, they should be stopped, if it's only a very specific grouping that's causing the problem?
Thank the member for his intervention, and I'll explain as I go through. And I thought that I'd made sort of clear that AD plants are operating even without planning permission. There's problems in the system. But we also have a situation where full and part-time farmers' numbers are dropping year on year, and that indicates that for many it is no longer possible to make a living in the industry. And I'd like to just quote what one farmer has told me. And they said, "A friend of mine told me just after the death of a farmer who fell through the roof of a rundown farm building that if it hadn't been for COVID-19, they would be attending the 11th funeral since the year 2000 of farmers he knew across Northern Ireland who had died falling through farm shed roofs while up trying to repair them themselves. Traditionally, when times were good for farmers, they would have called in professional builders to either replace or repair their buildings. And we always say a cash-strapped industry is never a safe industry." Further down the production line, though, COVID-19 crisis has really exposed just how precarious the jobs in this industry are. We've seen outbreaks of coronavirus among the meat factory workers, a lot of those on poor contracts, unable to afford to self-isolate or take sick leave. We've seen employers flouting the 2-metre social distancing rule and putting public health and workers' lives at risk for profit. Poverty pay and exploitative contracts are endemic within the sector. And you don't have to be a genius to realise that the way we do business and this executive policy of relentless intensification at all costs simply does not work for most people. Instead of ensuring the prosperity of some of the most powerful businesses in the sector, we should be focused on ensuring the prosperity and well-being of its workers. So in conclusion, we know we have a deeply flawed planning regime, deliberate government policy to disregard environmental law and regulation, and that's what's led us to the situation we face. The scale of this is overwhelming. It is beyond alarming. This pollution is sitting in our waterways, our air and our soil. It's in our rural communities. So how long will we allow this to continue? We know the planning is flawed, that we have a policy in place to assess ammonia emissions that is obstructive to farmers, has not been legally proofed and is more than likely not compliant with our legal obligations. And we know that good planning could help to fix this. We need to stop, establish exactly where we're at and put good practice in place. We need an urgent review of the planning system and of approved planning applications for ammonia-emitting projects that are within 7.5 kilometres of these habitats that are protected under EU law. We need a moratorium to assess the situation.
Members' time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I call Philip McGuigan to move the amendment.
Caoimhe Archibald, I have to say, sorry.
You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate now.
I have to say that I share many of the concerns articulated by Clare Bailey on the environmental impact of ammonia, and in a unary world could agree with her about the solution. We do not live in a unary world, however, and in this instance, while agreeing with the problem, I feel a more nuanced and rounded solution is necessary. The motion asks for this problem to be dealt with by the Infrastructure Minister through a moratorium on planning, and I have some sympathy for the Infrastructure Minister being with us tonight, because from my point of view, this is a motion and a debate which requires the Environment and Agriculture Minister to be with us. A moratorium on planning isn't going to solve the problem. Not only will it not solve the problem, it could potentially, in some cases, exacerbate it. If, for example, a farmer wishes to redevelop or replace an existing building that would allow for a reduction of his or her farm's ammonia output, a planning moratorium would not allow this to happen, and therefore no reduction would occur. Sinn Féin are committed to protecting our environment. We are committed to a Climate Change Act. We are committed to the reduction of greenhouse gases. We are committed to clean air and healthy water. We want to see a Green New Deal, and we want to see a just transition in processing all of this. A just transition is a framework of measures governments and organisations must take in order to secure workers' rights and livelihoods as economies transition to ones based on sustainable forms of production. Just transition in no way seeks to slow or deter this transition. It is an environmentally positive principle that encourages radical steps towards halting climate change, but also acknowledges that the only way those steps will be successful is if we can bring people in carbon-heavy industries with us and assure workers that they will not find themselves unemployed as a result of a shift to, for example, renewable energy. Agriculture, in this instance, should not be given special dispensation, but we need to recognise the wider negative impact on this sector, so vital to the economy in the north, should a planning moratorium be introduced. It is important to also highlight that our food and drink sector is key to the economy here in terms of employment, with sales of over 5.1 billion. There are too many unknowns for this Assembly to support a moratorium on planning. The solution for addressing our ammonia problem can only be found by working with and not against our farmers. Farmers, remember, are in most cases the custodians of our countryside and natural environment. Recognition needs to be given to farmers who are currently reducing their ammonia output. Any solution must include leadership from DAERA and must be driven by its minister. This is a cross-departmental issue, and I think, given as the original motion that the Greens submitted was aimed at the DAERA minister, the Green Party themselves recognise this fact. I should at this point declare that as a constituency MLA representing a rural constituency, I have been involved in planning applications on both sides of this argument on many occasions on behalf of constituents over the years. Ammonia is a form of nitrogen and can lead to the creation and release of greenhouse gas emissions such as nitrous oxide. We need to reduce our nitrogen levels. There are no arguments there. A key driver of ammonia emissions is when urine and faeces mix. This is primarily an issue of production of livestock and the management of slurry. Livestock production is recognised as a key factor in the extent of ammonia emissions. 96% of our ammonia emissions come from agriculture. I recognise the critical ammonia levels here in the north and the impact that this is having on biodiversity. The North's ammonia levels are particularly high in comparison to that of our neighbours. None of this is in dispute, so we do need to be very serious about addressing this problem. Moreover, we need to be doing this sooner rather than later. We live on an island where emissions do not recognise borders. Ammonia needs to be considered as a long-range pollutant because of the island's atmospheric and topographical conditions. Anne O'Reilly from DERA, who facilitated a recent workshop on ammonia emissions, stated there is also an ongoing need to improve the modelling covering the south of Ireland, as nitrogen emissions are transboundary and emissions originating in the south are not modelled to the same level of detail as those in the north. And Chagas, a research organisation for agriculture in the south, stated it is vital that both the north and south maximise efforts to reduce ammonia emissions. If these emissions are not coordinated, emission reduction efforts in one jurisdiction may be shadowed by emissions in another. Yes?
Would the members share any surprise that when it comes to this issue, there is very little talk about ammonia sequestration, and that planting trees is, according to the Centre for Hydrology and Ecology, a very efficient way to sequester ammonia? Why have we not got a strategy? Agriculture Minister's promised an ammonia strategy. He's supposed to have a tree planting policy. Should those not be gelled together to deal with the issue rather than talk about moratoriums, which put people out of business?
I welcome the member's intervention, and I agree that the issue at stake is the lack of ammonia strategy coming from the Agriculture Minister, and we need to see that soon, and I will be making remarks later on in relation to that. So, not only do we need a cross-departmental solution, and even as the member's intervention shows, solutions crossing even within departments, but we also need an all-Ireland approach to properly tackle this issue and reduce emissions. So in recognising agriculture as the key producer of ammonia, we need to ensure that agriculture is the key driver for reduction in ammonia. I think our farmers are up for that. However, they need help. Education is key, investment is important, and support is vital. There are solutions that will reduce ammonia production and actually making farming here not only more environmentally friendly, but also more efficient for the farmers. We need to see the implementation of these solutions accelerated. We can be optimistic that our ammonia reduction strategies will bring improvements on our protected sites. According to AFBI, a 25% reduction in ammonia achieves significant improvements in nitrogen disposition of all the North's protected sites. We are keenly awaiting the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to bring before this Assembly his action plan on ammonia. This is required urgently. We have been advised by departmental officials that this draft ammonia plan will be published soon and will hopefully be an important roadmap to reducing ammonia emissions here in the North. We all agree that we need to improve our environment and have a sustainable and prosperous agri-food sector. As I have stated already, we need to see financial investment in order to help this. I want to welcome the Agriculture Minister's recent announcement of £7.5 million for Tier 1 of FBIS, supporting the sustainability of farm businesses, a scheme which will support the purchase of equipment and machinery that cost between £5,000 and £30,000. I would urge farmers to apply to this scheme. Sinn Féin is also concerned for low-income farmers, though who cannot afford to buy this low-emission slurry spreading equipment. The Department must fulfil its statutory equality commitments and ensure equality of opportunity, as well as mitigations for those farmers who will be negatively impacted. It is important to flag up that whatever measures are outlined, it will have ramifications for hill farmers whose farm income is already low and whose farmland is currently disadvantaged. Nevertheless, we should be optimistic. There are a lot of measures to reduce ammonia, and AFBI scientists have stated that there could be significant improvements at designated sites within 5 to 10 years through the implementation of ammonia reduction measures. We need to get on with this.
Thank you. I call Michelle McElveen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to oppose the motion. Everyone in this chamber obviously recognises that more needs to be done to tackle ammonia emissions and to protect our environment. And this is an issue which is readily accepted by the agricultural sector, who are responsible for over 90% of ammonia emissions. However, the motion does ask for 3 very specific actions: a review of every planning permission for ammonia-emitting projects within 7.5 kilometres of a Natura 2000 site, a moratorium on planning approvals for all ammonia-emitting projects, and the production of a report by the Department for Infrastructure into whether or not Northern Ireland has complied with Article 6 of the Habitats Directive. From the outset, I must make it clear that in opposing this motion, it's not a lack of desire to tackle the issue, but rather a recognition that the steps being proposed by Ms Bailey and Ms Woods are inappropriate. Unfortunately, my party's amendment wasn't selected for this debate, which may have allowed for a more practical and workable approach to the issue to be discussed. But dealing with the first requested action in relation to the review, there are a number of problems with this request. It's not time-specific, so it is requesting all approvals from any time. A vast range of activities emit ammonia, so this would involve huge numbers of approvals, and there's also no scope to the review. If the aim is to revoke or to modify approvals, that can only happen if the development has not been completed, which would make the process pointless. It would also require huge resources to be used to assess whether a development has actually been completed. Is it to assess if the correct assessments have been carried out? Well, planning officials will readily acknowledge that they are not experts in environmental law, but will defer to those relevant statutory experts in their appraisal of a proposal, that being NIEA and Shared Environmental Services. Those bodies, of course, are not under the remit for the Department for Infrastructure. Such a review is ultimately a toothless, ineffective and, dare I say, costly fishing expedition which does not deal with the problem at hand, and it certainly would not be able to assess whether Northern Ireland is in breach of its regulations or obligations under the Habitats Directive. Now, turning to the request for a moratorium, this moratorium applies to all such planning applications, not just those within the 7.5 kilometres of protected areas. This again is open-ended, essentially until the Department produces a report, which I'll deal with shortly. But the impact of such a moratorium on Northern Ireland's fragile economy could be enormous. The motion is presuming that the planning process is the means by which a solution can be sought to these problems, and I would suggest that it isn't. What a moratorium does is grind that system to a halt. It's a potentially detrimental impact on major infrastructure projects, road upgrades and house building schemes, which could have a further devastating impact on the Northern Ireland economy, on top of the devastation that is currently being caused by the global pandemic. Projects which all the executive parties have signed up to. It would undermine the key objectives of the executive, and as such, any party which is part of the executive really shouldn't and can't support this. Finally, the report. In my opinion, the Department for Infrastructure is not best placed to make the determination as to whether Northern Ireland is complying with its Article 6 obligations. With its focus on the planning process, the implication is that tightening the planning process can in some way address this issue. Planners will and do follow the experts. The vast majority of ammonia emissions come from activities that fall outside the scope of the planners and indeed any of the remit of the Department for Infrastructure. As an aside on the Habitats Directive, while developing a process and creating certain obligations has not proven to be an effective tool to address environmental damage to protected sites, the mid-term review carried out by the EU of the directive noted a very slight improvement in the number of species and habitats in protected areas, but by and large previously noted negative trends continued across the EU, and there was a recognition that the EU was not going to meet its 2020 targets. There is a huge scope for Member States in terms of their approach to national conservation measures, and while the European Court in its case law has an iron fist, the Commission in its dealings with states uses a velvet glove. Put simply, we can comply with the minimum standards of the directive but still fail its objectives. There is a need to act. There is a need for an effective and sustainable plan to address our very real issues, but unfortunately this motion is not the way to achieve that. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Patsy McGlone.
Thanks very much indeed. Just as I listened to a resume of the issues that were raising there, water quality management, habitats, indeed agricultural development and agricultural diversification and agricultural poverty in agriculture. Frankly, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, we have the wrong Minister here to be accountable for those issues and to respond. Nevertheless, the SDLP welcomes the opportunity today to note our concern about the scale of the ammonia emissions problem in Northern Ireland. We will be supporting the amendment, and that will become clear as I speak on. While it isn't by any means unique to us, it's a particular problem here. And as with other environmentally damaging factors, we don't have our own specific targets for reducing ammonia emissions. Our efforts are expected to contribute to the UK target for reducing ammonia emissions by 16% by 2030. The particular problem with ammonia emissions here is that we are responsible for 12% of the UK total, with only 3% of the population and 6% of the land area. The proportion of sites here that exceed the critical level of ammonia concentration is, however, higher than in England, Scotland and Wales. Our ammonia emissions are also 19% higher in 2018 than they were in 2010, and that is higher than the previous peak recorded in 1996. 96% of Northern Ireland's ammonia emissions come from agricultural activity, with all livestock sectors being responsible for most of the figure, largely from manure to slurry management and fertiliser spreading. From 2019, these are regulated under the Nutrients Action Programme, with a derogation available for some grassland farms. However, the current level of ammonia emissions is a barrier to achieving sustainable agricultural development and meeting our shared climate and biodiversity targets. In addition to the ecological damage noted in the motion as a result of ammonia emissions, the majority of our priority habitats and species are now at an unfavourable conservation status. There has been significant and continued loss of biodiversity since the 1970s, and in particular, we have seen that and witnessed that in the evidence that has been given during the last 20 years. It is clear that the problem, an eminently big problem, with discharges of ammonia into the environment. That said, we do welcome the work done by the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs since July 2016 to address the issue of ammonia emissions. We also welcome the efforts by farmers to reduce those levels that they are responsible through modernising their farm practices and facilities. One particular concern that I would have about this particular motion, the motion proposed by the Green Party, is that in effect by reopening planning applications, aside from the considerable stress and resource implications that would have for the Department and councils, which, as we know from the figures, are having it difficult enough, I would be concerned about the pressures on those farms and those farm businesses. That uncertainty would be created about their futures, that uncertainty with their financiers would be created about their futures, and that is of a lot of importance to me. The ERA Minister has described the strategy which has been brought forward by the Department on ammonia reduction as a comprehensive approach to ammonia, and has repeatedly stated his intention to publish these proposals for a consultation soon. It may be that the 3-year absence of an executive has contributed to delay in producing the draft ammonia strategy, but any action by the Infrastructure Minister should clearly be taken in coordination with that strategy and must be complementary to it. In respect to planning, I have already mentioned some of it. It is currently the case that DERA is the department as a statutory consultee on planning applications. It's the one legally obliged to consider the impact of ammonia emissions and subsequent nitrogen depositions that a proposed building development or a development of these nature would have on the environment. Any moratorium could have the unintended consequences of preventing the updating of facilities on a farm and preventing the reduction of ammonia emissions as a consequence. It is clear that action is needed to reduce ammonia emissions to prevent further biodiversity loss and to help repair the ecosystem. Such action is essential for sustainable development of our agriculture industry and improving public health. But responsibility for this area does lie with the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. It is to be hoped that the motion and the debate today will prompt the Minister to publish his proposals and the draft ammonia strategy sooner rather than later.
And I call Roy Beggs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd first like to declare that I have a small agricultural holding which is let, and that my parents have a relatively small family farm. More of a grape and wheelbarrow operation than a large feeder wagon, I have to say. But I rise on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party to indicate our support for the amendment in the name of Philip McGuigan and Declan McAleer and others. The main motion is suggesting a nuclear option, and the proposer of the motion earlier on justified it because a major flaw has happened around AD units that's been indicated in the Audit Office report. I am surprised if that's where the problem is, that the motion was not focused on that area. But the proposal will affect every farm in Northern Ireland. It would affect the entire rural community and may actually have a perverse effect going forward. The moratorium on planning on ammonia emissions, I would say, would be counterproductive. In the long term, would more beef be bought from offshore resources with lower welfare standards, perhaps even higher ammonia emission being created, a high-protein diet, somewhere where we have no control of? So I would say that would be wrong. It may even involve cutting down more rainforest to feed such a system. So we need to be very careful that we don't create perverse outcomes. Clearly there is need for a review of the planning system, and I note that in the amendment. But I would say some of the review perhaps needs to go a different direction. Let us illustrate how the planning system, which is supposed to be improving the environment, has gone wrong, in my opinion, and why I could not support the main motion. Firstly, as others have indicated, the replacement of existing livestock sheds are being treated by Shared Environmental Services and NIEA as new developments. So even if a new building will improve welfare standards, will reduce emissions, it may well be rejected. That is crazy. If we want to reduce ammonia emissions, we should be allowing farmers to put in. Certainly will.
I thank the member for making that very point. And would the member accept that this can even be in cases where the livestock numbers are being reduced and therefore the contribution that they're making to extra ammonia in the atmosphere?
Member has additional minute.
I'm not at all surprised to learn that. We need to be very careful that government and politicians do not propose policies which have the opposite effect. We need to be very careful to think them through so that we bring about improvements to the environment as well as our well-being of our farmers. Shared Environmental Services also, on their own, imposed guidance which were much more stricter than the Northern Ireland Environment Agency. How was that allowed to happen? What happened? And of course, eventually it was overturned by a court. But whenever the Ulster Farmers Union took them to court, they backed down at that stage. But that is a nonsense that a body can almost of its own right change policy and affect significant costs on the farming community. And in fact, that policy was resulting in virtually no planning applications being permitted. We have an overly bureaucratic planning process. Whilst the regulations may be appropriate to larger applications, and I don't know how they missed out the AD units because they are very, very major, probably multi-million-pound applications, they are often disproportionate. And what I'm talking about, I'm aware of a constituent who wanted to build a shed for 6 cows and 6 calves. Put his application in, and then he discovered he had to have his ammonia assessment. So he didn't have a clue about it, as most wouldn't, and started to find out how we'd get this aspect completed. He was being quoted almost £2,000 to get an ammonia assessment done for 6 cows and calves. He will probably have to sell one of his cows and calves to get his ammonia assessment done. Clearly, there is a disproportionate scale of assessment required, and it needs to be downscaled depending on the size of the application. We need to avoid consultants where that can be done, so that undue costs are not added to hard-working families who toil long hours, often for little reward. Turning now to the 7.5 kilometres rule, I recently learned that farmers on Island McGee, when completing their ammonia assessment, have to reference the Maiden's Lighthouse ecosystem, many miles offshore. Are we for real? How is a farm on Island McGee going to have an impact on the Maidens Lighthouse. I actually didn't believe it when I heard it at first until it was verified to me, but that is what our current system requires. We clearly do need to improve biodiversity, but make sure when we bring about proposals that they actually reduce emissions and they start to work. And there's much to be commended in the 2007 report of the expert working group led by John Gilliland, making ammonia visible. You communicate and educate our farmers, encourage mitigation, such as the trailing hose or trailing shoe, which can reduce ammonia emissions by 30% and 70% respectively. It is possible to improve air quality, water quality, and reduce ammonia emissions, improve farm efficiency. Let's take everybody with us, give them the knowledge, the information, and the financial support to enable them to do so. I support the amendment.
Thank you, and I call John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And as other members have already pointed out, though it's worth repeating, Northern Ireland ammonia levels have risen by around 20% in 2010 compared to a figure of around 5% in the rest of the UK. And more crucially, 98% of designated special areas of conservation are exceeding critical levels of pollutants, and this can seriously impact the protected sites such as peatlands. Additionally, ammonia emissions can cause the depletion of our treasured natural landscape and lead to marked reductions in plant biodiversity. There is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that action is required to address the issue, and it is in the context of that reality that I understand the principle of the motion, but we need to schedule and plan these suggested changes to make the motion practical for those most impacted. The motion, if successfully followed through, would introduce change with some immediacy, there is no doubt about that, but with no consultation with or preparation for those most seriously impacted. Mr. Speaker, it comes as no surprise, as has been mentioned already, the debate about a planning moratorium, essentially, is being held with the Infrastructure Minister present. Will have a deliberate focus on agricultural matters. That's because we have to consider the potential severe and immediate impacts on our crucial agriculture sector, those who contribute such a proportionally high amount to our economy and who are responsible, of course, for putting food on our table. Farmers, if they have plans currently to upgrade existing facilities, could potentially, if the motion and its outworkings were to succeed, face a backlog of farm planning applications in Northern Ireland caused by questions, perhaps understandably, about their environmental impact. This is a problem not unknown to those in the sector who faced a similar backlog in recent times when around 166 applications were stuck in the system, as officials tried to agree how to assess them for ammonia emissions, and on that occasion ministerial intervention was required. This therefore reinforces the need for consultation and careful consideration before we confront that sector without warning with restrictive measures, especially when they are already facing uncertainties and potential problems surrounding the EU exit process and all of the issues involved in that. There are effective measures, Mr. Speaker, to reduce emissions of ammonia to the atmosphere already trialled. A range of methods have been developed and field tested through which it is possible to reduce emissions of ammonia by at least 50%. Mitigation strategies such as separation of sensitive receptors from local sources and the use of shelter belts to enhance both dispersion through increasing turbulence and capture of ammonia close to source. These are actions already taking place in the agriculture sector to assist, as well as valuable work being done by the organisations like Nature Friendly Farming Network, Dairy Council of Northern Ireland and others. The Department is also, as has been mentioned previously, working on an ammonia action plan, and we await and we urge further progress on that. Northern Ireland Environment Agency figures and other analysis show that ammonia emission levels from local agriculture sources are a problem, and I don't seek to deny that. I do, however, suggest that we set frameworks, structures and goals with the sector. It is essential that we support our agriculture industry and make necessary changes to tackle ammonia emissions with them on board. The ammonia problem, it should be pointed out, is not exclusively or even generally caused by traditional family farming on a small scale, but mostly by larger developments and intensive processes such as large-scale pig farms, and I know a bit about that in my constituency. We might therefore seek to look at scale, Mr. Speaker, as well as practice. I therefore cannot support the motion, but will support the amendment, which offers schedule and structure to buy more time to consult properly of the industry. And on behalf of Alliance, I support the amendment.
Thank you. And I call William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I declare an interest in being a partner in a farm business? And can I say that I rise to oppose the motion? The motion before the House today, whilst highlighting an ongoing issue facing the wider agricultural industry in Northern Ireland, does not in any way assist that industry with its contents, but instead halts development through the idea of an unwelcome moratorium. That is not the way in which to deal with this issue, as it will be detrimental to agriculture for a great variety of reasons. As we all fully realise, farming in Northern Ireland is crucial to the economy here, and by no small measure we are talking about an agri-food sector with a value of almost $5 billion, supporting in the region of up to 100,000 jobs in Northern Ireland. These are not insignificant figures, and they point vividly to the importance of the industry to the economy and, by default, to the well-being of everyone in Northern Ireland. We are in the midst of a pandemic which has required unprecedented financial support to be given to many sectors of our economy, including agri-food production. Therefore, a motion which would seek to halt important progress on farms is most unwelcome. Farming in this day and age is certainly much more complementary to the environment, and with farmers spending much of their day-to-day lives working the land and producing the food that we all enjoy, the effort expended in caring for the countryside is very clear for all to see. As you drive around this great province, the way in which our countryside is maintained is in the majority down to the hard and tough graft of our farming community. The thrust of the motion brought to the House today by the Green Party is giving the impression that by simply halting the approval of very necessary measures for the welfare of animals, this will have a direct impact on ammonia emissions. This would simply not be the case. As with my previous positions on these types of matters, which are now regularly brought before the House, the issue is balance. That is something I believe that the farming industry tries at all times to seek. There is a balance to be struck between the curtailing of the level of what are unavoidable emissions and the need for farming to continue to be sustainable and food security and supply to be met domestically. Both these issues require ongoing and significant investment. We are in a global market for food, and I make the point again that we cannot continue to push the idea that we can put significant and costly restraints on any industry in Northern Ireland and ignore the fact that with the obvious increases in production costs, this will make goods more expensive, and that will be all unravelled by the importation of goods from countries with vastly inferior standards and commitments around emissions and food safety. That is the reality of the proposal before us today. Whilst I support the need for Northern Ireland to contribute its part to reducing global emissions, we are globally, by account of all the statistics, one of the lowest emitters. That, of course, does not mean that we sit back and do nothing. And indeed, legislatively, that is not possible given the commitments we are working towards already, and the farmers are behind those efforts. The motion focuses on planning applications and calling for the halting of approvals, despite the fact that all planning applications in this instance already must comply with the strict criteria on ammonia. This in itself has been a source of significant concern for farmers, and we only wish to erect a replacement structure on their farm in place of an old worn shed, for example. Yet this is treated as a new development by Shared Environmental Services and the Northern Ireland Environmental Agency. I personally have been representing a number of farmers who have been waiting for many months in progress for their farm development and improvement, yet it is this very issue which is the cause of delay. It is very clear, given the lengthy delays experienced by farmers who have entered the planning system for various projects on the farms, that there is need for a fresh look at this system. However, I must again state that a moratorium is not the way forward for agriculture in Northern Ireland, and would place the sector at an unfair disadvantage compared to, for instance, the Republic of Ireland. I would very much like to see a joined-up approach by both the Minister for Infrastructure and the DAERA Minister to try and address the issues around ammonia and reach a consensus that is both practical and economical for our agricultural food industry, and also continues to recognise the importance of protecting the natural environment. Thank you.
I call Cathal Boylan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome the opportunity to speak in the debate, and I think we've
slightly get this and wee bit back to front. I have some sympathy for the Minister in relation to this as well, but the Minister maybe will be able to comment. Obviously, we're going through the review of planning, the Planning Act, and there may be something in there that we'll be able to do in terms of working across the departments, because sometimes the departments operate in silos, and I think just on that specific point, there may be something there, because most of the remarks are about ammonia. So, and supporting the rural community, obviously represent a big, large rural constituency myself, and people tend to forget at times the contribution that the rural community make to the economy, and some of the members already mentioned up to $5 billion in some of the earlier comments. And I'm just going to preface most of the remarks, Mr. Speaker, in relation to the farm and ammonia, which is the basis of most of the basis of the motion. Mr. Speaker, we need our farmers to farm in an environmentally sustainable way. Our planning system must work with DAERA to identify a process for verifying emissions that helps farmers to develop their farms in a more sustainable, greener and efficient manner. Ammonia needs to be considered as a long-range pollutant because of the island's atmospheric and topographical conditions. There are challenges in terms of accurately establishing levels of atmospheric ammonia and testing the validation of the modelled ammonia emissions. The Making Ammonia Visible report recognised this challenge and made the following recommendation. 1B. Establish an enhanced regime for the monitoring of atmospheric ammonia and nitrogen deposition across the north on a daily basis, with simultaneous recording of weather, so that the results are sufficiently detailed to define the causes. Modelling is an evolving process, and it is acknowledged that there are deficiencies within prevailing models. The UK inventory of ammonia emissions from the UK Agriculture 2019 notes the following on modelling of emission factors for cattle housing. It is recognised that slatted floor slurry systems also exist for dairy and beef systems, particularly here in the north and in Scotland, and that current slurry housing system, EF, is not representative of these systems. Emission measurements being undertaken on such systems in the Republic of Ireland may provide useful data from which the UK can derive a system-specific EF. The modelling of emissions needs to be on an all-island basis, as ammonia does not recognise borders. The need to address ammonia will present challenges to our current food strategy, going for growth, and any potential future food strategy, particularly the word growth, is a key objective of any such strategies. This was recognised in a report produced by Teagasc, which is the Agricultural and Food Development Authority in the South. Its future scenarios for Irish agriculture, implications for greenhouse gas and ammonia emissions. The bottom line is that scenarios that involve increased levels of agricultural activity in the future will require either one or all of the following: a wide-scale deployment of available mitigation actions, moderation of the level of ambition for emissions reduction within the sector, a re-examination of the growth ambitions for the sector. We need to understand what impacts this will have on the agri-food sector. Our food and drink industry are worth $5.1 billion, which was said earlier on in the debate. It is important to recognise the complexity of ammonia emissions from agriculture. The creation and amount of ammonia emissions are influenced by a multitude of factors. DAERA hosted 3 online events on ammonia emissions on what will be expected from our farmers to meet international targets. Low-emission slurry spreading technology will reduce ammonia emission quite significantly, but other measures are required in tandem. Other mitigation measures include the grazing season for cattle to be extended by 2 weeks, lowering the crude protein in diets of all livestock, covering 30% of above-ground slurry stores, and 100% switch from straight to protected urea.
Member concludes remarks.
Our farmers know that change is coming, but they will need financial support to make that change.
Member, wind your marks up. Thank you. And I call Harvey.
Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening in support of the amendment to the motion submitted by the Green Party. Whilst the motion deals with an important issue, it fails to strike the right balance. In fact, it fails to strike any meaningful balance between the need for ammonia reduction on the one hand and protection of future sustainability of the agri-food sector on the other. The motion seeks to place a ban, albeit in part upon activities which would overload critical thresholds in relation to the production of ammonia within specific geographical locations. The outworkings of such a proposal would be a direct attack not just upon sustainable food production, but on other executive priorities as well, something I could not support. I believe we must firstly acknowledge that ammonia production is a fact of life. Its production, both naturally and from man-made sources, is not something that can be eradicated. As such, the net zero position adopted by the Green Party in relation to the proposed moratorium is neither proportionate nor pragmatic. In Northern Ireland, approximately 94% of ammonia emissions come from agriculture. No matter if this Assembly needs reminding how vital the agriculture sector is for Northern Ireland's economy, environment and people. Northern Ireland farmers and growers are a central part of rural economies and communities, providing secure jobs and driving growth, both in food production and diversified industries such as renewable energy and tourism. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, farmers have played a vital role in feeding the nation, and we all gained a greater appreciation for our local produce. Some 70,000 livelihoods depend on the agri-food industry, which is worth $5 billion to the Northern Ireland economy. These jobs also support many more in ancillary industries such as transport, animal health supplies, construction and many more. It is no exaggeration to state that the local economy relies on our food production, known for its quality across the world. It is therefore vital that instead of placing unworkable burdens upon the sector in terms of ammonia reduction, we must work with the industry on this issue and support them in what is already being done to tackle it. Local research around the Making Ammonia Visible strategy is already providing Northern Ireland relevant science to help tackle ammonia emissions on the farms and inform the best course of action for the industry. As the Ulster Farmers Union have stated, it was the industry's lobbying which resulted in an additional 28 ammonia monitoring stations being established in 2019 across Northern Ireland to help measure and understand the impact of ammonia emissions. I believe credit must be given for the willingness being shown by those within the sector to engage and be proactive on this issue. The Department is also aware of its obligations within the Habitats Directive, and recent actions have attested to that. $7.5 million of the Farm Business Investment Scheme has been allocated to capital investments, and that will reduce ammonia emissions. Research in relation to soil health and the outworkings of the Green Growth Strategy will also address ammonia, and I am aware that the Minister's Department are working on a dedicated ammonia strategy, and I welcome that. A discussion paper for consultation would be beneficial to formally engage with stakeholders and interested parties prior to such a strategy, and I note that the UK Government are currently engaged in a live consultation process on ammonia for England. The motion also touches on the planning process. Delays with planning approval is in many cases hampering the ability of farms to reinvest and replace new buildings, thus reducing emissions. Contrary to blocking planning and construction, we should be encouraging the development of more energy efficient and environmentally friendly buildings. The motion could have far-reaching consequences for major infrastructure projects, and has called for a review of approved planning applications may not only be totally unworkable, but is unlikely to be even legally possible. Mr. Speaker, for these reasons and others, I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Seán McGlone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the amendment, as I believe that we need to have a cross-departmental solution to reducing ammonia levels. I do not believe a moratorium on planning will solve the current problem, and indeed it could do more harm than good. In terms of ammonia pollution, we currently find ourselves on a very dangerous path. Northern Ireland is going in the wrong direction. Where the three nations of Britain are cutting their ammonia emissions, here emissions have increased over recent years. DAERA itself has admitted that ammonia emissions increased by 20% from 2010 to 2018. As has been noted by other members this evening, ammonia pollution is known to have damaging impact on both biodiversity and human health. Since it is a major issue in my own constituency of Foyle, I would like to focus on the key role that ammonia plays in the formation of PM 2.5 by speeding up atmospheric reactions of sulphur dioxide and nitrogen oxide. Ammonia leads to larger concentration of these very damaging minute particles. Prolonged exposure is associated with increased mortality from lung and heart disease and is also linked to conditions such as dementia. It is therefore hugely concerning that dairy has been identified by the World Health Organization as exceeding safe levels of PM 2.5 across Northern Ireland as a whole. Research within the British Heart Foundation projects that poor air quality leads to 500 premature deaths each year. It is also estimated that millions could be saved on healthcare costs if we reduced air pollution. Prevention is better than cure, both in terms of human and economic cost. We need action that supports both air quality and agriculture. But I have to tell the Assembly that I have received representations arguing that agriculture policy has gone in the wrong direction. Specifically, that the Going for Growth strategy has promoted farming methods that have caused increases in ammonia emissions. We need to listen to the science, just as we need to be led by the science when it comes to the COVID health crisis. Agriculture accounts for 94% of total ammonia emissions, and yet Minister Putz recently dealt with a backlog of farming applications by increasing the ammonia levels at which applications could be passed. This is certainly not to demonise the farming community. Far be it, far too many family members involved in farming here in Northern Ireland, and they wouldn't be too long in letting me know that I wasn't doing my job properly on their behalf. They, of course, are the backbone of our local economy. However, it raises the need to engage constructively with the sector to reduce emissions. DAERA recently opened Tranche 3 of the Farm Business Investment Scheme, which will primarily fund ammonia reduction equipment, and I am told that farmers have been largely receptive. This is a welcome step, but can only be one part of a long-term strategy, which must also include clean air strategy that sets legally binding limits on air pollution with targeted interventions to address the sources. It is also imperative that DAERA publishes its ammonia action plan as a matter of urgency. Our poor quality of air in Northern Ireland is not only a result of high ammonia emissions, but it is seriously damaged by the relationship between ammonia emissions and other polluting emissions. These include nitrogen oxides from road traffic emissions, especially from diesel vehicles, and particles from residential burning of solid fuels, particularly the burning of smoky coal that, amazingly, is still permitted here in Northern Ireland. My colleague, Minister Mann, has set out her determination to support the switch from diesel and petrol engines to electric and hydrogen vehicles. Even the British Government is taking increasingly strong action in this regard, as we have heard over the weekend. Mr. Speaker, it is time for Minister Putz to show the same level of commitment and to prove that he is not just the Minister of Agriculture, but equally the Minister for the environment. At present, the Minister is simply allowing an environmental and public health disaster to unfold before our very eyes, and we certainly don't need another one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I now call the Minister for Infrastructure, Nicola Mallon. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank Clare Bailey and Rachel Woods for tabling this motion, and I have listened with interest to the comments and issues raised by members. I appreciate and share the concerns expressed by all members who have spoken about the scale and complexity of the ammonia problem in Northern Ireland and the need to protect human health and our natural environment. This is a complex issue, and this situation presents a significant challenge to finding a way to reduce the impacts of the SUR pollutant while supporting a profitable and sustainable agri-food sector, a point the vast number of members made. As Planning Minister, I want to assure members that I will do all that I can to ensure that our planning policies are evidence-informed and that our planning system works effectively. I know Ms Bailey is passionate about this matter. However, it is important to clarify that policy and statutory responsibility for this area lies with DAERA, and the responsibility for determining the vast majority of ammonia-emitting planning applications lie with council planning authorities. Therefore, while my department is responsible for planning policy, we do rely on the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, who are the experts as well as the policy leads when it comes to assessing the impacts of ammonia on our wildlife and our natural ecosystems. A number of members referred to compliance with EU requirements. I am aware of the importance for all competent authorities, including planning authorities, to comply with EU requirements. This means carrying out appropriate assessments under the Habitats regulations to assess the potential impacts of development on the environment, particularly in relation to European Natura 2000 sites, such as special areas of conservation and special protection areas. DAERA, as the statutory nature conservation body and consultee to the planning system, has an important role to play in ensuring that planning decisions and permit authorisations are well informed and compliant with European environmental law. Planning has at its core a central focus on delivering sustainable development. That requires the consideration and balancing of environmental, societal and economic interests. My interest as Minister for Infrastructure is the health and efficiency of the planning system, and I expect DAERA to provide the correct advice as a statutory consultee to the planning system, and I expect councils in their role as local planning authorities to take that advice into consideration in determining planning applications made to them. I am aware that DAERA is planning to go out to public consultation in the near future in relation to a proposed ammonia strategy, which will include a review of its operational protocol. It is important that this happens quickly. It is my hope that this will further assist DAERA in fulfilling its role as a statutory nature conservation body in providing advice to competent authorities who are undertaking the Habitats regulations assessments required by Article 6 of the Habitats Directive. I know DAERA has been working with stakeholders to develop this strategy, which aims to deliver tangible and sustained reductions in ammonia. Hopefully, it will help reduce the pressure on sensitive sites while facilitating the sustainable development of a prosperous agri-food industry. I understand that the strategy is likely to incorporate a series of ammonia reduction measures designed for implementation on farms here, and that it will also focus on habitat protection and management to reduce the impacts on nature. I strongly welcome the work in hand to produce this strategy, and have already made clear to Minister Poots my readiness to work with him to help deliver the progress we all want to see in this area. Given his statutory responsibilities in this area, I have already written to him on this important matter. It is important that this new strategy provides clarity and certainty in terms of how the ammonia situation can be addressed effectively. It should also enable greater certainty for planning and allow councils to determine planning applications with confidence. In the interim, it is important that planning authorities and DAERA continue to engage on individual planning applications to keep the system moving and also to ensure that environmental obligations and requirements are met. In relation to the call in the motion to review approved planning applications for ammonia-emitting projects, this would not be appropriate for my department, particularly while DAERA is working on the ammonia strategy. I am content with the current planning policy position as set out in the Strategic Planning Policy Statement for Northern Ireland. This makes it clear that planning permission should only be granted to those projects which will not have an adverse effect on protected sites, such as our special areas of conservation and areas of special scientific interest. I will.
The Minister to explain why new developments which would replace old buildings, which would reduce emissions and therefore improve the well-being of such sensitive areas, are being refused.
Well, as a member will know, those applications are determined by the local councils as a planning authority. I think one of the issues here is that the Shared Environmental Services is providing information and responses on planning application, which is very much reliant on more up-to-date information and modelling. I think the difficulties that are coming into play is the tensions between those responses and those from DAERA, which is currently operating on a more outdated operations protocol. I will.
Could the Minister just explain to the House, to whom is Shared Environmental Services accountable? Because in a number of cases I've been involved with in my constituency, they have taken quite a belligerent attitude, and when you push them, they say, well, we're waiting on DAERA to give us some guidance. Are they accountable to DAERA? Are they accountable to the councils? Or are they accountable to the Minister's department?
Well, the member will know that my department has an oversight role. The member will also know that there is a two-tier planning system, and the member will know the way that the Shared Environmental Services operate. But again, I come back to the point. DAERA is a statutory consultee in this process. It is providing responses. It is using data that is not as up-to-date as the Shared Environmental Services. That is the difficulty. That is why I have written to Minister Poots, and I am urging him to bring forward an ammonia strategy, an updated ammonia strategy, so that we can resolve some of those tensions and, as I said earlier, keep our planning system moving forward. I note the proposed amendment to the motion, which calls on my department to review the planning application process in consultation with the farming and agri-food industry and the DAERA Minister, to ensure planners have access to all the appropriate guidance on ammonia. As I have indicated, DAERA has policy responsibility for the impacts of ammonia and also acts as the statutory consultee on this issue to the planning application process. Given DAERA's area of responsibility in relation to farming and agri-food, which a number of members have highlighted, I would fully expect these sectors to be closely engaged in that work as it progresses. I am satisfied the planning policy and the planning application process remains fit for purpose and should work effectively in considering the impacts of ammonia emissions, informed by advice from DAERA as a statutory consultee on nature conservation. I have listened intently to members, and I can assure them that my officials will continue to engage with DAERA officials in relation to this and any other measures to address the ammonia issue at a strategic level. If I can now turn to some of the points that members have raised that I have not addressed in my opening remarks. Ms Bailey said that the Department for Infrastructure planning policy was not fit for purpose. I suspect that she is perhaps referring to DAERA's operational protocol. Ms Bailey also made a number of points in relation to the Northern Ireland Energy Agency. Again, that falls outside of my departmental responsibility. But I do want to assure her that the strategic planning policy was agreed by the then executive and is considered appropriate and fit for purpose. It makes it clear that planning permission should only be granted to projects which do not have adverse effects on Natura 2000 sites. Ms Bailey also said that anaerobic digesters are operating without planning permission. This would be a matter for the local council planning authorities to investigate in line with their planning enforcement powers. Mr McGuigan said that he had great sympathy for the Infrastructure Minister. I hope that's not the first or last time that I hear a Sinn Féin member saying that, but I've taken those comments close to my heart. But he did say that he recognised, as many members have, the scale of this problem, but that it required a more nuanced solution. He said that a moratorium wouldn't solve the problem in his view. In fact, it might actually exacerbate it by preventing the upgrading work by a number of farmers in terms of trying to adopt more environmentally friendly practices. He said that he was very much in favour of a climate action bill, the Green New Deal and a just transition, and I very much agree with him on that. He also made the point that there are too many unknowns to agree a moratorium and emphasised the importance of working with farmers and the importance of coordination across the island, and I do agree with him on those points. Ms McElveen worked quite methodically through the three asks that are contained within the motion. She made it clear she was not able to support the motion, not because she does not recognise the scale of the problem, but that she believes a more pragmatic solution would be beneficial. She made the point that a moratorium would grind the system to a halt with detrimental impacts to strategic infrastructure projects right across Northern Ireland. Patsy McGlone made reference to the fact that we were discussing through the motion water quality, agricultural diversification, the Northern Ireland Environment Agency and agricultural poverty, and suggested that it may have been more appropriate for the DAERA Minister to have been with you this evening to respond to a number of the points that were being made. He did make the point that we have had a 3-year absence of the Executive and that perhaps this has played a contributory role to the delay in the publication of a new ammonia strategy. He highlighted that this was clearly the responsibility of DAERA and that he hoped that we would see an updated ammonia strategy sooner rather than later. Mr Beggs described the moratorium option as the nuclear option, and he said that it would affect every farm in Northern Ireland, the entire rural community, and that he believed that it would be counterproductive in terms of its impact in the longer term. Mr Blair also recognised the scale of the problem, but he highlighted the importance of consulting with those affected in identifying and implementing a solution. He framed the approach as one of frameworks, structures and goals, and of working closely with the agricultural sector. Mr Irwin also described the moratorium as almost a nuclear option, saying that it would be detrimental to the agricultural community, who are crucial to our economy and supporting up to 100,000 jobs. In his view, a better way forward is one that is imbalanced, but he emphasised that this does not mean sitting back and doing nothing. He called for a joined-up approach across government, and I very much agree with that approach. Mr Boylan raised the issue of the Planning Act and the review of the Planning Act and the role that that might play. As I've said previously, planning permission should only be granted to projects which do not have adverse effects on our areas of special scientific interest and so forth. As I said in response to the comments that were made by Mr Allister, I think the difficulty here is the outdated operational protocol that's currently being utilised by DAERA. The difficulty here in terms of the some 19 applications that are currently stalled is the tensions between the responses that are coming from DAERA and those in the Shared Environmental Services, which is using much more up-to-date modelling work. That's why I'm very keen to see the updated ammonia strategy being brought forward by my colleague Mr Poots. Mr Harvey said that this solution that was being proposed under the motion was not proportionate in his view or pragmatic, and he emphasised the importance of food production to our economy. He also highlighted some of the preparatory work that has been undertaken by DAERA on updating the ammonia strategy, and he again talked about delays in the planning process. Again, I would make the point that those delays are very much around the tension in responses from Shared Environmental Services and DAERA, but I hope that that can be addressed. Ms McLaughlin talked about the fact that Northern Ireland is going in the wrong direction compared to other places across these islands with our rising ammonia emissions, and she highlighted that this was a particular issue in her own constituency, and she highlighted the impact in terms of the impact on human health as well as the environmental impact. She talked about the need for a long-term strategy, and she also emphasised the role of a clean air strategy as part of the solution. I want to thank all of the members who have contributed to the debate. I would make the point, and I perhaps would suggest that the Green Party has brought this motion perhaps out of frustration, and that is why it has been very much addressed at the Infrastructure Minister. But the important issue here is to ensure that DAERA's new ammonia strategy and review of its operational protocol is brought forward as quickly as possible to provide certainty and clarity for all stakeholders in the planning system and to ensure that planning applications are not delayed. That is why I have written to the Dearra Minister urging this, and I will continue to engage with him on this important matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Declan McAleer to wind on the amendment. The member has 5 minutes.
I thank the member, and I thank the Minister for her response to the motion there, and indeed she recognises the frustrations of the Green Party in terms of bringing forward this amendment. But I think if I do a summary around the room, most people around the room here are recognising that this sort of a blanket ban or a moratorium on planning would be detrimental not just to our farming community but to indeed to the wider economy. So in terms of winding up then, I don't want to repeat what other people have said, because a lot of stuff has been covered here. But I do believe that farmers are actually up for this, and farmers are up for this for a number of reasons. Farmers are environmentalists. You know, the North, according to the land parcel identification system here in Dearra, the North is made up of a jigsaw of 750,000 fields, individual parcels of land, and our farmers maintain those green fields, our Emerald Isle, our green and pleasant land. They maintain those fields the way they are as carbon sinks, and the natural beauty that we have, you see in our postcards and you see all around the world. The other reason being too is that it's not efficient. See, ammonia is nitrogen, you know, and nitrogen blowing off your fields onto other habitats isn't very efficient. It's better off in the fields, better off in the grass, making the grass grow, instead of making its way in the wind to other habitats. And again, that highlights the importance of the cross-border issue as well, because Chagas made the point that if one jurisdiction here on the island is making good progress in terms of reducing emissions and the other isn't, then that will undermine the progress. And in areas like, say, County Fermanagh, where my colleague in the Agriculture Committee, Rosemary, is from, you know, a lot of the ammonia you may get there would come across from the south of Ireland and those southwesterly breezes, and indeed north-south as well. So the farmers are environmentalists; they're up for it, and it's not efficient for your nitrogen to blow off a land in that particular way, and of course the ecological damage that is caused. So this nitrogen leakage needs to be, it's costly and it's not something that's sustainable. We indeed supported the views of the expert working group. They said that they want that the way to look at a strategy is to avoid putting more nitrogen into a production system and try to retain the nitrogen that's in the production system and not having it released into the atmosphere, going across borders and onto ecological sites. In terms of a moratorium, in the West, we live in the West, the best of the band, and virtually everywhere is within 7.5 kilometres of a Natura 2000 site. You know, 2/3 of these sites are in counties Derry, Tyrone and Fermanagh. So if this proposal was implemented, we would see like a moratorium, not just on everything to do with agriculture, but to do with everything, because all soil systems that have nitrogen in them has the potential to create ammonia. So we just see a blanket ban effectively on farming, on all types of development. And if you live down in the West like we do, we don't have a motorway in the West, we don't have a railway in the West. You know, the last train left Fermanagh in 1957, the last train left Dublin in 1965, and they never come back. The motorways stopped whenever they hit the ban for some reason. So we don't have motorways, don't have trains, and we don't have broadband either. So are we going to impose some more layer of scrutiny to try and block future development and thwart the executive's plans as well? So that's not going to happen. So in terms of progress, that there actually has been progress, and I know the figures have been quoted today. It doesn't look like that, but farmers are doing their best. There's a lot of work being done through AFPE and indeed with Chagas in the south, looking at the diets that animals get, looking at genetics. The Farm Business Improvement Scheme is out there at the minute, which where one of the tier tranche 3 of tier 1 is targeted towards ammonia reducing equipment, and there's a good uptake in that there. Sorry. So the point I'm saying to you is that this type of a blanket ban would be crazy. You know, impact on the environment and on terms of our economy. And we must also remember that farmers are our food producers, and during the current pandemic, they are designated as key workers. And it doesn't matter where you live, in the rural or in the urban, you still go down to your local shop for your milk, for your bacon, for your eggs, for your sausages. Those don't grow on trees. They have to be produced by our farmers, our food producers, our key workers. And I do seriously believe, and the farmers that I know, I'm from the rural area, I live beside a bog, and I appreciate, and we all appreciate, the importance of maintaining those sites and the biodiversity connected to them. But we must also be mindful as well, it's important we support our rural economy and also support our food security and food supply. Thank
you very much. And I now call on Clare Bailey to conclude and wind on the motion. The member has 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'd like to thank everybody who spoke to the motion and the amendment. It's been an interesting debate, and there seems to be consensus that we need to have a system in place that provides clarity for farmers, but also enables them to farm sustainability while also being economically viable for that as well. But there seems to also be solid consensus that we have a problem, but over the years have done little to nothing to fix that problem that we have created. And in order to tackle the ammonia crisis, everything possible needs to be done to encourage and develop good practice. And we must at the very least ensure that we are complying with our legal obligations here in Northern Ireland. So I'd like members present to really consider the nature of the policy of agriculture intensification and the expansion being pursued by the Executive, and ask yourself whether you're ready to stand by the threat to public health, the destruction of our biodiversity and the cost to human lives and well-being that comes with that. Because we do,
Member for Givenway, I want to put on record my support for her party's motion. Would you also agree with me that whilst the executive parties might have been at each other's throat last week over other issues, but they seem to have each other's back tonight on this issue?
It's an interesting one, and I thank the member for his intervention. We'll see how that goes. But we do have the data, and we do have the research, and we do have the science. We have all the information that we could possibly need. What we need to do is act. And a moratorium does not need to be a long, drawn-out measure. That's very clear. If we are to get to grips with the harm that we have created and allowed to happen, then we need to stop, draw a breath, assess where we are. It's called creating a baseline from where to start and make better. This is possible, and this can be quick, but it needs political will. So the member's intervention, let's see. And there were a number of issues raised, and I probably don't have the time to go into them. But some of the issues were, why is not DAERA here, and why is infrastructure here instead? And I was happy to see others address that one, because this is cross-cutting, that we cannot deal with this properly if we continue to act in silos. And just as any action on climate change and pollution and biodiversity crisis, this has to be seen in the whole. And yet we've known this problem existed. We know that we have been creating it, and we have not taken action to address it. So we need to try something different, and we need to introduce other avenues. So that's why we were calling on the planning focus and not the DAERA focus. Why a moratorium? Well, the moratorium really is because we need to see, are we meeting our existing legal commitments? And the debate, again, being shaped around this is farmers versus the environment, is an absolute false narrative. Farmers did not create the problem. Our executive did. And they did this through the economic incentives. And we need to reverse that. And that's also been pointed out by the sector themselves. And the Ulster Farmers Union have wrote to every MLA ahead of this debate, and even they have pointed out that while ammonia emissions from farms can be reduced, this can add additional costs to farm businesses, and a balanced way forward is needed to ensure a sustainable future for family farms. So that raises the questions about why are farm businesses being expected to foot the bill for the harm caused by executive strategies. And there were other issues and concerns about the impact on farmers, but farmers are asking for help. And we have had an inadequate response so far. DAERA and the Environment Agency have reports, have meetings, discuss with sectors, and they wring their hands and they know, and they tell us in committee that they're very aware of the problem and they know that they're not doing enough. So what are we going to do? How long will we sit back and hand wring and rub our chins? We need to commit to reforming our system to get ahead of the problem. And when I come to the amendment, and I know that most here have expressed support for the motion as amendment, what this amendment serves to do, compared to the motion, is it replaces calls for the moratorium, obviously. But we have to ensure legal compliance. And we know from the department and its agencies that they're unsure whether their policies are legally compliant. And with a call to conduct a review so that planners have all the appropriate guidance on ammonia led by science and data, well, I would like to reiterate that firstly, the problem here is not just that planners do not seem to be aware of the guidance and their legal obligations in many instances from the start. The issue is also the guidance itself is deeply, deeply flawed, and the Minister has recognised that. It is not appropriate, has not been legally proved, and is open to being legally challenged. So guidance must not be led just by science and data, but also by compliance with our laws. The amendment also calls for a consultation with the farming and agri-food industry and the ERA Minister to understand the impact of the farming on the farming and agri-food sector, and I would most certainly welcome such a consultation and point out that the effects of ammonia are not experienced solely by those within the industry. Ammonia is a public health issue, an environmental issue too, and we would invite consultation to happen with rural groups, medical professionals and environmental NGOs, as well as wider public. And lastly, and most starkly, this amendment removes the mention of the need to be compliant with law, and that was important, and how we do business. It removes mention of the need to avoid further worsening the crisis, and to me that's simply perplexing when we all acknowledge the problem. And it's for that reason, coupled with a lack of action to date from the department, despite knowing the problem, that we have looked at how can we do this differently through tightening the planning system. And this House debated and voted in support of a motion back in July of this year, acknowledging the climate and biodiversity crisis. And I know that Sinn Féin actively acknowledge the urgent need to include biodiversity in climate actions, but this will require far-reaching and radical actions to create the solutions. And the UUP have openly spoken publicly on the growing need and duty on lawmakers to urgently step up and be aspirational in policy making. Well, we are the lawmakers. And the SDLP stated in their manifesto that protecting the environment is not an expensive political hobby horse. It's a moral, economic and health imperative that demands a tough new look at planning policy to create a new approach to development that respects and nurtures local habitats. These are all big ideas and big words indeed. And yet it's hard to view them as anything other than disingenuous when they're not backed up by action. And I do need to remind you all of the cross-party climate change bill signed by most parties in this chamber, which puts legal obligations to address climate change and biodiversity loss. Yep.
Acknowledge that within the climate bill there are targets between now and 2045, and that key to the climate bill is, as I outlined, the just transition, and that we bring all sections of our society along with us.
Thank the member for that, and I absolutely do, which is why, if we're going to go into any consultation process, that we do it just outside of industry, but with wider sectors, wider publics and local communities as well. But environmentally, it seems that we all know how to talk the talk, but walking the walk seems to be a different matter. So you're being presented today with the opportunity to step up and support tangible action, to say enough is enough. And I invite you all to seriously consider how much destruction of wildlife and damage to human health that you're prepared to stand over, because this simple one issue has been going on for nearly a decade and we have done nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, all members. And the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Philip McGuigan, Declan McAleer, Caoimhe Archibald and Cathal Boylan be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I believe the ayes have it. I believe the ayes have it. Then the amendment is passed. The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay, could I thank all the members for their contribution to the debate. Very informative and well mannered. Thank you very much. The item number 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.